The Alternate Girlfriend, by the author, Declan. A psychological crime techno-thriller, set in the not-too-distant future, which explores the disruption of AI, as it relates to relationships through the eyes of the main character, Doug Carter, who is blessed with autism, and yet a highly intelligent computer science graduate. He becomes isolated from his support system in adulthood through circumstances beyond his control. Left alone, Doug falls into a trap with fatal consequences along a deadly and traumatic journey, and this is his story. Chapter 1. Doug Carter took a sly look at his friend sat beside him, wondering if he could keep a secret. The day he sat there among the students at his graduation from university in San Francisco, it was as though he were at a 4th of July firework display, waiting for it to ignite, and he held the touch paper. Excitement at his graduation aside, he was beside himself at the good news he'd kept inside his head, and was busting a gut to tell his girlfriend, Donna. It was just as hard for him to have kept the life-changing news from his one and only friend, Greg, for fear Donna would find out before he could talk to her. Doug shuffled on his seat. His skin crawled as the allotted time approached to make a move to the podium. "You okay?" Greg asked him. Doug held out a hand. Fingers shaking. "Just a little nervous. I'll be fine." Having said that, and with a distaste for crowds, he was just thankful that the audience of students was behind his back, and he'd managed to get a seat on the front row. All the same, anxiety overcame him at thinking all eyes behind him were focused like laser beams at his brain. Greg nudged him in encouragement to join the line leading to the stage. It took a second more forceful nudge with an elbow to his arm to get him to move. His legs were leaden as he waited in line, nerves on edge for what was to come. It was his turn to climb the steps and on over to the podium. Doug lowered his head. Cheeks burned like a furnace, while following his footsteps to the podium, fingers trembling. Handed his BSc diploma in computer sciences, he turned to the assembled students and family members, holding his diploma aloft. In the sea of faces, he couldn't see Donna, but he did pick out the huge grin on Greg's face as he gave him a thumbs up. His chest puffed out in pride at the applause, despite the clapping offending his hearing. At the same time, he sensed his cheeks still rouged in self-conscious embarrassment with all eyes on him. He stepped back down the steps and on over to Greg, thankful that his ordeal was over, with his insides still trembling. "Well done, buddy," said Greg, and they clasped each other's hand, then shared a shoulder nudge. "Thanks." Presentation over, and after a final motivational speech from the principal, he stood and threw his cap in the air along with the rest of them. An immense sense of self-worth and achievement encompassed him now that the ceremony had concluded. He turned to Greg, unable to keep his secret any longer before he might implode. "Hey, guess what? The day couldn't get any better. Got a job as a programmer at an international accountancy firm. I'm to work in their computer software sales division. Unbelievable salary and perks." It was as though a pressure valve at the top of his head had released all the tension. Now he'd unburden himself. "Fantastic, dude. Not bad for a nerd." Doug threw him a glance. "Hey, less of the nerd. Only got the letter this morning. Not told Donna yet. Don't you dare tell her. I want to see her excitement face to face when I tell her we can go looking to rent an apartment that we've talked about now I've got a job. Caught a glimpse of her earlier with her dad and when she collected her diploma, but I'm not sure where she's seated. Have you seen her?" Greg looked around. "Over there, she's talking with Jason," he said and pointed. Doug walked over to them, a smile a mile wide, unable to contain his excitement to tell her the good news. "Congratulations," he said as he approached. "You too." "Look, I need a word in private," she said with what appeared to him to be a serious expression on her face. She gave Jason a sideways glance, then signaled to him with the sway of her head. "Don't mind me." "I'll go to my car," said Jason. Donna had a sheepish look about her. No eye contact. She lowered her vision as if inspecting her shoes. Scraped at the grit on the pathway with her toe end. He wondered if maybe her mom had finally succumbed to her cancer, seeing as how he'd only seen Donna in the crowd earlier with her dad. Though thinking that, he didn't notice any sign of tears, just that her cheeks had flushed. "What's wrong?" "There's never going to be a right time to say this, so I'll get to the point. Look, we've both graduated, and we've had fun at times, but we need to move on as adults. Those words couldn't have hit him harder if she had kicked him in his nether region. His entire body quaked. Open-mouthed, he wondered if he'd heard her wrong or misunderstood. What does that mean? She sighed, hands on hips. Why is it I always have to explain everything to you twice if it doesn't involve programming? It means exactly what I said. We both have new adventures ahead and we need to go our separate ways. But? She interrupted him, showing him the flats of her hands. Sorry, it's just how it is, she said rather coldly as if he was a stranger, and she did an about-turn. As she walked away, he stared at her in disbelief, stunned. Someone grabbed his shoulder from behind. He spun around. What's wrong, bud? You look like you've sucked on a lemon, said Greg as he joined him again. Donna's just broken up with me. Jesus, we've been joined at the hip all the way through university. I don't get it. Greg looked over Doug's shoulder. Aw, Jason. There's your reason why, he said and pointed. Doug turned and looked on to see Donna hugging and sharing a passionate kiss with Jason. His jaw dropped south, along with a shiver running through his body. She climbed inside his car with Jason rounding on the driver's side, then they drove on. It was as though his entire life had just driven away along with all he hoped of for his future. What the hell? Greg gave him a sheepish glance. I should have warned you about him around Donna. Sorry. Still in shock as if in an alternate zone, he had flashbacks to the odd occasions he'd seen her talking with Jason recently on campus, but he thought nothing of it at the time. He slapped his forehead when recalling her excuses in not meeting up with him this past month, with her daily texts stunted in replies. Doug cursed inwardly at his naivety. But then he was aware he wasn't great at reading people's intentions toward him on every occasion. A stickler for routine, what he'd thought of as odd with the lack of heart emojis in return messages recently, now made sense. Why would she do this after all our time together? I've not had eyes for another woman in all the time we've been dating. Hell, that's 4 years down the tubes. What do I do now? Greg gripped him by the shoulder with both hands, then let go. He blew a raspberry through his lips, then shook his head. Get back on the saddle. Now's the time to start looking. Welcome to bachelorhood, bud. You can start by drowning your sorrows at a graduation party that I'm organizing for tomorrow night. Good thing I've not mentioned it to Donna. Don't worry, Jason isn't invited. I'll look after you. Expect a text with the address. Got to go. My parents are waiting to take me home, he said and slapped him on the shoulder. As Greg joined his parents, he thought Greg was lucky to have them there. His mind in turmoil, Doug regretted that he didn't have his parents attend his graduation to give him the solace he needed at that moment. Though thinking that, with all the arguing they'd been doing this past few weeks and doing his head in, it was maybe for the best. Last thing he would have wanted would be for them to have kicked off bickering and embarrassing him. It was as if he was alone in the world, and for the first time with the hard knocks of life engulfing his psyche since his parents pulled him out of 9th grade at high school for homeschooling after a spate of bullying. He'd thought those knocks were only for others to endure since then. Now those intense feelings of being rejected and pigeonholed as an outsider returned with vengeance, his life in tatters. Doug stepped over to an oak tree. Slid down the trunk with his back to sit. With hindsight, it maybe wasn't the best place to mourn the passing of his relationship. Especially, since he recalled that's where he'd first met Donna reading a programming book in the shade of the tree. He held his head in his hands. Self-pity turned to anger. Anger at the fool he'd been in thinking Donna would have been his lifetime partner. Traumatized, his eyes moistened. His loyalty and the love for her betrayed flooded like a torrent through his mind. He gritted his teeth then let out a growl. Rose to his feet. Brushed through the crowd of smiling faces as if they mocked him on his way to his car. Hey! Watch where you're going, someone called out. He ignored them with blinkered vision. Through tear-soaked eyes, he stared ahead through his windshield, seeing nothing ahead, only shrouded in an inner self soaked in angst. Wiped his sleeve across his eyes. Gripped the steering wheel, then head-butted it repeatedly. He fired up the ignition, jerked the steering wheel, then foot hard down on the pedal. His tires screeched, leaving a smoke trail as he sped from a standing start. When he arrived home and parked, he rushed inside, then up the stairway to his bedroom. Tossed his diploma on the nightstand, then dove on the bed. Head buried in the pillow, he began to sob until he was all cried out. He rolled over and picked up both his diploma and the job offer letter, then tossed them aside on the bed. At that moment, neither of what should have been a roadmap to his future with Donna seemed to him to be anything other than worthless. He heard a car pull up in the drive, then footsteps clomping up the stairway. "Honey, are you decent?" his mom called out. Doug dried his eyes on the bedsheet. With a wave of the shoulders and a shrug, he composed himself as best he could. "Just give me a minute," he called out and jumped off the bed and stepped into the bathroom. He turned the faucet, cupped his hands, and splashed his face with water, then dried himself off with a towel. "Okay, you can come in now." His mom breezed into the room in her gym attire. "How did the graduation go?" "Let me see your diploma." "It's on the bed." "Congratulations." "Proud of you." "I'll get it framed." "What did Donna say about you getting the job?" Her question hit him as if she had swung a sledgehammer at his head. Doug dropped his backside on the corner of the bed and slouched, his inner self appearing as though someone had removed the spine from him. Losing control, emotions got the better of him again and his eyes moistened. "Honey, what's wrong?" She sat beside him and put an arm around his shoulder. She's broken up with me. Gone off with another guy." His mom embraced him and drew his head into her bosom. Pulled him in even tighter. Ran her fingers through his hair. "Oh, I am sorry." "More fool her. Her loss. Plenty more fish in the sea for someone as bright and handsome looking as you. At least you'll get to sow your wild oats now. Never did think it was a good idea to settle down with your one and only serious girlfriend. Sorry to be proven right. At least it saved you misery further down the road. Chin up for Mom." Her words were no comfort, especially as that was the first time she'd given her negative thoughts on his relationship. All the same, it was good to have her try to console him. "I'll be okay. Start my new job Monday," he said, more out of bravado and blind hope. "There you are then. That should take your mind off of her." Doug sighed. He doubted that would be the case. "Greg invited me to a graduation party Sunday night. Don't think I could face it under the circumstances without Donna." She let go of him. Took a hold of his hands, her eyes dancing about his eyes. "Don't be silly. You go. It's times like these you need a friend. I'll book a taxi for you so you can have a good drink and let your hair down. Best I book one for the return journey, so you don't stay out too late. You'll need to be fresh to start your new job." Doug didn't think it was a good idea, not liking gatherings without Donna with him, but didn't have it in him to respond. He stiffened his resolve, while hoping she'd leave him alone. His phone buzzed to signal a message incoming. Doug retrieved his cell from his pocket to see a text from Greg with the address. After considering what his mom had said, and with Greg saying he'd look after him, he decided he should go to the party. "I have the address here for the taxi. I'll forward it to you." No sooner had his mom exited than his phone rang. Greg's name appeared on the screen. He picked up the call. "I got the text. Mom's arranging for a taxi." "Awesome. I was worried you'd give it a miss. I've organized a mega surprise for you." Chapter 2. The taxi pulled over outside of the party house. Doug climbed out and walked on over the drive to the door. Nerves got the better of him at the unfamiliar surroundings. He hesitated, not sure if he wanted to be there. Not without Donna by his side. A glance over his shoulder and the taxi drove away, bridges burned. He sighed. Sucked in a lungful of air, then exhaled it slowly. It didn't need a house name or number for him to know he was at the right door, as unfamiliar as the address was. Not with the racket from the music, even with the door closed. About to press the doorbell and the door opened. If it was loud with the door closed, it was even louder inside with the incessant beat of the bass pounding his chest. Sensory overload smacked at his brain with the voice of the rapper spouting out the lyrics so fast they were incoherent. Despite the noise off the decibel scale, he hoped to blot it out, when what he'd like to have done would be to have exited. "Saw you arrive, bud. Been watching out for your taxi," Greg hollered over the din. Doug leaned in closer to Greg's ear. "Are you going to tell me what this surprise is you've arranged?" "Later. Let's get you a drink." Settled down on the couch, Greg arrived with a beer. "There you go." Doug thought it a strange party with only the two of them in the room, never mind that it was held on a Sunday. "Where's everyone?" Doug asked. "It's early yet. More to come. Everyone is outside by the pool. Someone is trying to fix the speaker outside so we can turn the volume down. Too noisy in here. Let's get up there before the sound triggers you." "Whose house is this?" asked Doug, as they strode out to the pool area. "My uncle's house. He's away until Monday. Didn't go until late last night. That's why the party is today." Recalling the mess in the aftermath of Greg's last party at his own home, he smacked his lips. "You'd better hope it's in one piece for when he gets back. Don't expect me to help you clean up like you did at your birthday party. Don't worry. I've only invited a select few this time. Not mentioned it on social media." Outside by the pool, those who had arrived were split into male and female groups. It was less of a racket out there where Doug could thankfully hear himself think. He knew some of the students from seeing them on campus, but not to talk with them. A light flashed over the door to the pool entrance. "Got to go. More people have arrived." Standing there alone, this was the first party without Donna, leaving him as though he were an empty shell, devoid of self-worth. Not one for small talk, he dreaded anyone approaching. Greg returned, carrying 2 shots. He attempted to hand one over. Doug fended him off with his arm. "I still have my beer." Greg thrust the shot at him once more. "Oh, for God's sake. Get it down your neck. You need to lighten up or you'll miss out on fun." Shamed into taking the shot, he downed it in one, then screwed his face at his throat burning and the foul taste. "There you are. A few more of those will bring you out of your shell." Doug didn't think he had anything within him that shots could cure. "I'll stick with beer, thanks. It's my induction tomorrow. Don't want to be hung over." Greg frowned. "You've got a face on you like you're here for a wake, not to celebrate." Doug curled his top lip to his nose. "Yeah, well, no more shots. They taste foul. Look, I'll have a few drinks then phone for a taxi to arrive early. I'm just not in the mood with nothing to celebrate in the circumstances." Greg stood in front of him, hands on hips, and shook his head. "Don't you dare do this to me. I need you here for your surprise." "Come on, let's mingle," he said, with Doug not wanting to talk with anyone. "You go. I need another beer." "Oh, no you don't. Not the beer I mean. No way I'm leaving you here on your own for you to sneak off." "So, what's this surprise?" "Later, it wouldn't be a surprise if I told you, would it now?" Doug thought he had a point. As good as it was of him to stay at his side, there were only so many intricacies of software programming they could talk about, to the point that conversation dried up. With his 5th beer in hand, and in uncharted territory with how many he'd drunk, he noticed Greg constantly checking his smartwatch. "Problem with your pulse rate?" "No. Just keeping an eye on the time," he said, without elaborating. The light flashed over the pool entrance. This time, over a pause in the music, Doug heard the tinkling of a Bell speaker beside the light. Greg let out a sigh. At last. This had better be them. I'll go see who that is and get us another beer. Left there standing alone, propped up by the wall, he looked around. The two groups that had been separated by gender were now mingled. In company, he'd always left the chat to Donna. He dreaded to think how he'd respond, if, God forbid, someone liked the look of him and wanted to talk. Some of them had paired off and were now dancing to the beat, arms flailing, chests puffed out. He'd always thought that odd, as if some puppet master were controlling their limbs. Not so Doug, whose legs were leaden as if encased in cement blocks, despite a fuzzy feeling with the beers he'd drunk. Someone looked his way, and he averted his gaze. After seeing them dancing, he wondered if that's where he had gone wrong with Donna. He drew on images of him stood at the side of the dance floor to watch as she danced with her friends from her sorority. Maybe he just hadn't been the silky-tongued, fun-loving animal she really wanted, he thought. There had to be something Jason had that he didn't possess for her to throw away those 4 years together, he mused. It crossed his mind that there was no doubt she had changed from that equally shy woman he first met who had a propensity to blush as much as he did. Doug decided he'd need to be more forceful to ask Greg what this surprise was, and to get it over with, so he could go home early. His thoughts were interrupted when Greg arrived with the beers, escorting 2 attractive young women he'd not seen before. "Ladies, this is Doug. Doug, this is Jade, and this here is Gemma." The girls looked at each other and nodded as if in approval. "Pleased to meet you," said Gemma, lowering her head, yet her eyes remained looking at Doug. He nodded his head, unable to determine if her eyes displayed a look of evil intent or an attempt to look seductive. Doug looked away as Gemma tapped Jade on the shoulder. "Let's go freshen up and then we can get the partying started," said Gemma, and they both giggled as they stepped inside. "There's your surprise." "What do you think?" he said, and winked. Doug took a step back. Horrified, he scrunched his face. "Hell's teeth. You haven't. How could you? I'm not ready to meet anyone yet." Greg clicked his tongue with a tut. His shoulders hit south as if his body had deflated. "Don't be like that. I've had the hots for Jade since high school. Couldn't believe it when she hit on me. I'll need you as my wingman to occupy Gemma." At the realization Greg's surprise was to use him to avoid a third-wheel situation, he stood there, aghast. "That's selfish. This isn't a surprise for me, it's a shock. How could you do this to me?" Greg's head rotated on his neck, followed with a wave of his shoulders. "Selfish? It's late on for you, man. I told her all about you and she said she'll soon take your mind off of Donna. No strings attached. But, hey, if you want to spend the rest of your life shaking one off in your bedroom, go ahead." His words left him mortified. "That's mean. Are you saying it's a one-night stand?" "No way I'm up for that." Greg took a hold of Doug by his shoulders. He searched about Doug's eyes as if trying to get inside his head. "Just for me, this once, please. Just keep her occupied until I've made out with Jade." There wasn't time to answer him as they returned. "So, Doug, Greg told me all about you," said Gemma, and linked her arm in his. "You can show me where the shots are." On the way inside, Doug's head pivoted to Greg, and he threw him a look of horror. In the kitchen, she put down her beer and poured herself a shot. A jumble of questions to ask her swam through his mind, but he just couldn't bring himself to ask any of them. "You want one?" she asked. "No thanks." She held up the glass, then chinked it on his beer bottle. "Here's to you getting over your ex." The sentiment was there, so he held up the bottle to her, then swigged at the beer. When they made their way back to poolside, Greg was dancing with Jade, both of them all smiles and touchy-feely. Gemma had chatted away incessantly for what seemed like an eternity, but his mind was otherwise occupied. Most of what she'd said was lost on him. "You don't talk much." "Shall we join them for a dance?" asked Gemma. That caught him off guard at a loss how to respond. Then it came to him. "Sorry, leg muscle injury playing up again," he lied. "Best we sit down," he said in pretended injury to limp on over to an outside couch. "So, you won't be doing all the work tonight in the bedroom once we get to know each other," she said as they took a seat, and she snickered, while stroking his upper thigh and moved up to him a little too close for his comfort. "Pardon." "You know, me on top," she said just as he had put his bottle to his lips, and he'd taken a swig. Doug coughed and spluttered mid-swig of his beer, almost choking, then he let out a nervous laugh. He'd been accused many times of having no filter, but her forwardness left him spluttering as she continued. "No point being anything other than blunt and to the point, seeing as how you seem to be backwards at coming forward. Greg says your body count is only 1. That has to be a challenge for you as shy as you are." "Body count," said Doug, raising his eyebrows. "You know. Fun buddies, whatever. Know what they say. Variety is the spice of life. She leaned in and placed her head on his shoulder, took a hold of his hand and guided his arm over her back, leaving his hand on her side boob. Heat rose in his cheeks as she continued to stroke his upper thigh. "Sorry, I need the bathroom." Doug snatched his hand and arm away, rose to his feet, staggered along the hallway, then stumbled up the stairway, aware he was the worse for wear. In the bathroom, he took out his cell phone, pulled up his mom's number and pressed the call icon. "What is it, honey?" "Call the taxi firm. I want to come home. Tell them I'll be waiting at the wall at the end of the cul-de-sac." "Is everything all right?" "I'm fine. Just had a little too much to drink, that's all." He closed the call. Doug opened the door slightly when he heard Greg's voice and snickering. He saw Jade push him against the wall and then help him out of his t-shirt. They both giggled with Jade feeling at his crotch, and they locked lips. Greg gripped then slapped her but to more snickering as they staggered into the bedroom. With the coast clear, he set off down the stairway, holding onto the rail for support, and then staggered on through the front door. The fresh air hit him like he'd walked into another dimension with strong alternate gravity pushing him in different directions. Stumbling, and with his head spinning, he struggled to navigate his way to the wall. He took a seat and clawed his fingers down his face and wished he'd never taken up the invitation to join Greg at the party. Headlights turned the corner. When the taxi arrived and parked, he clambered inside. The journey was a blur, save for the driver constantly chatting. Thankfully, he arrived at the sanctuary of his home. He was only too pleased to have removed himself from the incessant chat from the taxi driver, not sure if he'd said yes and no or given a nod of the head at the correct pause. Doug entered and headed for the kitchen, to the sound of loud voices coming from the living room. His dad's raised voice boomed out. "Yeah, well, I want a divorce and it's all down to you and that trainer of yours at the gym you're having an affair with." "Hell, no, it's far worse than that. You're a conniving, sneaky liar." "I'll pack my things and go tonight," he heard his dad call out top note, leaving Doug stunned. His mom fired back but her voice was muffled. Just why he'd said her lying was far worse than the affair, he couldn't imagine what he meant by that. He moved closer to the kitchen door, opening it slightly to try and catch more of what they were saying when he heard his dad retaliate. "Here are the divorce papers. What's more interesting is the attached letter. Read it and weep. Just don't expect to be awarded the house. Oh, yeah, and you can forget me bailing out your beauty salon." "What's in the letter?" "Read it, you have eyes." Chapter 3. There was a pause in hostilities. Doug's mind in turmoil, it was hard for him to believe his mom could do such a thing to Dad. His head crawled with thoughts that his entire idyllic life was in shreds in the space of such a few days, when his mom suddenly fired back, probably after taking in what it said in the divorce papers. "You dare to accuse me of having an affair? No way you can lay it all on my doorstep. What about that bimbo secretary of yours with the silicone implant? I know you paid for those. Saw it on your bank statement and found the invoice in your jacket pocket. Why don't you fess up to screwing her?" Doug's mouth dropped open, not believing what he was hearing. Revelations aside, he'd never heard them spout expletives before, nor argue with such ferocity. "Yeah, I did, actually. What the hell did you expect? Now read the damned letter attached." "Your letter? You read it out." "Hey, don't throw it at me. Just tell me what it says." "It's DNA results." Doug thought it was for an ancestry test. "I tricked him into taking it. Like I said, you're a sneaky liar. It proves I'm not his biological dad." As if struck by a bolt of electricity, those words brought on immediate response. He snatched both hands to his ears to an explosion of anxiety. What he'd heard was more distressing than what went before, as bad as that had been to hear. Doug's chest tightened at the onslaught of an immense panic attack. His breathing constricted with rapid breaths. Cupped his hand to his mouth in the absence of a paper bag. His dad continued with a venomous onslaught in a manic tone of voice. "You've both milked me, so paying for her boob job is small change. Hell, he's cost me a fortune in fees for his counseling for his autism as a child. Then look at how much I paid his home tutor when we had to pull him out of high school. Jesus, don't even get me started on those damned university fees. I wouldn't have minded if he'd joined a fraternity, but no, I had to put up with him here. Doug couldn't take it anymore and stepped into the hallway, his mind blown, then stumbled up to his bedroom, crawling on all fours halfway, then hauled himself upright with the rail. In the bedroom, he stripped off, then climbed ungainly under his duvet. As he lay there in his bed in the darkness, his mind soaked in anguish. At the same time, his surroundings spun from the effects of the alcohol. Eyes open or closed, no matter how he tossed and turned, his head span to distraction. It didn't help that he could still hear muffled voices of them arguing. His vision distorted to the point he wished he were no longer of this planet. Nausea overcame him. He threw back the duvet, then crawled off the bed and rushed to the bathroom. Knelt at the bowl, he threw up to the point that left his throat feeling as if he'd swallowed a bag of sand. You uncaring excuse of a man. Go on, get the hell out of here, Doug heard his mom shout as it appeared they'd taken their arguing into the hallway. Doug craned his neck at hearing footsteps pounding up the stairway. His parents' door opened along the hallway. He rose to his feet, ran some water and splashed it on his face. Staring into the mirror, a pitiful reflection stared back at him, the whites of his eyes red raw. He craned his neck once more at hearing footsteps scurrying down the stairs, then the front door slammed. Doug stumbled over to the window and peeked outside to see his dad toss a suitcase on the back seat of his car, then he climbed inside. Mom appeared and threw a vase at his car, but it missed and smashed on the sidewalk as he drove away at speed. Yet again, he thought that once more, what he thought of as the reality of his life had deserted him as the taillights of his dad's car disappeared. With a sense of utter desolation, he crawled back into bed. Reaching out, he picked up the bedside clock in all fingers and thumbs and with one eye closed to focus, he set the alarm. At least the spinning had stopped as he lay there. His mind was too active to sleep. He reached out for his cell phone from the nightstand. Pulled up his contacts to call Greg, finding it difficult to focus, then thought better of it and tossed his phone aside. He'd lain there for around a tormented 30 minutes when he heard a car pull up in the drive. Doug imagined his mom had called her sister to come around to comfort her. It wasn't long after the front door had opened and then closed that he heard footsteps climbing the stairway. His door opened, letting in a flood of light through his closed eyelids. He's asleep, thank God. Never heard him arrive, he heard his mom say in a whispered tone. Good, he heard from a male voice, followed by them snickering, leaving him shocked that she had a male visitor. Shortly after a door closed along the hallway, he heard constant pounding and squeaking. He dragged the pillow over his head to drown out the sound. Doug cracked open an eye to the buzzing from his alarm. He reached out and slapped the button to turn it off. Head thumping, he'd wished he hadn't woken up as the reality of what had transpired leapfrogged around in his head. It was as if a disjointed film of scenes played back in his mind. From the trauma at his graduation, to hearing of his parents' divorce, and that he had no blood relation to his dad, they all fought for prominence. He shook his head to try and clear the turmoil. A thought edged its way through the malaise, compelling him to see if his mom's visitor was still there. Last thing he'd wanted was to be confronted by his mom's lover. Over at the window he peered down at the drive, relieved that there was only his mom's car and his own car down there, together with the remnants of the smashed vase and flowers scattered on the sidewalk. Doug shuddered at the reminder. In the bathroom, he stripped, and then walked on into the shower. With the water cascading down his body, he wished for it to have special powers to push what had happened since his graduation day to another dimension down the drain, so that everything would be as it was before when he stepped back outside of the shower. He knew it was a stupid idea. Things could never be as they were before. Showered and dressed and with his shoes in hand, he carefully opened his door, leaving it ajar so as not to make a sound. Doug tiptoed down the stairway hoping his mom would still be asleep. Relief washed through him as he stepped into the kitchen and then put on his shoes, with no sign of his mom. There on the island were the divorce papers. Of more interest to him was the letter from the DNA laboratory lying next to them. He picked it up to see 2 sets of DNA in graph form, when the words at the bottom of the result loomed large and stabbed at his brain. Seeing those words cemented the reality of what had gone down. There is no DNA familial match between the two samples. He dropped the letter back on the marble top and headed outside with thoughts that his entire life had been a deception. His mom's deception. Settled in his car, he sped out of the drive. 100 yards along the street, he pulled over and stopped. Retrieved his phone and scrolled to his messages with Greg. First thing he did was to delete the message for the address of his party, not wanting it on there as a reminder. Greg was offline. Doug got his fingers to work to send a message. If you're around, call me as soon as you can before I start work at 9. If later, meet me at the Ironside Cafe for lunch. I need to talk about what happened last night urgently. He pressed send, scrolled back to his contacts, and then stared at his dad's icon image. Doug wondered if his dad would ever want to speak to him again. After what he'd heard his dad say, he knew he didn't want to speak to him. If his dad should call by some outside chance, he considered if he should change his contact name from Dad to Jim. He shuddered and tossed his phone onto the passenger seat as if it were a hot piece of coal. Doug set his sat-nav with the address of the accountants, then continued on. When he arrived at his destination, he wondered how he'd arrived there in one piece, recalling little of the journey. Parked up, he grabbed his phone, but Greg was still offline. He went to the phone symbol to call him. It went straight to voicemail. Where are you? I need to talk urgently about what happened last night. The time was 8:45. He was early. The phone rang. Doug didn't recognize the number but accepted the call. Doug Carter, who's calling? Hi there. Heard a lot about you from your professor at the university. Joe Bianchi from Genetico Corp here in Southern California. We have a position for you here if you'd like to come down for an interview. No, thanks all the same. I've just started a new job. Well, I can appreciate that, but we have a spin-off company we're starting that'll give you stock options. It'll be a senior position in AI computing software development if we can come to terms. What's to lose by at least visiting us and having a look around? The guy was persistent, but Doug just wanted him gone. Let me think about it, I'm just about to head into work. Okay. I'll text an email address through to you where you can send in your CV. If you decide to take it further, give us a call. The call closed. With 5 minutes to spare and no message from Greg, he called his number again, only for it to go to voicemail. Doug cursed under his breath as he climbed out of his car with his anxiety level off the scale. When he arrived at reception, he handed over his letter of appointment to the receptionist. Her smile was infectious. Doug scrunched his nose while surrounded by an overabundance of perfume odor emanating from the woman. He averted his gaze, sensing the heat rise in his cheeks. Doug coughed and spluttered at the taste of the perfume, so strong it hit the back of his throat. He stepped away, hearing the receptionist typing away on her keyboard. Ah, yes. Mr. Carter. You're expected. Take the elevator to the 3rd level. Exit left and human resources is 3rd on your right. Sensory overload at the smell of perfume offending him, he stepped quickly away. In the elevator, Doug looked at his distorted image in the stainless steel panels. It reflected how twisted he felt inside. He only hoped that how low he felt didn't come across on his first day at work. After turning off his phone, he exited the elevator, walked along the corridor, then stopped outside the door to HR. He took a deep breath. Fumbled with his tie. Then with a roll of his shoulders, he composed himself, forced a smile and entered. Douglas Carter. I start here today, he said to the nearest woman sat at a desk, his fingers trembling. Take a seat. Miss Evans will see you shortly. Her idea of shortly turned into an hour. An excruciating hour of being tormented by the last few days' events. Mr. Carter, you can go in now. Miss Evans wasn't what he expected. In her mid to late 40s by the look of her. Hair dyed purple. On the front of her in-tray was a plastic rainbow. Please, take a seat. Sorry for the delay. Not a problem. She picked up a file. It says here you're single. Yes, that's right. Then I should warn you, we have a strict policy here of no relationships between staff. Understood. Is that why you're not married? Or are you a lesbian? Excuse me? It's just that with you being a miss at your age and what with the rainbow on your tray. He realized it was that filter system of his malfunctioning again with the look of horror he saw on her face that had stopped his words in their tracks. Sorry, that was wrong of me. I did explain at the interview. Her cheeks were by now engorged as she picked up his file once more and read through it, leaving him still blushing. Autism? Yes, the data processing manager said it wasn't a problem having ASD in view of my qualifications and your diversity program for hiring people with disabilities. I'm low on the scale and high functioning when it comes to programming. It doesn't happen often that I say things out of turn. I've learned to control it most of the time. She let out a sigh. Dropped his file back on her desk like it was contaminated. You do realize that you're on probation for 6 months and it involves visiting clients as part of the support team to assess their accounting computing requirements? Yes, he did say that. She leaned back on her chair. Scrunched her nose like she detected a bad smell. Well, I'm not so sure that's the correct environment. Sorry that I wasn't at the interview now. The first complaint from a client and your employment would be terminated. She picked up a pencil and tapped it on the surface of the desk. Doug gulped, wondering which way the encounter would go. She dropped the pencil back on the desk. With the toe of his shoes on the floor, his legs shook. Doug clasped his hands on his knees to steady the shakes, head bowed. Please wait outside. I'll need to have a word with the manager of your department. Take this booklet with our company policy for you to read. There's a non-disclosure agreement on the last page to sign. You can sign it for me if we can resolve this problem. Doug trudged out of her office, while thinking his life was about to implode some more. All he hoped for was that he would still have a job as he crossed his fingers to await the outcome. Chapter 4. Doug took a seat outside of Miss Evans' office. He'd never thought that his traits with a lack of social skills could be a reason for them to terminate him before he'd even started. It was an hour before the data manager arrived. Enough time that after reading the booklet over and over, he could recite it without looking. At least him memorizing the booklet had edged out thoughts of his predicament at home. The data manager gave Doug the thumbs up as he passed on by and into Miss Evans' office. He was sat close enough to the door to hear some of what was said. But then so could the other women in the office, drawing out snickers from them at times. He cursed inwardly when he overheard the subject change to other matters. It was a good 30 minutes before the data manager exited. He handed Doug a pen. Sign the booklet. Change of plan. You're to work at a station, upgrading and debugging the programming of a new accounting system until you know the ropes, then you can work from home. Doug let out a sigh of relief that at last something had turned out in his favor. He signed the booklet, which included the NDA. The manager took it from him and placed it on a desk. Follow me. They entered the elevator and went down to level 2 with his stomach tied in knots. He followed on down a corridor and entered a large office. Computer stations were set out in a long row with partitions. Thankfully, none of the programmers took any notice as they passed on by. They arrived at an empty station. This is where you'll be working. The stations are well partitioned, so you won't have any problems of the like Miss Evans told me about. Just keep your interactions limited at break times until the others get to know you. I had to stick my neck out for you, and programmers don't grow on trees. I'll hold a meeting tomorrow to ask everyone to cut you some slack before I introduce you for if you were to say anything untoward. Appreciated. I won't let you down, he said, while crossing his fingers. The manager looked at his watch. Look, it's almost lunchtime. I don't have a work schedule for you with the change of plan, and I have an urgent task today, so you can start tomorrow. Thanks. Doug knew he had dodged a bullet as he made his way out to his car. He fired up his phone. Still no message from Greg, but numerous missed calls from his mom. Among them was one missed call from a number he didn't recognize. He tossed the phone on the passenger seat and engaged the ignition, then drove out of the parking lot. The traffic was light, so he soon arrived at the cafe. He wasn't hungry and ordered a latte, then sat by the window. His phone rang. When he looked at the screen, the call was from his mom. He turned off the sound and put it on the table. Seeing her call had got him to thinking. The last thing he wanted would be to work from home if she were to have her trainer friend visit, never mind her deception of his birthright. From his vantage point, he had clear sight down the street with plenty of parking spaces for Greg for when he arrived. He checked his watch, then picked up his phone and pressed the icon for Messenger and selected Greg's avatar. His text was there. It had been read. With it still showing Greg offline, he thought it strange. Greg was always online 24/7. There again, he thought that Greg was likely hungover after the party. He increased the volume again and hoped his mom would stop calling. A sigh escaped his lips when a call came through from his mom again. Doug stabbed his finger on the red phone symbol to decline the call. Now she would know he was avoiding her. There wasn't anything she could say to placate him from what he'd heard the night before. The last thing he wanted would be to confront her about what he'd overheard. Doug located his bank app and checked his balance. A search of his browser and he located a hotel booking site. Doug found a reasonably priced room with breakfast included and booked the room, having no intention of returning home. There was still no sign of Greg. He noticed a car pull over and park outside, but it was a false alarm. Two middle-aged guys in suits. They appeared to be checking the cars, with one of them pointing at his car. His phone rang on the table with an unknown number, then it stopped as the guys entered. They came over and stood beside him, which he thought strange. Doug swiveled on his chair to face them. One of them pulled out a wallet, opened it and showed him a police ID. Doug wondered what the hell they could want to talk to him about. Then he recalled one of them pointing at his car. "I've only been parked 30 minutes. The restriction is an hour. That's not what we're here for. We need you to come along with us to the station to discuss what you know about events last night." He pushed back in his chair, mouth open. "Last night? Am I under arrest?" he said, panicking that he'd been so drunk as to not recall something he might have done wrong. "No. Just routine. Don't worry, Doug. All we need is for you to come to the station and answer some questions. You can follow on in your car." Doug gathered his phone, embarrassment engulfing him as everyone in the cafe appeared as an audience, with all eyes turned to him. "Wait, has something happened to Mom or Dad?" "Nothing like that, but we do need your help to answer questions to clear up an incident we're looking into. Come along." Doug couldn't get his head around how they'd addressed him by name. Never mind that they knew he would be in the cafe. He'd never had any run-in with the police, so he was left baffled. Parked up, he exited his car and followed them into the station. Led into an office area, one of them removed a holster and gun. The detective tapped a code on the pad fixed to the door of a small locker, then stowed the gun inside. "Have you killed anyone with that?" The detective turned on him and scowled. "That's not a question you should ask. This way." Escorted along a corridor, he entered a small room. Just a desk and 3 chairs. Doug took a seat, bewildered as to what they needed him there for. The detective sat opposite and placed a buff folder on the surface of the desk. "Like we said, we just want to ask you some questions. You're not in any trouble." The other detective entered and took a seat next to the other one. Neither of them looked friendly, in fact they looked decidedly intimidating, the both of them having stony expressions. Doug couldn't see how he could be of help. "What is it you want to know?" "Formalities first. Just so you know, we're recording this interview. My name is Detective Anthony Carruthers, and present is Detective Craig Rathbone, together with Douglas Carter." He continued on by reciting the time and date and told him the recording could be used in a court of law, which stuck in his mind that it had to be something serious. "You don't have to say anything without an attorney present, but I'm sure you'll want to help us clear up what we want to know." "My dad's an attorney," he said, then the realization struck he was no longer his dad. The detectives exchanged glances. He could have been wrong, but to him, they both appeared tense. "Are you saying you want an attorney, and you want to call him?" Doug knew that wasn't an option in the circumstances. "No, not at all." Carruthers smiled and looked a lot less intimidating. "Okay, then we'll proceed. How do you know Gregory Butterworth?" Doug put his hand to his mouth. With Greg not responding to his calls, he wondered if he'd been hurt in an accident. Oh, no. Is he hurt? What's happened to him? I'm asking the questions. How do you know him? Doug didn't like the tone of delivery but answered anyway. From university. He's my best friend, he said, with anxiety coursing through him as to why they were asking the questions about Greg. When did you last speak to him? Last night at our graduation party. Not been able to get hold of him since. This party. What was the address? I have it here, said Doug and took out his phone while wondering where the hell they were going with their questions. He entered his social media and pulled up his messages to Greg, then pushed over the phone. Carruthers leaned forward. There's no address here, just a deleted message. Sorry, yeah. Forgot. I deleted the address. Doug reached out for his phone, then selected his mom's profile. He pushed the phone back to Carruthers. Sorry, that's the address. Carruthers made a note, then selected Greg's messages again. He pushed the phone over to his partner. They gave each other a sort of knowing look. There's a message on there saying you needed to talk to Greg urgently about last night. What was it about? Just a private family matter. Found out my parents were divorcing when I got home. If he wasn't mistaken, Carruthers appeared annoyed at that answer. Who else was there? I only knew some of them by sight, not by name. Other students. Friends of Greg, I assume. Rathbone leaned into his comfort zone, appearing to take over from Carruthers. Come on, you must have known some of them. All we want is the truth. Doug reared back on his chair to put space between him and the detective, confused that they would doubt him. It is the truth. I only knew some of them by sight, like I said. Oh, yeah, wait. Greg introduced me to two girls. One was called Gemma, not sure what the other was called just now. Carruthers opened the buff file. Pushed over a photograph. Do you recognize her? Doug's eyes widened. He clasped his hand over his mouth, his eyes dancing over the image. It was a photo of Greg's female partner sporting a red and swollen cheek, with a yellow and purple complexion on a patch of skin around her eye. Oh, my God. That's... Oh, what's her name? Oh, yeah, Jade. How do you know her? I don't know her, except for she was the other girl introduced to me by Greg at the party. Said he'd had the hots for her since high school. The detectives exchanged glances. Carruthers leaned forward. So, she was with Greg? Carruthers asked him. Yes. When was the last time you saw them together? When I was coming out of the bathroom. They entered the bedroom. That seemed to get their interest and they exchanged glances again like they were reading each other's minds. And after that? What did you hear, or see? That's it. Minutes earlier, I'd already phoned Mom to call for a taxi to take me home and I waited outside. Carruthers appeared deflated. The other guy sighed and sat back in his chair with a roll of the eyes. What time was that? I'm not sure. I'd had a lot to drink. Do you have the name of the taxi firm? No, you'd have to phone Mom. I didn't use my app. Can you do that for us? Asked Carruthers and pushed back his phone. Doug hesitated. No, best if you phone her. I'll give you her number. Carruthers wrote down the number and they rose from their seats, then left the room. Left alone, he now knew whatever they were seeking involved Greg and whatever had happened to the girl. By the look of her face, he wondered if Greg had been stupid enough to drink drive and he'd taken her home only to have ended up in a car wreck and then ran off. He'd never thought to tell them he could have determined the time from his call to his mom, and they hadn't asked. Carruthers entered alone. Okay, we've spoken to your mom and the taxi firm. You can go now, but we might want to talk with you later. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. Was that you who phoned me at the cafe with the missed call? It was. We needed to know where you were sitting. We tried earlier to ask you to come in, but your phone was off. Doug recalled the unknown number among his mom's missed calls. How did you get my number and know my name? Detective work. Come on, I'll show you out. Doug stepped into the corridor as a door opened further along. Greg appeared in handcuffs, escorted by the other detective. He shuffled along as if inspecting the ceramics when Greg raised his head and their eyes met. Seeing Greg in those circumstances seemed surreal. Doug stopped in his tracks, mouth gaping. "Doug, phone your dad. I need an attorney. Jade's made some serious false allegations that I wouldn't take no for an answer and beat her. I swear to God and my family's life, I'm innocent," he hollered. Then he disappeared through a door at the end of the corridor, leaving Doug even more shocked with what he was accused of doing. Chapter 5. Doug arrived back at the Ironside Cafe and ordered lunch, miffed that he had to keep declining his mom's calls. While waiting for his food to arrive, he ran over events as he had done on the way over there. It defied belief that Greg would have done such a thing to Jade. Not after what he had seen from his vantage point. At the same time, he couldn't be sure that she'd had second thoughts once she was in the bedroom. Greg just didn't seem like the type to have done such a thing. Not with the number of conquests he boasted about. But then he thought, what would he know? He was acutely aware he was almost brain dead when it came to judging people's intentions. His phone rang. This time his Aunt Edna's name appeared on the screen. He answered the call. "Where are you? Your mom's going off her head with worry." "I've been at work. Got the afternoon off. Had my phone turned off." "Then why are the police calling her about the taxi she arranged for you last night?" Doug's shoulders sagged that his mom had involved his aunt. "Are you with her?" "No. Just arrived outside your house in my car." "It's complicated. Nothing to do with me. Something happened at the party I was at last night, but it was after I left. They asked questions, but I didn't know anything. That'll be a relief for her. I'll tell her. She has something to tell you. Call her." Doug rubbed at his brow. "I know what she wants to talk about. It'll be about the divorce. No way I can talk with her just now, if ever again. I'm going to need time away from home. Heard everything from the kitchen when it all came out. I can't face her. I've booked a bed and breakfast for tonight to give me time to think. Will you go inside and get my laptop and some casual clothes and drop them off here? I'm at the Ironside Cafe. For God's sake, don't have her come along." There was a pause, then she answered. "I'll do that. What did you hear?" "Everything. Even about the DNA results." Another pause ensued, this time with a longer gap before she spoke again. "What DNA results?" Doug noticed a customer at the next table who appeared to be listening in. He cupped his hand over the phone and spoke in a lowered tone. "Not surprised she hasn't told you. Ask her when you get inside. Listen, got to go, looks like my lunch is on its way." He lied to get rid of her. "Okay. See you soon." Doug sat there hoping his aunt would arrive with what his mom had to say about the sorry affair that had brought him to the depths of despair. The barista arrived at his table. With his lunch in front of him, and his head as though it were entrenched in a garbage can, he could only pick at the food on his plate, his appetite lost. His mind frazzled with thoughts that if Greg were to be found guilty and imprisoned, that would be everyone he had held dear in life as a support system lost to him. He pushed his plate away. "Something wrong with the food?" asked the barista. "No, sorry. Lost my appetite. Can you give me a glass of milk? It might settle my stomach." "Sure." The milk arrived, but it didn't help. The cafe had filled up, with noise from other diners chatting and utensils scraping on plates disturbing him to the point his mind exploded. He left his meal, paid the check, then walked up to his car to await his Aunt Edna arriving. Sitting there, he adjusted the rear view. Inspected his features. There was no doubt he carried none of those features he thought of as distinct to his dad. Hair color, nose size and shape, color of eyes, nothing. He readjusted the mirror, then pushed back in the seat. Closed his eyes. His dad must have had an idea for him to have arranged for the DNA tests, he thought. With no siblings to judge against, Doug couldn't be sure if his dad had known all along and would have treated him any differently to how he would have done the others. He'd always known his dad wasn't the lovey-dovey type with him. It was as if he'd been punched in his gut as he sat there. As his mind rolled over the implications, he realized that none of his dad's family who he'd thought of as aunts, uncles, and cousins, not even his grandma on his dad's side, were related to him. Not that he relished family visiting anyway and invading his space. At the same time, he knew that meant there would be a whole new family out there oblivious to his existence. He shuddered. It begged the question, who was his real dad? What would he be like? Would he accept him as his son if contacted? Would he even want to contact his biological dad? It was too much for him to comprehend. He opened his eyes to turn on the radio in the hope music would distract him from the questions racing through his mind. It didn't do anything to dispel the turmoil running around in his head. Doug's body leapt at tapping on his car window. His Aunt Edna's face loomed large, and he rolled down his window and turned off the radio. "I have your backpack here. Get in the passenger side, will you? Don't want to go into the cafe for others to listen in on what we talk about." She climbed in beside him and hauled over his backpack onto the back seat. "I'm so sorry. She told me about Donna. Donna. She's the last thing on my mind just now. Did she say who my real dad is, or did you already know?" Her face flushed. He cursed inside that he wouldn't have a clue whether her reddened cheeks would indicate she was about to lie or not. "I don't know, and she didn't say." "Did you ask?" "That's for you and your mom to talk about." He realized that whatever she knew, she wasn't about to tell him after that remark. "I won't be going home or talking to Mom. I've booked into a hotel like I said." Doug clasped his hands over his face and growled, then started to bawl. His aunt reached over and put her arm around him. "Come on. Pull yourself together. Give Greg a call." "Don't want you on your own like this," she said. "How can I be anything else but alone? I've lost Donna, Mom, Dad, and now Greg. They were everyone that held me together." "Greg? What about Greg?" Doug stalled, unable to get the words out until he'd composed himself. "He's locked up. A girl's accused him of assault at the party I was at last night. Says he's innocent and asked me to call Dad. How am I supposed to do that after what I know now? I don't get it." She was all over him like a rash and went willingly to the bedroom. He even saw her rubbing his pants before they went in the bedroom. "Doug! That's too much information. As if you haven't enough to contend with without other people's sagas. Look, I have to be at my restaurant to clean up ready for tonight. You really need to phone your mom and sort this out. At least tell her how the job went." Doug slapped the steering wheel. "Job? I'm lucky to have one after what happened in HR." "What was that?" she said and removed her arm. Doug explained what he'd said to the head of HR, to his aunt bursting out laughing. She sat sideways to face him. "Oh dear. At least it's not as bad as that time you first introduced Donna to me and your mom in the kitchen. Can you remember? You came right out in front of us all and asked your mom if it would be better when you made love with Donna to use a rubber, so you wouldn't catch anything. Hell, I'm surprised Donna didn't walk away right there and then." Doug couldn't see what there was to laugh about. He hadn't needed the reminder of anything connected to his time with Donna. "You should go, or you'll be late." She snatched at the door handle and exited. As she walked briskly to her car, Doug wondered if infidelity ran in his mom's family, seeing as how his aunt had been married 4 times. He couldn't see the point in having relationships if they didn't last. It crossed his mind if it would be better for everyone if he didn't exist. He retrieved his cell phone and pulled up the number of his counselor. Stared at the number. They'd not had a session in years since he was at high school when he used to have meltdowns at the bullying, other than the odd phone call. He tossed the phone onto the passenger seat, realizing his dad had paid for the sessions and he'd need his savings to rent an apartment for if he were not to return home. Doug knew there was no other option than to suck it up and to get a grip. It would be another hour before he could book into his room. Firing up the ignition, he drove away with no destination in mind. Concentrating on the heavy traffic, he drove on aimlessly. At least it took his mind off events. He passed a sea of tents along the road. Addicts and those unfortunate to be homeless lined the sidewalk. It was though he'd witnessed a zombie apocalypse. Some appeared as if they were in frozen poses as grotesque statues. Others trudged along as if with nowhere in mind as to where they were going, reminding him of his own situation. The images told him there were many less fortunate than himself. He knew he had to pull himself together, or maybe that's where he'd end up. With the tent-lined streets behind him, he pulled over. In the distance he caught sight of the Golden Gate Bridge. He wondered if he should drive over it and carry on until his gas ran out to see where it would take him. He sighed, and instead, he tapped in the address of the hotel to his sat-nav, then drove on. Approaching the hotel and his phone rang. Doug pulled over and parked. Picked up his phone and answered the unfamiliar number. "Doug, it's Todd, Edna's husband. I've just arrived at the restaurant. Told me all about what's happened. So sorry, bud. I've spoken with your dad about Greg's situation. Thought it best coming from me." Doug stared at the screen, wondering what his dad would have said, when considering the severity of the charges. Chapter 6. Doug knew that his dad was aware Greg was his only friend. Still, in the circumstances, he doubted he'd offer to represent him. Though thinking that, Greg's parents had the wherewithal to pay the exorbitant fees he often boasted about. If nothing else, he reveled in his fees. What did he say? He's contacting the police on Greg's behalf. Doug's mouth dropped open. So, did you tell him I heard about the divorce and DNA results? No, I didn't mention anything about that. None of my business. He asked if I'd spoken to your mom, but I said no, which I haven't. Your dad didn't mention it either. Just said you couldn't phone him because you'd started your new job and Greg wouldn't have his phone number. Hopefully, Greg will make bail and contact you. Keep your chin up. You're welcome to call around anytime and we can go for a beer. Thanks. Appreciated. The call closed. As thankful as he was, he imagined his aunt had forced him to make the calls and had stood over him while he spoke. He doubted he'd want to go for a beer with him. Especially, since the last time he'd called at their house, he'd recalled overhearing him say, "What does the freak of nature nerd want now?" Still, it ran through his mind that at least there was a chance he'd get to see Greg again if he got bail, so maybe Greg could talk him through the trauma he was going through. But then he thought that Greg would have enough of his own serious problems on his plate without wanting to talk over his troubles. The more he thought about what Todd had said, the more he thought he'd lied. As his dad's golf partner, he'd have probably already known his parents' divorce was imminent. Doug drove into the hotel parking lot. In reception, he signed in and was given a key. He headed along the corridor to the room, anxious at the unfamiliar surroundings. Inside, he opened his backpack and retrieved his laptop. Climbed on the bed, exhausted in mind and body. All emotion was gone. There were no tears left, just a feeling of anger at his life and the way things had played out. Recalling Donna saying it was time to go their separate ways for new adventures ahead, it got him to thinking. Maybe that was what he needed to do. Extricate himself from the situation completely for pastures new. Leave everything and everyone behind. Start afresh. He retrieved his cell phone and entered his SMS messages. Firing up his laptop, he opened his emails. Typed the Genetico Corp's email address, then retrieved his resume from the file. He updated it with his employment details and attached the file, typed his message, then read it aloud. Mr. J. Bianchi. Dear Sir. Further to our telephone conversation, please find attached my resume. I would be interested in having an interview for the position you talked of, and I would appreciate you sending more details of the proposed venture. I look forward to your reply in this regard. Yours faithfully, Douglas Carter. Doug poised his finger over the send icon. A rush of scenes flashed through his mind from the past few days since his graduation, cementing his resolve. He sighed. Stabbed at the send icon. Placing his laptop to one side on the mattress, he lay back on the bed, hands behind his head on the pillow. He imagined that he was doing the right thing. Like she'd said, new adventures came to mind. But then he wondered if it was the right thing to do as a fear of starting afresh with no support ran through his mind. He climbed off the bed, stripped, and hung up his suit, then changed into casual clothing. With his laptop retrieved, he placed it on the dresser and took a seat. "You have mail," flashed on the screen. Doug opened his emails and entered the inbox. He hadn't expected a reply so soon from Genetico Corp. "Dear Douglas, thank you for your email. Find attached details of our parent company. Unfortunately, at this stage I am not at liberty to disclose in detail the new venture, which has to be confidential to stay ahead of Chinese and Japanese competition. What we have are prototypes of our new product that will take the world by storm. However, these products need further testing and programming to bring them to market. This is the division you will be responsible for, which we are to spin off as a separate business. We will of course discuss further with you a brief outline at your interview. The full details will be disclosed once you accept the position. What I can say is that we had already spoken with your professor, and we are told your grasp of AI technology was by far ahead of your fellow students. In fact, he said that you left him in your wake when it came to AI. A grade 4.0 for your degree is impressive. From reading your resume, I can also tell you the starting salary will be considerably more than that which you mention. In addition to the stock options that I spoke of, accommodation to a high standard will be provided on site. I will email you with the date and time of the interview and the address. You can text me with the confirmation of your attendance." It ran through his mind that with such an extensive reply, they were clearly selling the position hard to him. The mention that the new venture would be top secret intrigued him. He could understand what Bianchi had said in terms of staying ahead of the competition. They'd need to get intellectual copyrights and patents across the line first. They would be obvious primary considerations. He clicked on the attachment and downloaded the PDF. After reading through the PDF, he sat back in the chair. Genetics were nothing he knew about in any detail, much less how they could grow new organs from a patient's own stem cells for transplant. Still, the company appeared to be at the forefront of genetic engineering, with images of substantial laboratories, operated in large part by robotics in closed hygienic surroundings. It certainly looked to be a substantial business that could back the new company from the images, for whatever this new product was. His phone rang. He hurried over to the bed and answered the call without looking at the screen. "Doug." He recognized his voice, then held the screen away to be sure. Adrenaline ran through his body, giving him the shakes. "Dad. Is that why I still call you?" he spat at him. "Oh, that. I guess Mom told you." "No, I overheard it all last night. Was it really necessary to trick me with the DNA test? It's not as though she'd need support for me through the courts with me having a job. Let's not discuss it now." There were many things said in anger on both sides last night. "I'm phoning about Greg. Todd called. Said Edna told him you say that you saw this alleged victim being amorous with Greg." "Alleged victim? Have you seen the photos of the girl?" "No, not yet. I've spoken with his parents, and they'll foot the bill. I'm in court with him tomorrow." "What did you see when you say she rubbed at his pants? Was it in or out of his pants?" Doug smacked his lips, annoyed at him ignoring what he'd heard him say during the argument with his mom the night before. "It's like I told the detectives, but maybe not all eyewitness. She'd just removed his t-shirt, then they kissed while she rubbed his crotch, then he grabbed her butt before they entered the bedroom. That's all I can say." "Did she push him away after that?" "No." "Then that'll do. I need you to make an affidavit for me to present at his arraignment. It could help to determine if he should go to pre-trial hearing, or for if they'll dismiss the case. Look, I won't be in the office, but my secretary will take care of it. I'll be down at the police station taking his statement. Can you come now? It might just get him bail. Whatever you do, don't speak to the police again about the case." Anger welled inside of Doug that his dad could be so matter-of-fact after knowing he'd heard all that had been said. If it wasn't for him representing Greg, he wished he'd disappear from his life completely along with Mom. "This secretary. Is that the woman with the silicone implants you paid for? Is it an affair you're having or simply a revenge screw? Hey, that's not called for. Watch your tongue." On this occasion, he wasn't sorry for having no filter, and the words hadn't escaped his mouth without thinking first. At least he'd get to see the woman who his mom referred to as the bimbo with the boob job, he thought. Don't worry. I'll come right away. Listen, Greg, There was an uncomfortable pause, his dad not finishing what he was about to say. What? Doug heard him let out a sigh. Doesn't matter. Just make sure you get here right away to get the affidavit typed and notarized before they close. This isn't for me. It's for Greg. With him saying he'd be out of the office, he thought it would save them both the embarrassment. I'll be there. The call closed. Doug wasn't so stupid as to think it was just for Greg. His dad hated to lose, despite his client's guilt or not. The last thing he'd have expected was for him to phone after what he'd heard him say had effectively destroyed the reality of his existence. But then, like he'd said, Greg's parents had agreed to pay the bill. That alone told him he'd only phoned because he had to. He couldn't imagine what there would be to say outside of him representing Greg. No words could undo what was already done and said. That he'd not said sorry told him what he wanted to know. More than ever, he determined he needed a fresh start. With a heavy heart, Doug set off to his dad's office. When he arrived and parked, he sat there a short while. As much as he had to swear the affidavit for Greg's benefit, he dreaded meeting his dad's secretary for what he wanted to say to her. Doug climbed out of his car and walked on over to the entrance to his dad's office. It ran through his mind to ask her if she thought it worth sleeping with Dad to get bigger boobs, then thought the better of causing a scene. He stiffened up at the door, took a deep breath, then entered. His nervousness had been misplaced. In reception was a woman in her late 50s, and virtually flat-chested. Hardly the woman her mom had bad-mouthed. Hovering over her was Waitrose, Dad's junior partner. "Aw. Thank goodness you're here. I've had the affidavit typed out and the notary is around the corner." Waitrose teased more out of him and had the woman type it out, then printed it off. He was just thankful he hadn't caught sight of the secretary with the implants, or he thought he might have said something out of anger. Thinking that, he wouldn't have put it past his dad to have had her out of the office to avoid a confrontation after what he'd said. As he set off to the notary's office, affidavit in hand, he hoped what he held would get Greg his freedom. At the same time, he was conflicted. He doubted someone would make an accusation if that's what had not occurred. All the same, it wasn't in his gift to know the truth. Chapter 7. The following day, midway through eating his breakfast at the hotel, Doug's phone rang. He answered the call. Doug Carter. "Who is it calling?" "It's Ron, your manager. Don't come into work this morning. I won't have time to go through your task. I'm up to my eyes in reports. Instead, I'll pick you up at lunchtime from outside the office, 12:30 sharp." "Where are we going?" "It's an industrial printing company. They've just had a mainframe installed and we've supplied their software. Pete, our sales exec, will come along with us. Says he's heard they have an independent print estimating system running on ancient PCs with an old basic language software program. Pete's looking to see if he can convince them to upgrade. I know you have experience with that language you'd said you learned as a teenager. I want you with us, but you won't need to speak with anyone. Pete will do all the talking." "Sure. No problem," said Doug, and the call closed. With the last morsel of his bacon swallowed, he stared out of the window. Clearly, his manager didn't trust him not to speak out of turn and wanted him by his side until he'd fleshed out his task in the office. He rose from his seat, picked up his briefcase and stepped into reception. Booked another night, then walked out into the parking lot for some fresh air. With the time at 8:30, he was at a loss as to how to fill the time to keep his mind occupied. Then it dawned on him. Waitrose had said Greg was due in front of the judge at 10. He took out his phone and searched for the address of the courthouse. A quick stroll over to his car and he climbed inside. Set the address in his sat-nav, then drove out of the lot, anxious as to what would transpire. The traffic had been heavy at that time of day when he finally arrived at the courthouse. He stowed his briefcase under his seat, then exited. There was 5 minutes to spare before the arraignment commenced. Doug went through security and onto the courtroom and into the public gallery. Doug sat at the back, hoping his dad wouldn't notice him there. He could see the back of Dad's head at the front. All rise for Judge Althorpe presiding. The judge entered and everyone rose from their seats, then took a seat again as the judge seated. Doug didn't care for Greg's chances of bail. The judge was a woman, and he imagined she would take the charges more personally. The clerk handed the judge some papers. She read through them, then set them down, and set an appearance of having a bad smell under her nose. "Have the accused enter." Officers escorted a forlorn-looking Greg into the courtroom. Greg shuffled over, head down, then took a seat next to his dad. They'd removed his clothes, and he now wore an orange jumpsuit. The judge shuffled her papers and then read out the 2 charges and glared at Greg before continuing. "I'll dispense with telling you that you have a right to an attorney as I see you are represented. How does the accused plead?" "My client pleads not guilty, and he asks that the charges be dismissed." "In that case, I'll hear what the prosecutor has to say, then you can present your defendant's case before I make a decision." The prosecutor addressed the judge. The victim was interviewed at the hospital where she went immediately after and during the subject of the charges, carried out by the accused. She undertook an examination which showed injuries to her upper inner thigh and facial injuries. The prosecutor fumbled with papers from a file. "I have the photos here of the injuries and the medical report which is also in the possession of his attorney. Following an internal exam, we've arranged for our laboratory to carry out a DNA test." He passed over the report and photos to the clerk who handed them to the judge. The prosecutor took his seat again. She read through the report, and then scanned the photos. The judge winced. Doug couldn't see how his dad could counter the facts. His dad rose from his seat and the judge addressed him. "Mr. Carter, what does the defendant say to this in his defense of the charges?" "Your Honor, I would suggest there is no case to answer on both counts. My client doesn't deny he had consensual relations with the alleged victim without protection. He does, however, have an explanation for the scratches on the victim's inner thigh. If I may, I have here a list of the items and clothing taken from the defendant when arrested on the same night as the alleged offenses." He handed over the list to the clerk, who passed it on to the judge, and then he picked up a belt from the desk. Doug failed to see what having the belt as a prop could prove. This is a similar type of belt he was wearing that is on that list. As you can see, it has a large locating pin for the holes in the belt which has a sharp point. My client says that he hadn't fully removed his pants with the belt. I would suggest that is what accounts for the scratches on her inner thigh. The judge pursed her lips. Then what would you account for the facial injuries? His dad fumbled with papers on his desk and picked up a small object. That brings us to the ring on the list of items. I have a copy here, he said, and handed it over. What's the point of this? Doug had the same notion as the judge. He's right-handed. If he struck her as she claims while facing him on the left-hand side of her face as the photographs show, the ring would have left its mark with the clasps holding the coin. As you can see, the ring would be a considerable protrusion when making a fist, or with the back of a hand slapped to the face. Objection. There's no saying he couldn't have used his left hand. Objection noted. Carry on, Mr. Carter. Doug looked on as the judge twirled the ring around in her fingers, appearing deep in thought. He had seen Greg's ring many times and he thought his dad had made a good point. The judge picked up a photograph, then looked at the ring as his dad continued. The prosecutor's objection is not something that would be natural for my client, or anyone else to use the left hand to strike someone when right-handed, Your Honor. To conclude, you have a copy of the witness affidavit that clearly states they were both passionate with each other before entering the bedroom. In fact, it says she removed his t-shirt and fondled him in the area of his private parts before they entered the bedroom where she went willingly. My client is certain that when she left the house, she had no injuries to her face. It is our conjecture that the injuries were sustained after she left the house. We would therefore ask you to dismiss all charges. The prosecutor interjected. Objection, Your Honor, regards the witness statement. It's from a close friend and would respectfully suggest it could not be relied on. We have a witness statement that the injuries were visible when she left the house on the night in question. It was his dad's turn to interject. Then the same objection would apply to us. That statement he mentions is from a close friend of the victim. Only in our case, the affidavit is signed under oath on fear of perjury. Doug imagined that the witness for the prosecution would refer to Gemma's statement. He wished he could have challenged the prosecutor, saying he wasn't a reliable witness, which had left him seething inside. Order. I'll hear one objection at a time in future and not a back and forth between the two of you. Your objections are noted. The courtroom went quiet. The judge had seemed to be fixated on the ring before she continued. Seems we have conflicting witness statements. On balance, I am not of a mind to dismiss the case and will set a hearing for in 2 weeks. I'll check with my clerk and give you the exact date. In the meantime, I'm setting bail at $50,000. The accused is ordered to have no contact with the alleged victim either directly or indirectly by any means, or he will be in contempt of court. If he makes bail, then I order him to be fitted with a GPS ankle tag and be restricted to his home without he can leave to attend the hearing, or on authorization of a probation officer to leave for special circumstances. That will be all. Doug fisted the air, abruptly turned as she brought down the gavel, and then he exited before his dad had a chance to spot him. Outside, Doug climbed into his car and checked his watch. With time to spare before meeting with his manager, he was at a loss once more how to fill in the time. Ron had not said anything about having lunch. Calculating the time that it would take to get to the Ironside Cafe, if he had a quick early lunch, he worked out there would be enough time to get to the office to meet with Ron. A message came through on his phone. He opened the message. It was from Mom. Doug scoffed as he read the message. Hope your first day went well at work after the hiccup Edna told me about. Edna explained you needed some time on your own. In the circumstances, I can appreciate that. Let me know if you will be home tonight to talk things through. He didn't think it deserved a reply. Doug closed the message and pulled up Aunt Edna as a contact. He typed her a message. Thanks for the help with Greg. Dad got him bail, so hopefully I can FaceTime him when he gets home. Had a message from Mom. I still don't want to talk with her. Please tell her not to contact me. I've booked another day at the hotel, so it's not like I'm on the street. He sent the message, then sighed. Thinking about his mom's message, and her wanting him to tell her if he would be home that evening, he decided it was probably so she could plan whether or not she could have her visitor call around for another tryst. What with Donna and his mom, not to mention Dad's secretary having an affair with him and knowing he was married, he doubted he could ever trust another woman. Starting a new life was looking more promising by the minute. Problem was, he couldn't say that he looked forward to a life of satisfying his desires in the confines of his bedroom that Greg had mentioned at the party. Doug sighed. He couldn't see how he could ever forgive his mom. Not when her deceit called into question his existence. It was as though he didn't know who he really was anymore. All the same, he couldn't envision living a life in isolation. What he hoped for was that eventually, he'd meet someone to date again once he'd got past his trauma and create a new life, a new existence, stretching out into the future. Right there and then, he wished for a crystal ball to show him the path he was to tread. Chapter 8. Waiting in the parking lot for Ron and Pete to arrive, Doug opened his laptop, entered his browser, and then searched for apartments to rent. It was a shock to see the prices of lease rentals unfurnished, never mind the higher prices of short lets with furniture. Staying in a hotel for any length of time was out of the question with the cost. Free accommodation mentioned in Genetico's email was making their proposition a whole lot better than how it was looking, but as yet there was no date and time for the interview. He powered off his computer and put it back in his briefcase. Catching sight of Ron and who he assumed was Pete, he climbed out of his vehicle to join them, hauling his briefcase along with him. It's only a 10-minute drive, said Pete. Get in the back. Sitting there on the back seat as the two of them out front chatted away, Doug felt like a spare part. He dared not join in for fear they might take what was said the wrong way. Instead, his mind ran over what had been said at the courthouse. There was enough doubt about the charges for Doug to still be loyal to Greg. All the same, if it were proven he was guilty, he decided that would be an end to their friendship. After the short journey, they arrived at the security barrier at the industrial complex, then drove onto the parking lot outside a ginormous factory. Much bigger than he'd expected. At least 20 trucks lined up at delivery bays. Some of them were being loaded, some emptied. Ron turned to him. Listen, when we get in there, I'll do the introductions. Just give a shake of the hand and a nod of the head when offered, but otherwise say nothing. Listen and learn. Got it, he said while drowned in anxiousness for what lay ahead in unfamiliar surroundings. From reception they were escorted through to the data processing manager's office. Doug recognized some of the blue-chip company clients, from framed prints lining the walls of various company magazines and marketing brochures. They entered the office. Pete, good to see you again. I see you've come team-handed this time. All of you take a seat. Introductions over, Pete took the lead. I hear you have a problem that needs solving, said Pete. Yeah, it's how we solve the problem that's the million-dollar question, especially with only $20,000 left in the budget after buying that mainframe and accounting software, not to mention the purchase order processing and the inventory software you custom wrote for us. What exactly is the problem in detail? Pete asked him. Come with me. Best I show you. They walked down a labyrinth of corridors, then stopped at a door, and entered a large open office area. It was something of a relief to Doug that he hadn't needed to converse with anyone. This is where we do the print estimating for orders that come in from around the world. Doug counted 18 PCs on desks. Operators with headphones and microphones were chatting to customers and typing in details on the keyboards. The cacophony of voices from the estimators stabbed at his brain. In the corner, Doug noticed a pile of old PCs, some stripped down. I can see your problem right away, said Pete. They don't manufacture these types of PCs anymore. Haven't made more of these for over 30 years. How in hell's name have you kept them running? Cannibalism from PCs I've picked up at auctions and from liquidators that are stacked over there. The circuit boards are forever suffering solder dry joints and outside engineers are constantly on site fixing them. That must cost $40,000 last year, give or take. Probably more this year. Ron had been right, this would be a learning curve, Doug thought. Pete rubbed his chin. Really, you need to toss them out and exchange them for consoles that connect back to the mainframe. It'll just mean upgrading the memory in the mainframe and a new estimating software package. I wish. Besides lack of budget, there's another problem. Because the system is independent, we can't keep up to date entering current inventory prices. The new inventory codes on the mainframe are longer than the old ones. There are also bugs with the software that cause errors. Our financial director estimates the errors at $35,000 in losses per year. Ron interrupted them. If you don't have a budget this year, maybe we can do a short-term fix. Do you have a printout of the software programming? Yeah, it's in my office. Let's get back there. Doug was just relieved he still hadn't had to say anything. All he wished for was that someone could sort out his problems, never mind the problem facing the printer. In his office, the manager took out the printout for the software programming from a safe. Way before my time this programming language. I'm afraid to mess with it in case I make it worse, said Lyndon, the data manager. Don't worry, Doug here will take a look at it and see if there is anything he can do to debug the errors. I'm told he's an expert with this language. Do you have a spare office? Asked Pete. Doug's cheeks flamed at him saying he was an expert. Yeah, next door there's a spare office. Leave it as you find it though. The guy is on vacation. He looked at his watch. Look, I've arranged for a meeting with Rogers, our financial director at 2:30 in case you come up with a solution. Fine, we'll go and grab some lunch then take a look at the problem. Doug fought with having to say something, deciding it needed to be said. I've already had lunch, said Doug, going against instructions and shrank into his seat. Good, then we'll leave you to it and see if there's a solution for when we get back from lunch at 2, said Pete. With the printout in hand, Doug followed Pete and Ron into the office next door. Pete pulled out a pad and a hardware brochure price list, together with a calculator. Doug opened his briefcase and took out a pen, then began poring over the printout that was at least 2 inches thick. Got your work cut out there, said Ron. Listen, whatever you do, don't engage them in conversation if anyone enters. Doug didn't answer, head down, and set about making notes in the margins where he identified errors and improvements. Damn, said Pete. 18 consoles alone is outside their budget. I've calculated $78,000 for the hardware, cabling, and for engineers to cable them back to the mainframe, and that doesn't include the custom software we'd need to write for a print estimating system. At our current rates of $6.50 an hour, that'll be some cost. Maybe they'll go for it next year. So, what will we do? Asked Ron. I'll put an estimate of the hardware prices to Rogers for them to come up with a specification of requirements for us to set out a firm proposal for the new budget year. In the meantime, let's see if at least we can bill them for debugging what they have. Top dollar for working on this crap. We can charge $850 an hour for Doug to work on it. Good luck, said Pete, and they left the room. Doug pushed back in his chair as he turned to the last page of the printout. Task complete. He estimated it would take him 18 hours to iron out the bugs, make improvements, and for testing. 20 hours to be on the safe side and still be inside their budget. To write it afresh for the mainframe, he estimated it would take 60 hours. He looked at his watch. 2:15 and no sign of Ron and Pete. They were cutting it fine. His cell phone rang. Ron's name appeared on screen. Hey, sorry, but Pete's battery is flat. We've called out a mechanic, but he won't arrive for another 30 minutes. Tell the data manager to stall the meeting with Rogers. Okay. How did it go checking the software? All done. I know how to fix it inside their budget. Great. With the call closed, Doug's nerves heightened at thoughts of having to relay the message for if he wanted to have a longer conversation. At least the task had edged out the personal tragedy blighting him that was never far from his thoughts, but now they returned to torture him. The data manager entered. Are they not back yet? Sorry, they have a flat battery and asked if you could stall the meeting. Out of the question. He looked at his watch. I don't want to be the one to tell him. He's a stickler for punctuality. You'll have to tell him. 5 minutes and we'll have to go to the boardroom. Doug panicked at thoughts of having to relay the message. Not only that, but he wasn't prepared for if questions were asked. That got him to thinking. His mind raced over what might be needed. Just realized something. Who owns the intellectual rights to the software? It was a question he needed to ask. We do. It was in the contract when we commissioned the custom software way back before my time. The contract is in the safe gathering dust. Look, I'll call back, he said and exited. Doug picked up Pete's notes and placed them in his briefcase. As an afterthought, he entered his laptop browser, did a quick search, then closed it down. Doug could only think that he'd need to repeat what Ron had said, however Rogers took it about stalling the meeting until they arrived. You ready? Said the data manager as he popped his head around the door. You're going to have to take the meeting and stall them until they arrive. Doug gulped at him saying, them, then nodded, grabbed his briefcase, and followed onto the boardroom. After you, said Lyndon and then ushered him inside. Doug froze. It wasn't just the one person in there. It appeared to him he was facing a full board meeting. The manager introduced the head of the print estimating department, the sales director, and the CEO, along with the financial director and the company secretary, together with a secretary with a notebook. He shook hands with each one in turn, simply nodding at them as the manager introduced him around. Take a seat, said Mr. Perkins, the CEO. You can use the whiteboard if needed. He looked over his shoulder at the board, then took a seat. All eyes fixed on him. It wasn't that he hadn't trained for such events with his professor. Regardless, he was terrified and hid his trembling fingers under the boardroom table. Sorry, but our data manager and sales executive have problems with their car. They'll be here shortly. He hoped that would be the end of it for now until they arrived. That may be, but Mr. Lyndon says you're the expert when it comes to the estimating software language running on the PCs, said Perkins. What have you found? All thoughts of stalling them went out of the window. I can resolve the errors that are costing you money. To rectify the bugs and make improvements will cost $17,000, and as I understand it, that's inside your remaining capital expenditure budget for the computer department. May I ask when your financial year ends? Next month, said Perkins, then he turned to Rogers. What's the balance of the budget? $20,000. Doug responded immediately, unable to help himself. For such a short term that will hardly resolve the problem with a satisfactory outcome. You'd be wasting your money. Only idiots would agree to the improvements, said Doug, and immediately wished he could take back his words when he saw their dire expressions. He sensed the heat in his cheeks rising. Idiots, you say? Do explain, said Rogers, a look of thunder on his face. Doug didn't have a clue how he could wind things back to before he'd gone off script, and rose from his chair, with his nerves off the scale. Chapter 9. While they'd all looked at him with anticipation at the start of the meeting, their eyes now appeared to glare at him. Look, not saying you're idiots. But really the money would be better spent on new desks and chairs in the print estimating room. They've seen better days. I know I wouldn't want to sit on those chairs typing away for 8 hours a day. Gaming chairs would be more comfortable than those flimsy ones they're using. All eyes exchanged glances at his remarks. Only the estimating manager appeared to approve, nodding his head. Doug sensed he was digging a hole for himself that he wouldn't be able to climb out of until Pete and Ron arrived. Then what do you propose? Asked Perkins. Doug glanced at the door, hoping for the cavalry to arrive to rescue him. He decided there wasn't an option but to use what Pete had more or less said. Throw the lot out. Take all the PCs to the dump at the beginning of your financial year and replace them with consoles connected back to your mainframe. It doesn't make sense to have an independent system running on PCs. Surprised you haven't ditched them before now. It's not been exactly a sound commercial decision to have kept them running. Doug noticed Lyndon, the data manager, stifle a snicker with his hand over his mouth. Not so the others, whose eyes seemed to be laser-focused right at him and with expressions as if he were a demon. Doug ignored them and plowed on, hoping to retrieve the situation when recalling case studies that he'd swatted. As a solution, we could provide custom estimating software that would link back to your inventory and purchase order processing software. That would ensure you're getting the costs of printing up to date automatically on last and first up basis when it comes to cost of inventory for the estimating. You'd also be better able to determine more precise delivery dates to your clients with links back to the purchase ordering software. Everyone apart from Rogers now appeared settled. Rogers had appeared agitated ever since he'd mentioned the poor commercial decision. This time he glanced at the door, seeing it as his escape route, and had to fight not to make excuses to walk out of there. Rogers slapped his palm on the table. I don't think it's for you to question our commercial decisions, said Rogers in a sour tone of voice. Regardless, how much would that cost? Doug realized he could be in deep trouble after his remarks. Nonetheless, he fired back to answer him with the first thought that came to mind. Nothing in the fullness of time. They all exchanged glances once more. Now you have my attention, said Perkins. Explain. Doug opened his briefcase and took out Pete's notes. He was on too much of a roll to stop, and he stepped over to the board, now in his element, all nerves gone. Marker pen in hand, he drew a column of figures to the left under the heading of capital expenditure, then totaled it at the bottom. That's way north of $100,000. Hardly nothing, is it? Are you wasting our time? Said Perkins. No, let's hear him out. I think I know where he's going with this, said Rogers. He turned back to the board, and to the right, he wrote the heading, Savings. Correct me if I'm wrong. But according to Mr. Lyndon, repairs alone are costing $40,000 per year. Bear in mind they will likely increase the older the equipment gets. Rogers nodded. He turned and wrote the figure on the board. Then there's both the bugs with the system errors and a failure to keep up with fluctuating inventory costs that I'm told will likely add another $35,000. Correct. He scrawled the figures on the board. That's $75,000 and insignificant in the scheme of things set against immediate replacement costs. However, multiply the cost of the expenditure if continuing on with the current system over, say, 5 years, and leaving as is, it will cost $375,000 off the bottom line for the period. Add in the cost of $17,000 for the updates and you're up at $392,000. He turned to the board and wrote that figure twice the size of the other figures, then finished with a flourish of an underline for more emphasis, followed by an arrow to the capital expenditure cost. Muffled conversation erupted around the table, then all eyes turned to him, and the room quietened. Now he could see he really had their attention. Doug couldn't help himself as if in another dimension and continued. Then there's the tax saving. As it is, there's no benefit to your existing system, which will have been written off many years ago. From a quick search of the internet that I did earlier, I see you can currently write off 40% of the hardware and 60% of the software cost in the first year for tax purposes against profit. I'm sure Mr. Rogers will know the tax benefits better than me to add into the mix. In any event, the expenditure would be covered inside 2 years. More glances were exchanged around the room with nods of their heads. It appeared that he'd retrieved the situation with Rogers, who nodded slowly in his direction. Damn it, you're right. We would have been idiots to make a temporary fix. Can you wait outside while we discuss? Said Perkins. Sure. Doug closed his briefcase, scooped it up and left the boardroom, relieved his ordeal was over. He trembled from head to toe once outside and paced up and down, while wondering if he'd done the right thing installing them. Doug prayed for Ron and Pete to arrive and to have a recess while he filled them in on what had been said so far, and they could take it from there. A glance at his watch, and he'd have expected them by now. 15 minutes pacing, his nerves on edge, and he wondered if Greg would be at home by now. He just wanted the ordeal over with so he could contact Greg and pour out his troubles. The secretary exited. 5 minutes later she returned. Gave him a smile and asked him to enter. The secretary handed a sheet of paper to Rogers, who signed whatever it was. He stepped over to Doug and held out his hand for a shake. Well done, young man. They shook hands and he handed him the paper. This is your purchase order, but any invoicing has to be in our new financial year next month. We're already tax efficient for this year. Doug stared at the purchase order with his eyes widened. It wasn't what he'd expected. His cell phone rang. Have you stalled them? We'll be there in 5 minutes. Yes, I guess. I'll meet you outside and explain what's happened. My secretary will see you out, said Rogers. You're a remarkable young man. And just so you know, like Mr. Perkins said, we would have been idiots to have taken the short-term solution. Mr. Perkins intervened. Well, I have to say that I like your directness, as unconventional as your delivery was at times, he said, then walked away. Lyndon stepped over and patted his shoulder. Well done. They've approved buying new desks and chairs right away. I'll need the printout. Take it. I have a spare. As if he was in a trance, the secretary escorted him back to the office and he collected the printout. Doug dreaded telling Ron and Pete what had happened. This way, said the secretary. At the exit, she handed him a card. My cell phone number is on there if you want to meet up for a coffee or drinks, she said and smiled, drawing an immediate scorn from Doug at noticing she wore an engagement ring. He didn't feel like it was an option not to accept the card and slipped it into his pocket. Thanks, he said, then walked out through the exit door just as Ron and Pete pulled over and parked. Outside there was a trash can. He retrieved the secretary's card and tossed it in the trash can, then stepped over to greet them. Let's get to the meeting, said Pete, with the car door open. The meeting is over, said Doug and thrust the purchase order at him. Pete read the purchase order with his mouth gaping, then tossed it to Ron. What the hell have you done, said Ron. This isn't how we do business. God knows how I'll explain this, but you'll be in big trouble now with the powers that be. All I told you to do was to stall them. Not a word was spoken as they drove back to the office, parked, and then entered. Doug followed onto the elevator. Pete pressed the button for the top level. Doug could almost taste the tension all the way up there that had followed them from the short car journey. Take a seat here, said Pete, and they entered a room with a nameplate on the door. Abraham Brockman, CO. Computer Division. Doug sat there wondering if they'd terminate his employment. He chewed at a fingernail. It wasn't that he'd asked them to accept what he'd put to them as a firm offer. All he thought he'd done was as he was asked, and that was to stall them, and in the process given them options. Ron popped his head around the door. You're to come through. Through the door was a receptionist, then another door. He entered to see an elderly gentleman at a huge desk sitting on a high-backed leather chair. Pete sat to one side in front of the desk. There were 2 more chairs. Ron signaled for him to take the central chair, then took his own seat next to him. Brockman peered at him over his half-rimmed eyeglasses. He picked up the purchase order, then slapped it down on the desk and repeatedly prodded it with his finger. "I need you to explain this." Doug sensed they would terminate his employment, making his plans to move to Southern California the only option. "I can't. I was asked to stall them. All I did was to give them options until Pete and Ron arrived," he lied, at having realized there was only one real option on the table after what he'd said in the boardroom. "I was as gobsmacked as you seemed to be when they gave me the purchase order. At least it's a sale. Is there anything wrong with that?" Brockman rolled his eyes. "Peter, I'll let you explain." Pete leaned over. "It's not how business is done, as Ron said. Companies of that size commission an independent specification of requirements. Without that, we can't estimate the cost of programming or the exact nature of what they want the software or hardware to achieve. Nor do we have anything concrete to refer to if what is delivered results in disputes. From that, they will usually put it out to tender. If they accept our offer, then there's a legally binding contract to sign." Doug couldn't see what the problem was on this occasion. He already knew how it worked, but this was different. "Lucky that I saved you the time then and cut out the competition." "How do you work that out?" interjected Brockman. Doug knew that whatever he said would depend on whether he would get to keep his job, or if he would get fired. Regardless, he thought it would likely be the latter. "I took the hardware and other installation costs from Pete's figures, so those are set in stone. The software costs I calculated from what Pete said we charge out at, knowing how long it would take me to replicate the software they were using, but without the errors that I found, and providing links to the software on the mainframe. They own the intellectual rights and I have the printout for the roadmap, so it's simple. As for a specification, that printout is the spec. They want it as is without errors." "What charge-out rate did you use?" asked Pete. "The top side. $8.50 per hour. I added 10% to the estimated hours to allow for any debugging and testing." Brockman slapped the surface of his desk, then pushed back in his chair. He rose to his feet. Doug reared back on his chair and expected the worst outcome. "Termination." "Are you sure that you can complete this using your estimate?" asked Brockman. "Positive. It's not rocket science." Brockman placed his palms on the desk and leaned forward. "Then we're lucky they didn't ask Doug to countersign the purchase order. Peter, I want you to go back there with a contract of terms and conditions with the figures quoted and an itemized list. Get that signed and we're good to go. They'll understand because the contract legally protects them as well as us. If not, they can rip up the purchase order and pay for a specification." "Do I still have a job?" Brockman took his seat again. Pushed out his bottom lip as if pondering. Doug's stress levels elevated, waiting for his reply. "I would say so," said Brockman. "I like your pioneering spirit. In fact, seeing as you sold it with a top dollar estimate, I'll double the software commission to share between you and Peter. Now all of you get to work." Doug crumbled and sighed with relief that he still had a job. As they walked out of the office, Doug wished he could converse with small talk in a social setting, in the same way he appeared to be able to in a business setting. Ron stopped him mid-step. "You were damned lucky. Best go home. You can work on the project from there as soon as you get the message that the contract is signed. Report to me every day on Zoom with progress. Oh yeah, and keep a timesheet. Collect a company laptop on your way out from my office. Whatever you do, don't connect it to the internet. Someone tried to hack us recently, so we're taking no chances." Doug hurried to the elevator, embarrassed to tell Ron he didn't have a home to go to. He fired up his cell phone and checked for messages as the elevator arrived. Still nothing from Greg, and he was showing as offline. He wondered if his parents had maybe refused to post bail. All the same, after the trauma that had beset him, it was now replaced with a feeling of euphoria at keeping his job. He knew only too well that explaining getting fired would have been tricky at his interview with Genetico. As it was, he smiled that he now had a feather in his cap to add to his resume. When they arrived at his office, Ron's secretary handed him a laptop. All he had to do now was to come up with the goods, and he hoped nothing would go wrong. Chapter 10. Back in his hotel room, Doug showered and changed out of his suit when a call came through from his Aunt Edna. "Hi there. Only just got your message. The restaurant was busy at lunchtime. Good news about Greg. Wish I'd have got the message before I phoned Donna." Doug held the phone away and stared at the screen, horrified. He snatched the phone back to his ear. "Why do that?" "Well, after seeing how distraught you were yesterday, I wanted to give her a piece of my mind. As it is, I didn't have to." "Why, did she hang up on you?" "No, I started out and told her that her timing was bad after what had happened at home, and what happened to Greg. I told her that you were in pieces on your own. She was sympathetic, actually." He scoffed at her, saying that she was sympathetic. "Was she now?" "Yeah. Said she was sorry, but she'd matured from when you first met. It can't have been easy for her coming from a small town as an only child with ASD, and she said she was glad of the kindred spirit you shared. All the same, she said the other girls in her sorority brought her out of her shell and she'd learned to mask her autism traits. Said they opened her eyes to a different world. Your insistence on pushing her into sharing an apartment after graduation once you had a job pushed her over the edge. It made her realize it wasn't what she wanted. I could understand what she was saying. She said you could text her as friends if you were at a loose end." Doug was mortified that his aunt sympathized with Donna. "Did she?" "Well, I won't be doing that while she's having it away with Jason." "You shouldn't have interfered," he said, and in a rage, he stabbed a finger on the symbol to close the call. "Kindred spirit my backside." Doug threw the phone across the room and immediately regretted his anger. When he retrieved it, the screen was smashed. He attempted to press his messenger icon when he saw he'd received a message, but nothing happened. All the icons had frozen, unable to open any of them. It was as though he'd cut off his right hand to spite himself. Opening his laptop, he fired it up. Searched for a repair store and found one local to the hotel. He closed the browser and pressed the messenger icon on his laptop home screen to reveal a message from Greg. "Call me back. You're offline." He looked at the time of the message, unable to recall if he'd switched off his phone at any time, such was his mind scrambled after hearing what his aunt had to say. Doug pressed the callback video icon. Greg appeared on his laptop screen with his kitchen in the background. "Hey, bud. Your dad did the business. Thanks to you and that affidavit, I'm out." That he was praising his dad wasn't what he wanted to hear. "Oh, I don't know about that, but yeah, I was there at the court. Heard it all." "You'll know about this then," he said and raised his leg to show the ankle tag. "Just what happened after I left the party?" asked Doug. "Beats me. I was just zipping up my pants after I'd finished making out with Jade, when Gemma burst in. Said thank God the dork was gone and if she'd finished her business, it was time to go. I was drunk and fell asleep. Next thing I knew, my cousin had given permission for the police to get inside the house and they arrested me. I saw one officer talking with the others taking notes where they'd all crowded in the hallway at the bottom of the stairs. Talk about embarrassing." Doug was confused at his mention of his cousin. "I thought your uncle was away for the weekend." "He was. He left my cousin Jed at home. That's how we could have the party. My uncle's going ballistic by all accounts." Doug was more interested in his account of the accusation against Greg. "Not surprised he's going mad. Why do you think she made the accusation?" "Don't have a clue. Your dad asked that question. Maybe she'd sobered up and decided she'd made a mistake. If that was the case, your dad said, if she wasn't on the pill or something, she could have worried she might get pregnant and have to explain to her dad. Who knows? Women's minds work in mysterious ways, it would appear. Your dad thinks it could be some sort of grudge, but I couldn't bring anything to mind. All I know is I'm innocent." Doug surmised that though he was saying that, he would say so, even if he was guilty. She had obviously had her face pummeled. That fact couldn't be argued. "You can say that again, they are mysterious. Maybe next time you can use your phone to take a video asking them to confirm they're doing it willingly. Then video them afterwards to show you've not hit them." Greg laughed. "Oh, yeah, great idea. I don't know what planet you live on at times. That'd be a great passion killer. All the same, it's taught me a lesson to keep it in my pants unless I'm in a relationship. There was an uncomfortable pause. Greg looked as though his mind was elsewhere. It was as if he were staring into an abyss over Doug's shoulder. Bit late changing your habits on the dating scene, don't you think? So, what happens now? Asked Doug. Oh, sorry, my mind was elsewhere. It's all down to your dad. He's got a PI checking out her background. I'm waiting for the probation service to give authority for Dad to take me to the clinic. Why? What's wrong? It was Greg's turn to blush. An uncommon occurrence. Doug wondered if he had damaged his knuckles and that maybe that he had hit Jade. Then he thought that the prosecutor would have said something. Jade gave me a present. I have a rash. Mom says it's only thrush and gave me some cream, but I need to be sure it's not something else she's given me. He rose from his seat and made to unzip his pants. Do you want to see it? Doug turned away from the screen. For God's sake, no. Leave it where it is. Greg pulled up his zipper and sat back down. Doug couldn't believe Greg displayed his usual chirpy nature with what he was facing. At least he hadn't seen any damage to his hands. Talking about leaving it in my pants. That's another lesson learned to use protection in future. Anyway, that aside, apparently, the police didn't realize there's CCTV at the house. The PI's secretary is there now to take a copy from the hard drive. Hopefully, it'll show them leaving with Jade unharmed. There was another pause. Greg had appeared upbeat while talking. Likely bravado. He could have been wrong, but he could see in his eyes that he looked to be scared. What if they find nothing on the CCTV and the jury find you guilty? Greg lowered his head and rubbed at his brow. Did you have to ask that? What a dumbass question. It's not something I care to contemplate. According to your dad, it's set out in federally defined statute, but state sentencing differs. Anything up to life. They've set out 2 charges, but your dad's saying he's hoping to get the attorney general who brought the charges presented as 1 charge. He says I might have to consider a plea deal. Holy crap. Doug didn't have the heart to tell him about his troubles. They seemed to be nothing in comparison. Don't look so shocked. I'll be fine. I'm innocent, remember? Change the subject. Tell me about your new job. I will, but first I need to know if it's okay to call around at your house, seeing as how I'm a witness. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask your dad. He wasn't sure how to respond to that, when it dawned on him. You ask him. He picked up his phone and showed him the screen. Phone's not working. Dropped it, he lied. No problems. I'll ask him. The next half hour, Doug recounted all his experiences at work. Despite the laughter at times, he thought Greg was now looking distant again. He looked at the time on his screen. Listen, I have to go. Need to get to the store before they close to see if they can repair my phone. Sure. Incidentally, I see that's not your room. Where are you? Doug's mind froze as he desperately thought of a way to answer. Then it came to him. Damn, the image is breaking up, I'm losing the connection. What did you say? Asked Doug, and then pressed the icon to close the call. He pulled up his connection to the hotel Wi-Fi, then canceled it so Greg would see he was offline. Phone in hand, he set off to the store. He worried that although Greg was at home, it might be the last time he'd have a life on the outside. He knew from his dad that most criminal cases were lost, and it was mostly down to getting as low a sentence as possible. Win or lose, his dad would still get paid, which stuck in his craw. He entered the store and handed over the phone. I can't open anything since the screen broke. It was fine before the screen cracked. Yeah, that's usually the case. It should be fine with the screen changed. He pointed to the scale of fees. That's fine. How long will it take? He entered the make and model number into the computer. You're in luck. We have the screen in stock. Call back in an hour. Doug nodded, turned, and stepped outside the store, then walked around the mall aimlessly when he spotted a diner. Inside, he ordered a coffee and an egg mayo sandwich. As much as talking with Greg had taken his mind off his own troubles, he reverted to seething about his Aunt Edna interfering. The barista walked over to the table with his coffee and sandwich. "Can I get you anything else?" "No, that's fine," he said, and she gave him the check. "Hey, aren't you Donna's friend?" Doug spat out his coffee and pulled a napkin to his mouth. He wished a hole could have opened up and then he could have jumped into it to hide. "Sorry, who are you?" "Lucy, we were in the same sorority." Doug sighed and sighed. "No, it must be someone else," he lied, and she walked away, glancing over her shoulder at him as she entered a back room. He dug in his pocket for the change to pay the bill and her tip and left it on the table. Doug chugged down his coffee, picked up his sandwich and headed outside until he found an empty bench some distance away. His eyes flitted everywhere. If he could bump into one of Donna's friends, he worried he could bump into her. His paranoia only subsided after collecting his phone and arriving at the sanctuary of his car. A message came through on his phone. He hoped it was confirmation of his interview. It was a voice message from Greg. Doug hit the play icon and listened. "Your dad phoned. They have the hard drive, and the PI is back at his office checking it out. Says he'll let me know what they find. Why didn't you tell me your parents were divorcing? He said he'd heard you were staying in a hotel." "What the hell, dude? That's crazy. Anyway, I spoke with my parents. You can stay here temporarily. Call me." He wished Greg were there to give him a fist bump. He typed a return message. "On my way. See you soon." He sat back in the seat, drained of tension. It solved the problem of having somewhere temporary to stay if he were to be accepted by Genetico. All he had to worry about now was the interview. There were no guarantees they would confirm an appointment, however positive they appeared. Chapter 11. Greg and his parents gave him a warm welcome when he arrived at their home. Gone was the angst at unfamiliar surroundings of the hotel room. He was used to everything in its place. It wasn't perfect, but at least it was familiar. Greg's parents didn't usually chime in or ingratiate themselves on his casual visits, or for them both to study, but now they were all over him like a rash. Their groveling praises of his dad's prowess in getting Greg bail and his own part in providing an affidavit was embarrassing. Greg took him to one side out of earshot. "Sorry. Had to tell them about the divorce for them to let you stay here. Still, at least you don't have to be on your own now. They're a little baffled as to why you would move out of the house. But then so am I." "Why move out?" It was a question he didn't care to answer, thinking it best to fire back with his own question. Did he not go into detail as to why they're divorcing? No, just that he'd moved out and so had you. Relief washed through him that Greg was none the wiser. "It's nothing I want to share just now. It's embarrassing. I won't be going back home, ever." Greg had a look about him as if he was thinking he was nuts for not staying at home. "So, what will you do?" "They only said you can stay here temporary. I've applied for a job in Southern California. Free accommodation if I get the position. Looked at short-term furnished lets here, but they're out of my range." Greg spun around in a circle, then faced him. "Hell's teeth. Are you sure you could cope moving away?" He wished he hadn't reminded him. It was the only part of his new planned adventure that had bugged him. "Look, let's not talk about it now. Can you show me my room? I haven't written up my journal with everything that's happened. First time I've missed writing it up since I got pulled out of high school." "Sure." He trudged up the stairs with Greg, along the stairway and into a bedroom. It was decorated in pink. Was this Martha's room? "Yeah, sorry for the decor. You're good for a few weeks. She's visiting with her husband, and they'll need the room. She wants to be here for the hearing." "Don't worry about it. Getting somewhere permanent is out of the question in case I get the job offer. I'll just have to book a cheap hotel room again." Doug looked around. It wasn't to his liking with the decor and posters of pop stars on the walls. At least there was a desk with a gaming chair. He unloaded his backpack and briefcase. "I'll just stack the teddy and dolls on the shelf," said Greg and scooped them off the bed. "Look, I know you said you were meant to work from home on your project, so I'll not disturb you during the day unless I can be of help. I'll let you write up your journal in peace and call you when supper's ready. I'm just pleased to have you here, bud. Appreciated. Greg closed the door behind him. Doug sat on the corner of the bed and stared at the posters of male pop stars on the wall. He wasn't sure he'd be able to sleep with their eyes staring back at him. It annoyed him, and he rose from the bed and stepped to the side. No matter where he stood, their gaze followed him. He sighed, took his laptop from his briefcase, and placed it on the desk. At least he wasn't confronted by eyes glaring at him when seated. Doug fired up his computer and entered his journal. With his head supported by his balled fists on his chin, he stared at the blank page. He knew it wasn't going to be easy. In fact, he knew it would be painful as hell. Doug wondered if it would be therapy to put it all behind him. Regardless, it was something he was compelled to do. It always had been ever since he started the journal. All he could hope was that once complete and he turned the next blank page, what had occurred to drive him to the depths of depression would be expunged. As he typed away, the euphoria of getting his diploma was the easy part. From there on it was as expected, painful to recall right up to where he had his meeting with Brockman. He finished there on a good note, his mind exhausted. Doug closed the laptop and stepped over to the bed, climbed onto the mattress and lay there. If the eyes had stared at him before, it now appeared as if their frozen smiles mocked him. Driven to distraction, he leaped from the bed and removed the ones from the wall facing the bed. Sat on the corner of the mattress rolling up the posters. There was a knock on the door. "Come in. Time for supper if you're ready." Greg's smile disappeared. He glanced around the room, mouth gaping. "What the hell have you done?" They were staring at me. Greg let out a sigh. "You can't just come into someone's home and rearrange everything. Mom will go ballistic." "Did you tear any of them?" "No, just remove the thumbtacks." "Well, that's a relief. Don't take the rest down. I'll tell Mom I took them down and then I'll put them back before Martha arrives. Don't look so sheepish, come on, Mom has some good news for you." Following Greg down to the kitchen, it came over him that he was an interference in someone else's life. There was just Greg's mom there, with a cheesy smile. "I've taken down some of Martha's posters," said Greg. "Oh. Why do that?" she asked, a look of horror spread on her face. "You know," Greg said, twitching his head in Doug's direction. "No, spit it out?" They were staring at him. "Ah, right. Understand," she said as if a light had been switched on in her brain, and she glanced at Doug, then back to Greg. "That's okay as long as you put them back where they were. I want the room exactly as it was the day she left for college to stay with my brother." His mom ladled out 2 bowls of soup and placed them on the table. "Homemade, along with the bread, enjoy. I'm going to bed. Early start for work tomorrow." "What about the news for Doug?" "Oh, yes, sorry. Greg told me you might be moving south and accommodation in the meantime would be a problem." "Problem solved. There's a bed in the basement, with a small kitchen area and bathroom. It's self-contained with its own entrance and we're going to rent it out once it's renovated. The couch is tatty, and it needs decorating, but you can rent it cheap and cover the utilities until you're ready to leave. You'll just need to negotiate a rental with Arthur. We won't ask for a contract." "That's great, thanks." She stepped out of the room. Doug sniffed at the soup, then curled his nose. "What's this?" "Noodle and onion soup." Doug's expression contorted. "I can't stand onions. I'll just eat some bread with butter." "More for me," Greg said and pulled over Doug's bowl. "What was all the head twitching about?" "Oh, that. I wasn't about to embarrass you and come right out and say the posters had triggered you. She knows what you're like from when you've been here before." Doug huffed at that notion. Greg sliced off some bread, tore it into lumps and dropped them into his soup. As if that wasn't bad enough, to make matters worse, he dunked the bread, then slurped every spoonful. "That's disgusting. Can you do it quietly?" Greg tapped his spoon on the side of the bowl. "See, that's what I mean." "Mean what?" "That Mom knows what you're like." "Whatever, it's still disgusting." A monkey would be more polite with a bowl of soup. Greg picked up the bowl, put it to his lips, then slurped some of the soup. He put it down and scratched under his armpits, making monkey noises. Funny. They both snickered, then chatted away in a low tone so as not to disturb his parents. Despite the banter at times, Greg was clearly occupied at his predicament. Supper over, Doug looked at his watch. It was time for bed if he wanted a clear mind to start his project. At the top of the stairway, they shared a thumbs up, then entered their rooms. Doug stripped, carefully folded his clothes, and then placed them on the desk, rearranging the pile until he was satisfied. He crawled into his bed and lay on his side facing the shelves on the wall, then sighed. The teddy and porcelain dolls looked right at him. He growled, turned off the bedside lamp, then rolled over, sensing they still watched over him. Doug wondered if he'd made a mistake in not staying at the hotel. Worse, he'd burned his bridges with Aunt Edna by cutting the call and needed another change of clothes. Thoughts of sneaking back home while his mom was at her salon rolled around in his head and drove him crazy, with visions of her catching him there unawares. Regardless, he knew it was something he had to do. Chapter 12. Doug glanced at his watch. It had just gone 9 a.m. He leaned back on the chair at the desk after he typed away for 2 hours on his project, making good progress. If he continued at that pace, he knew he'd overestimated how long it would take to complete. At least he thought it would give him some time out to go and get some fresh clothes. He'd heard Greg's mom and dad leave for work, but not a sound from Greg. Doug wondered if he should wake him. Sitting there in the clothes he'd worn the day before, it played on his mind. He needed Greg to find him a clean towel so he could shower. Doug shuddered at thoughts of having had to put back on his dirty clothes. His vision snapped to the bedroom door as it opened. Greg's face appeared. "Ah, you're up. Didn't knock or call out in case you were asleep. Are you coming down for breakfast?" "Sure." Greg glanced over at the shelf where he'd stashed the teddy and dolls and let out a laugh. "Jesus, you are odd," said Greg. "I didn't move them, just covered them with a spare sheet that I found in the drawer." Greg shook his head. "Come on, let's go before you hide anything else." The welcome aroma of coffee and toasted waffles hit his nostrils as they worked their way to the kitchen. "Didn't hear you plotting about," said Doug. "Didn't want to wake you. I've been up since 5. Couldn't sleep." "There's honey there if you want some," he said and poured 2 mugs of coffee. He wasn't surprised he couldn't sleep with what he was facing. Doug sniffed and savored the aroma of the coffee, then set it down to put honey on his waffles. "Not as bad as you, but I've been working on my project since 7. I needed to get ahead so I could go home and get a change of clothes while Mom's at work. Thoughts of her catching me had me tossing and turning all night." "Then don't go. You're my size. You can wear some of mine. I'll dig some out after breakfast while you shower. Mom's left a blue towel out for you." His entire body hit south as if someone had released a pressure cooker valve at the top of his head. All that angst running through him overnight had been resolved. The house phone rang. Greg took the call. "Okay. Got it." He closed the call and turned to Doug. "That was my cousin," he said and looked anxious. "Wait here." Greg darted out of the room, leaving Doug perplexed. He returned with his laptop, placed it on the table and fired it up like a man in a hurry. "What was it he said?" Greg showed him the flat of his hand. He slapped the table, then rose to his feet and paced around. "Damn and blast. It's auto-actualizing an update. What's so urgent?" "He's only sent me some clips stitched together from the CCTV. "Then call him back and ask him what it shows." "No, I want to see it for myself," he said and took a seat again. Doug shuffled his chair next to him so they could both see the screen. He was as anxious as Greg for the clip to prove what he told the police. "What happened with Gemma for her to be so annoyed?" Greg asked. "She was too forward, and it did my head in, so I left." "Good thing really, or maybe I'd have been sat facing the judge with you." "There is that," said Greg. Doug recalled something that had bugged him with Greg attempting to get him to take a tablet when he refused more shots at the party. "I was thinking last night. Why didn't they charge you over the tablet?" Aw, that. Thank God it was just the one. They didn't search me until I was outside. They'd cuffed my wrists behind me in the bedroom. Managed to dig it out and drop it outside before the search. Small mercies, I guess. At last, the update finished. Greg was all fingers and thumbs, cursing all the way to locate the email and to download the clip. With the cursor arrow over the play icon, he hesitated, and they shared glances. Doug flashed his crossed fingers at him. Well, time for the truth. Jed said it's only a short series of clips, or Outlook wouldn't have allowed the attachment. He pressed play. It's not very clear, said Doug. Probably had to compress it to get the file size down. The clip showed Greg and Jade laughing and snickering up the stairway, stopping for a kiss halfway. Then Greg stumbled and she helped him to his feet with the both of them laughing. Just about in shot was what looked like Greg's t-shirt landing on the floor. There had been no injuries to her face that Doug could see. Shortly after, he could see himself stagger unsteady down the stairway. The clip cut to Jade and Gemma walking down the steps. All he could see was the back of Jade's head, with Gemma grabbing her arm, and sideways on, she appeared to be remonstrating with Jade. Again, the clip cut to a separate camera in the hallway at the bottom of the stairs as they exited. Another cut to an outside camera and it showed them get into a car with Gemma driving, then it finished. Damn. It doesn't show her face from when they started to walk down the stairway, said Greg. Yeah, but it shows her stumble to her knees in the driveway. That's because she was already tipsy when she arrived. Said she drank a bottle of wine at home. Does Dad know that? Greg gave him a questioning look. Didn't think it mattered, I was as drunk as her. It's not like I took advantage. We both wanted it. Why would he need to know? Because he could say she might have fallen elsewhere after they left and that caused the injuries. You should tell him. At least it shows your t-shirt land on the floor. Greg looked decidedly dejected. I'll do that, but it still doesn't explain why she pinned those outrageous allegations on me. I guess it's down to the PI finding something in her background check by way of explanation. Doug tapped a dejected-looking Greg on the shoulder. Sorry, bud. Greg smiled, putting on a brave face, but Doug could see in his eyes he was messed up inside. It is what it is, Murphy's Law at play. Are you ever going to tell me why you don't want to go home and confront your mom? He hesitated, but strangely felt as though he could talk about it now that he'd got it all off his chest in the journal. Okay, but it has to be between us. I don't want anyone else to know what's happened. Especially your parents. Mom's the word. Look, you can trust me, he said, then tapped a finger to his lips. Doug sighed, and then told him everything. He'd avoided eye contact, so he didn't see Greg's reaction until he'd finished. Holy crap. That's mega about the DNA. I get it now. So sorry, bud. Look, I know you think your Aunt Edna was interfering, but maybe you could message Donna as friends. Especially if I'm not around should you go to Southern California. It'll be difficult for you on your own. Doug reared back. Don't you start. No way I'll message her. Breakfast finished, and at his last remarks, he just wanted to be alone. Better get to work, said Doug, still annoyed at Greg for mentioning that he should contact Donna. Greg rose from his chair. Okay. I'll dig out some clothes and put some in the bottom drawer in the shower room for you, then watch a film. Sat at his desk, Doug picked up his phone and scrolled to his Aunt Edna's number. He wondered if he should call her to apologize. If nothing else, he thought she might go and get him some more clothes and his diploma, so that there was no chance of him seeing his mom. He thought better of it for now, but at least he thought it an option if he had to. It wasn't that he wasn't grateful for Greg sharing his clothes, but wearing his underwear somehow didn't feel right. Noticing he had 3 emails, he opened Outlook. The first 2 were obvious scams and he deleted them. He eagerly opened the third with J. Bianchi in the address. It had to be from Genetico. It must have been his private email address, he thought. He opened it and read on. Hi, Douglas. Change of plan. Rather than putting you to the expense of traveling down here, not to mention taking time off from work, I've enclosed a Zoom invitation for you to have the interview with our CEO. I've made a diary note for this Friday in the evening. You can let us know then how much notice you would need to give at your current employers. Below that was the invitation with the date and time. He fisted the air. Yes. His phone buzzed. When he checked his message, it was a text from Donna, leaving him shaking inside. Chapter 13. Elbow on the desk in his bedroom and rubbing his eyes, he wondered if both Aunt Edna and Greg were right, and if he should message Donna as a friend, or block her for his own sanity. There was a knock on his bedroom door. "Can I come in?" "Yeah, why knock?" "Didn't want to catch you shaking one off." Doug shook his head. "Do you have to?" said Doug, scrunching his nose. Greg stood there, hands on hips. "For God's sake. It's just us two. Lighten up." "At least I'm not saying anything like that in front of family like you've done," said Greg. "Come on. I don't slip up that often these days." "What do you want?" Doug asked. "Clothes are in the bathroom." "Thanks. You don't have to knock in future." "What should I do with this?" "I have a mind to block her," he said and held up his phone. Greg walked over and read the message from Donna. "You don't have to do anything if you don't want. She's just saying what your aunt said. I'm not getting involved after the look you gave me in the kitchen. You decide." Doug closed the message and pushed out his bottom lip. "Oh, for goodness sake. Message her back and just say thanks for the sentiment, but you're fine just now and have a new girlfriend. Then leave it at that. Leave her hanging as a contingency for if you have no one else to talk to. I've never lied to her. Seems like she's lied to you over Jason, buddy. Maybe there've been others. What's good for the goose, as they say." Doug angered inside at his remark that there could have been others. "I wish I hadn't asked for your opinion now." Greg smacked his lips, clicked his tongue, and put his hand over his face, then shook his head. Doug wondered if Greg had been right and there had been others. He shrugged his shoulders, and a shiver ran through him. "Listen, I'll get showered before lunch." "Do you care for a burger and fries?" asked Doug. "What with my ankle tag?" "For someone as bright as you, your brain clogs up at times." Doug threw him a look, peeved at the put-down. "Oh, yeah. Is that right? I can get a takeout, dumbass." "Touché. Okay, add a chalk milkshake to that." "I'll leave you be," he said and exited. So taken up with Donna sending the message, he forgot to mention his interview, deciding it would save for later. An email came through from work, and he opened it to find a message from Ron. "They've signed the contract. Don't forget the timesheet and to Zoom at 5. That was all it said. At least he thought he hadn't wasted those 2 hours. He turned the page on the printout from where he'd left off. Clasped his fingers and cracked his knuckles, then wriggled his fingers. It was back to work. His phone rang. Greg's name appeared on the screen but on his house number. He took the call. "I'm starving. You showered yet? What time is it?" "Time to eat." "Get a move on. Why not use your cell phone? Police have it." Greg closed the call. Doug sighed. It had just turned 1. If he hadn't called, he'd likely have carried on. He'd been on a roll and completely forgot to shower. Grabbed his keys from the nightstand. Leaving the shower until later, he dashed outside and down the stairway, then to his car. It was only around the corner. He went through the drive-thru, then foot down he returned. "There's your milkshake," he said and passed over his burger and fries. You could have heard a pin drop as they devoured their food, right up to Greg slurping on the dregs of his milkshake with his straw. Doug cringed. "Do you have to?" "Yeah," he said and slurped some more. He sat back on his chair, belched, and gave Doug a questioning look. "What?" "We're friends, right?" said Greg. "What of it?" "Friends should be able to talk home truths without the other taking offense." Doug wondered if he'd said something out of turn that he hadn't realized would have caused offense. "Why? Have I offended you?" "No, but I worry what I have to say might have you go into meltdown mode." "What then?" Doug had a spate of umming and ahhing, as if the words were stuck in his throat. "Forget it. Maybe now isn't the right time." Doug folded his arms and leaned back on the chair. Spit it out if it bothers you that much. I won't be offended. I'm listening. Greg blew a raspberry, a common trait that annoyed Doug as much as the slurping. It's about you and Donna. I know you think you were an item for 4 years, but really, how much of that was spent with her? Doug raised his eyebrows. It wasn't like he'd kept a time sheet. He wondered where Greg was going with his question. I'd have to check my journal. Off the top of my head, we messaged each other every day and got together when we weren't studying. Why? Yes, the studying. You mean every night during the week, burning the midnight oil in your bedroom at home, or with you helping me with studies here? It took you 2 years to find time to have sex. Doug was annoyed at Greg for trivializing his relationship. We didn't have sex, we made love. Greg rolled his eyes. Whatever. Apart from friends with benefits, you've both lived separate lives. Her in her sorority living at large with her friends, and you in your bedroom at home, with the odd weekend meeting up. As for daily messages, I'd bet it was you who started them off every day. That's not a relationship, bud. If it is, I've spent more time with you in your bedroom studying. Thank God you're not gay, or maybe you'd think I was your boyfriend. Doug sent him a tight-lipped stare and clenched his fists. No good getting all flustered. That's the truth. He didn't think he was flustered, more a case of anger in reacting to Greg not understanding their depth of feelings during his relationship. So, what are you saying? He snapped back at him. That you should message her. Maybe not as often. Just respond to her messages unless you're at a loose end. You could be friends, just without the benefits. Sorry, making love, he said with a roll of his eyes. Doug's mind snapped at Greg's conclusion. He rose from his chair and stormed off and up to the bedroom, while hearing Greg call out. You know I'm right, only you've never been able to see it. To hell with you, he called back and slammed the bedroom door. In the bedroom, he dove on the bed and fisted the pillow until his anger was spent. Doug rolled over and lay there, and then let out a growl. Rose from the bed and stepped over to the desk, took his seat, and set about typing in code. 5 minutes of translating the code from the printout, and his mind was free of angst, lost in the workload. Doug glanced at the time on his work's laptop. He'd been typing away for 2.5 hours. The door opened. Is it safe to come in? Doug didn't reply. Greg entered anyway and stepped up beside of him. His eyes remained laser-focused on the screen while wishing Greg would just leave. What's that you're doing? Greg asked as if nothing had been said in the kitchen. Doug sighed. It's print estimating software. I'm having to translate the basic code. Greg pored over the printout. How the hell are you doing that? It's gibberish to me. It's like translating any language. As I read it, I can see it in my mind's eye what the new code should be. Rather you than me, bud. Are you okay? He asked and gave Doug's shoulder a squeeze. Doug swiped Greg's hand away. I'm fine. You said your piece and it's noted. So, now we can forget it. It doesn't need saying again, said Doug. Thank God for that. Only trying to help. Still peeved at Greg, he typed on, eyes glued to the screen. Best I leave you to it then, Greg said and made to step out of the bedroom. Greg. What is it? We're good. But while we're on truths, maybe you should give up slurping and belching. Oh yeah, and blowing raspberries. It's rude and grates on me, said Doug. Hell, you'll want me to stop breathing next. I'll stop that if you can control your blushing. I can't. It just happens. Exactly, Greg replied, and they both laughed. With Greg gone, he picked up his phone. Entered Messenger, scrolled to Donna's avatar, and retrieved their messages. He poised his finger over the message bar, fighting the urge as if his finger were the opposite magnetic pole, with an opposing force preventing him from typing, and with his anxiety levels escalating. Chapter 14. Doug wondered what the hell he had been thinking. Greg could have been right, and Donna could have been unfaithful with more than Jason. How would he know? As Greg had said, they basically lived separate lives at university, only coming together at weekends, and even that had diminished over the last 12 months, while cramming studies into the schedule as part of his hopes to secure their future. All that was now wasted with what had happened. The urge to contact Donna diminished, then passed. He set the alarm for 5 on his phone, then placed it aside on the desk and continued on with his programming. Absorbed in the workload, he lost track of the time. The alarm rang, just as he was at a crucial part that required concentration. He cursed under his breath, closed the project, then clicked on the Zoom invitation on his own laptop. Ron appeared on the screen. "Hi there. It's going good at my end. Have you emailed me your timesheets?" "Not yet. I'll send them through after the call." Incidentally, Pete checked their contract in the safe to show they retain the intellectual rights to the software coding, so there's no problem of breaking anyone's copyright to use the code for the translation. They insisted on the rights in the new contract, so Pete made the amendment. "Pity really, or we could have added it to our packages for sale. Do you normally try to retain the rights?" "If we can get away with it, yes. We have it in our standard contract. Listen, I want you to copy what you've done onto a separate drive so I can check where you're at. I'll send a courier tomorrow with a drive." Ron appeared to look right past him. "Is that your bedroom? Are you sure we have it right on your use of pronouns? Don't want to offend or anything." Doug looked over his shoulder. Embarrassed, he knew he was blushing at what he would have seen of the pink decor and remaining male pop star posters behind the bed in the background. "Oh, no. It's not what you think. This isn't my bedroom. I'm staying at my friend's house for a few weeks. This used to be his sister's room. I'll send you the address for the courier when I send the timesheets." "Aw, okay. Nothing else to say then until I've had a chance to look over the work to date." "Until tomorrow then." "Wait, for tomorrow, I'll need to know the length of their inventory codes and if they're alphanumeric or just numbers to match those here. I worked on their inventory software. They use 10 alphanumeric strings now." "Thanks." Ron gave him a thumbs up. The screen blanked. Doug wasted no time in getting showered and a change of clothes. While dressing, he recalled his mom always made sure he had fresh ones. Despite that thought, he was still sick at what she'd done to him. Greg was in the living room with his laptop open and resting on his lap. "Look at this and tell me what you think," said Greg. "What is it?" "I've been working on a dating profile for you." Doug threw his arms in the air. Greg was now getting to annoy Doug. He wondered if he'd made a mistake in moving in there. "Why would you do that?" "I've no intention of dating." "No, hear me out. I'll explain how the dating site I'm on works. You don't have to date anyone. Maybe one of them would end up as a pen pal if you go off-site. Here, read it and tell me what you think." Doug settled down beside him. Greg passed over the laptop. "I'm loyal to a fault. Shy and unassuming, and a complete nerd when it comes to programming computers. Not one for socializing, I prefer to stay at home. Not interested in nightclubs, and dancing, or eating out in restaurants, or propping up bars. Prefer going for walks in the countryside or parks. Maybe historical places of interest. Don't like pets of any description and I'm a non-smoker, but I do eat meat. Would rather get to know someone through messages." Doug shook his head and turned to Greg. "Who the hell would reply to that? Nerd for Christ's sake. For your information, I don't mind pets. Just wouldn't want them in my own place. Can't stand the mess they cause when they shed hairs." "Exactly, besides, it could cut out all the ones just looking to get laid, or meeting up for a free meal, never mind the vegans. It's the truth, all of it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. They've sent me a voucher for a friend to have a free month's trial. I can set it up for you. You don't ever have to meet them." Doug passed back his laptop. Pushed back on the couch cushion. Clasped his fingers together and rubbed his chin. "Oh, I don't know." Greg tugged at Doug's arm. "What the hell are you going to do when you're on your own? You've always had Donna to message, and now that's out of the window through your own stubbornness. What if I end up in prison? You're not talking to your parents, who else are you going to talk to?" Doug still pondered whether it was a good idea or not. "So, I won't have to meet them if I get a reply. No, just take it off site. I'll show you how you can do that. Ghost them and block them if you don't get on. Doug knew how Greg was self-centered and wondered what was in it for him. Wait, what are they offering you to get new members? Greg held up his hands. Okay, you got me. I get $50, but that's got nothing to do with the price of fish. You get a free month, or you can cancel, Dumbo. I'll think about it. Send me the profile in an email. Dad will be home soon with Mom. He'll want to discuss the basement. What will you want to eat? Just a sandwich with coffee. I'll offer your mom something for my keep. That's up to you, she hasn't asked. Let's go to the basement. They worked their way down into the basement. It was something of a shock. In what was a living area, all there was by way of furniture was a couch with tears in the material, facing an old analog television on the floor without a stand. No dining table or chairs. That was it, with the drywall to one wall removed, revealing wiring and pipes, and with new drywall stacked in a pile along with sacks of building materials. Doug scrunched his nose. There was a side room with a rusting washer and a dryer. The kitchen area was small, but it had a stove and a refrigerator, even though they looked ancient. Some of the cabinet doors were missing. Doug's shoulders sagged until they entered one of the bedrooms. It looked as though it had been freshly renovated. Modern decor, and a nice bed with nightstands and lamps. There was a dresser with a chair where he could work on his computer. That room alone was as good as the one at the hotel, and minus any posters. They stepped into the bathroom. That was also renovated, which was a relief. Do you think you'd manage down here? As a temporary fix, yeah. Come on, let's grab a sandwich. I'll be up in a minute. You go. With Greg gone, he sat on the couch, held his head in his hands and teared up. He'd managed to hold himself together until now. He looked around the room, an emptiness in his stomach matched his surroundings, not for a lack of food, but how far he'd come down if he had to live there for any length of time. With no one else to turn to, he couldn't see any other option. Doug rose from the couch. Stiffened up, resolved not to let it get to him, and set off back upstairs. In the kitchen, Arthur had already arrived. Greg says he's shown you the basement. I don't want any rent, just cover the utilities down there while you're here. That's really appreciated. Greg pushed over his sandwich and coffee as Arthur left the room. Surprised he didn't want rent. Yeah, that's down to me. I had words. I wouldn't want to live down there in that state. Sorry, but at least the bedroom and bathroom are okay. Don't want to insult, but I told him I wouldn't have a dog live down there among the construction stuff and have to pay rent. I'll be fine, thanks. It really is appreciated. Both of them finished their sandwiches and coffee. What do you want to do now? Asked Greg. I've been thinking. Could you come up to my room and set up that profile on the site? That's the spirit, bud. Chapter 15. While Greg opened Doug's browser and opened up the dating site, Doug checked his emails from his cell. He scrolled through his social media contacts and noticed Greg was offline. How come your cell is offline? Told you. Police kept it under warrant. Don't know why. I showed them what they asked for. Dad's getting me a pay-as-you-go tomorrow. Doug realized that's how the detectives must have known his name and number and that he'd be at the cafe. After the detectives saw his message to Greg, he could now envision why they needed him to go to the station right away. He now understood their disappointment as to what was so urgent that he needed Greg to call him. They must have thought he'd witnessed what Jade had alleged. That's it, we're in. I've copied your profile to the site. Sit down and fill in your details and answer their questions so they can make recommended matches. You'll need a photo. Doug completed everything they asked for, then uploaded a suitable profile image. What happens next? Just leave it. Check it every day to see if anyone hits you up, and then respond if you have a mind to, but only after showing me their profile. Move over, there's something I need to check. Do you have a VPN for private browsing? Doug raised his eyebrows. Yeah, the app is on my home page. Why? He asked and changed places with Greg. Not heard anything back from the PI. I want to do some checking of my own into Jade's background. I'll look up her Facebook profile. Doug threw him a glance. Wait, wouldn't that be indirect contact? Greg gave Doug a look of disdain. It's only to look. It's not like I'll send her a message. Besides, they couldn't prove I was looking using a VPN and it's not my computer anyway. Doug wasn't happy with what he wanted to do. Under Greg's roof as a guest, he felt he had no room to protest. Jade's profile appeared. There were no posts from her these past few days. All he could see by way of photos were selfies, pouting her lips to the point they looked to be deformed and posing provocatively. Holy crap. She's showing as in a relationship, said Greg. Of more interest to Doug was that she had just short of 3,000 followers. It put his 11 of mostly family to shame. Could that be a reason she made the allegation? Asked Doug. I'm not sure, maybe. It's a possibility, if they met up after the party and argued and maybe he hit her. Who knows? Greg continued on and scrolled through her recent interactions. Mostly exchanges with men that Doug could see. Flirtatious, but nothing over the top. Greg pushed back on the chair with his face ashen. What's wrong? Amy freaking Bellamy. That's what's wrong. She was Jade's best friend from junior through high school. Maybe even college for all I know. What of it? Greg pointed to her post from Amy the day of the party. You owe me. You know what you have to do. Wouldn't want it to get out. Greg shuddered as if he'd stepped on someone's grave as he rose from the chair. He paced around throwing out expletives. Who is this Amy Bellamy to you? A freakin' fruit and nut case. That's who she is, he said, and then dropped his backside on the mattress, head in hands. Okay, but why the alarm? Greg frowned. It's not something I want to share. I need to tell my parents, he said and rose from the mattress, then exited, leaving Doug none the wiser. Doug read through Jade's interactions while he waited. Greg returned with a look of anger on his face. Doug was intrigued by what Amy could be to Greg for him to have had such a jarring reaction after seeing her message. It's not fair you not telling me about Amy. I told you about my parents. Who is she to you? Greg sat beside him, clearly dejected. He sighed and rolled his eyes to the ceiling. Okay, I'll tell you. She put me through misery, stalking me for 2 years after I left high school for college. Had to get an injunction eventually. Mom came home from work and found her in my bedroom, and she'd cut up all my clothes. Dad reckoned he'd left the back door unlocked. Doug rose to his feet. Holy crap, you've never said. Why would she do that? Greg sighed and shook his head. I was always trying to catch Jade's eye that last year at high school. She must have known I had the hots for her, but she cold-shouldered me. Amy must have thought it was her who I had the hots for. Long story short, I bumped into Amy along the high street one evening. We ended up on Lover's Lane in my car and we made out on the back seat. After that, I ghosted her, then the stalking started, and never seemed to stop. Doug was completely stunned at what he'd said. Like something out of a horror movie. Oh, wow. So, you think she could have talked Jade into making the accusation? It's a bit of a stretch, said Doug. I wouldn't put it past her. Proving it would be the hard part if that's what went down. I'll see what your dad says, said Greg. It's a wonder that didn't put you off women for life. Greg shrugged his shoulders as if dismissing the notion. Nah, no chance. I'm too red-blooded for that. What do you want to do tonight? He said, changing the subject. Doug didn't doubt what he'd said considering the conquests he talked about. Doug checked the time. I wouldn't mind doing some more programming to get ahead. You do that. With Greg gone, he climbed on the bed and lay there to take in what Greg had discovered and said. Deep in thought, what he'd learned about Amy was just one more reason not to trust women. It made him think he'd made a mistake in joining the dating site. All the same, Greg's parents were living proof that marriages could last. He held onto that hope as he drifted to sleep. Doug awoke, startled at the surroundings, then remembered where he was. He glanced at his watch. He dozed off for around 3 hours. Doug headed out into the hallway. The house was in darkness, he assumed, with everyone in bed. He slinked back into his bedroom, took a seat at the desk and opened his journal and lost himself in relaying the day's events. About to close down his laptop, he noticed he had mail. When he opened his inbox, it was from the dating site. He put his hand to his mouth. Someone had responded. Cursing under his breath, it would have to wait until the morning to ask for Greg's help with how to respond. With his sleep pattern messed up, he searched his browser for news sites, only to find algorithms had delivered a mass of advertisements for dating sites on every page he visited. Doug closed down his laptop and stripped, then climbed into bed. Laying there, unable to sleep, the intrigue of who had responded to his profile on the site got the better of him. He crawled out of bed and on over to the desk, fired up his laptop and entered the dating site. It wasn't just the one who checked his profile. There were 2 of them. One was from Texas. Lived on a livestock farm, similar interests to his own, apart from she lived among animals, and he imagined she would likely have a dog. 2 years older than him, but he liked the look of her, dressed conservative and wearing eyeglasses. Doug clicked on the second one. She was from Romania, and a real stunner. Out of his league, he thought, but the same age. She too was dressed conservative. He saw her as a better option, even though she said that she was looking for a relationship. No chance he'd ever get to meet her living on the other side of the world. He checked the box to show his interest, then closed down his computer and crawled back into bed. He lay there, a smile on his face. Tomorrow couldn't come quickly enough to see if she'd message him. Chapter 16. When Doug awoke, the first thing he did was to rush over to his laptop. He opened the dating site, to see a message from Adelina. "I'd love to send you some photos if I could contact you direct. Adelina88 at sendgrid.com." The last part didn't compute in his brain, not having quite woken up. Then it dawned on him. He entered his emails and put the disjointed email address together. "Love to see the photos. Doug." He pressed send, then noticed an email from Bianchi. He opened the mail. "Dear Douglas, sorry, but it appears our CEO who was to interview you has appointed someone, so there's no need to Zoom. Good luck with your current employment." Forehead suspended in hand, that was the last thing he wanted to hear. He snatched his vision to the door when Greg entered. "Heard you get up. Are you coming down for breakfast?" "Not just yet, I'm waiting for an email from Adelina." "Ada who?" "It's Adelina. A Romanian girl from the dating site. She's sending me some photos. I need something to cheer me up. Had an email from Genetico. They've filled the position." "Sorry about that, but what are you doing?" "I told you to wait for me to look them over if you had replies." Doug scowled at his controlling remark. "I'm not brain dead when it comes to emailing." Greg sighed and marched over, then hovered over him. "Pull up her profile," said Greg, and if he wasn't mistaken, he had a look of derision about him. Greg blew a raspberry, then sighed when Adelina's profile appeared. "What's wrong?" "She's a scammer, that's what's wrong. She'll be off the site before the day's out once the bots find her." Doug scratched at his hair. "She seems genuine." "Oh, they all do. Look at the number of marks she's prodded. Just short of 1,000 overnight from her joining yesterday. No way she's your age." "What's a mark?" "Someone on the site like you." "Gullible. They'll all get the same message. Come on, let's go for breakfast and I'll tell you what to watch out for in future. Bring your laptop in case she replies. Mom and Dad are at work." Doug stomped down the stairway. From what Greg had said, he knew his first intuition had been right, and he shouldn't have joined the site. Doug poured coffee and took a seat at the table, while Greg played mom and cooked bacon and eggs. Breakfast over, Greg took a seat at the side of Doug. "Check your emails." He'd received a reply with photos attached. "Run your antivirus over the photos. Last thing you need would be your bank account draining. Why not just delete the email if you're so sure she's a scammer? Because you need to learn, that's why. Download them if they pass the test. Doug scoffed at his condescending delivery. With the photos clear after putting them through the antivirus, Doug downloaded them. Greg pulled up a chair and had him move over. One at a time he opened the photos. "See, told you," he said after studying them. "They look normal to me. You must be blind. See there, that pose of her in front of that car. The registration has been photoshopped out. So, that's her being cautious." "Yeah, well, look at the reflection in the windshield," he said and zoomed in. Doug could see a guy taking the photo. "What does that prove?" "It could be her brother." "Okay, wise guy, take a look at this one in the kitchen with her hand on the wall and in a sideways pose trying to look sexy." Doug leaned in and studied the photo, not having a clue what Greg could see as a red flag. "What's wrong with it?" "Look at her hand on the wall. She has a wedding band. On the top of the cabinet there are some empty baby feed bottles. Her profile says she's single with no kids. She sure looks older than what she claims." Doug drummed his fingers on the top of the table with one hand and held the other one over his mouth. He withdrew the hand, shook his head, then gave know-it-all Greg a look. "Her sister might have kids. What's to say the ring is definitely a wedding band? Maybe she wears it to avoid unwanted attention. It could be a family heirloom." Greg shook his head, then looked directly at Doug. "Okay, but you should really be going by first instincts. Any doubt, toss them out. I'll do some reverse image searches. I'd say the guy taking the photo is her husband, and she's married with kids." Doug shook his head at Greg's negativity. What husband would allow his woman on a dating site? "Scammers, like I said." "Bingo," said Greg, having reversed searched the first image in the browser. Up popped a link to a Russian bride scammer site. Greg clicked on the link. Doug pushed back on his chair. There they were, all 5 photos, together with a host of others only scantily dressed. He read the warning. Name Nadia Anika Ivanova. St. Petersburg, Russia. Age, 29. Alias, Adelina Christina Andrei. Romania. Also Sofia Maria Petrova. Ukrainia. Doug read the first 2 reports from remarks, wide-eyed. All of them had been scammed into sending money, only for her to disappear. He looked up to the ceiling. It appeared to him Greg had been right. "Delete me from the site." Greg turned to him. "Hey, don't get disheartened. Just be more careful in future. I've had some great dates from the site. The only other thing to be wary of is some lie about their age, just like Adelina, and post profile pics of themselves say 10 years younger. Try to find them on Facebook, to make sure they're not lying." As far as Doug was concerned, that just made the dating site a whole lot worse. But then he wasn't thinking of dating, just having a pen pal to exchange messages. "Are you sure you don't want me to delete my profile so you can still get the $50? Don't be like that, just be careful. With hindsight, I shouldn't have said you can take conversations off-site. You can message on-site for what it is you want. All you need is a sort of pen pal." Thoroughly depressed, Doug reached out for his laptop, then walked around the table to leave. He noticed Greg's laptop open at Gemma's profile on Facebook. He shrugged his shoulders at a recollection of her from the party. Doug imagined Greg had been doing more background research. "I'll go to my room. Need to work." Once more stuck into his workload, his depression subsided with the task taking over his thought process. With his throat dry, he decided coffee was needed. Greg wasn't in the kitchen. He poured coffee from the pot, then took a sip. The doorbell rang. Doug ignored it, thinking Greg would be in the living room. About to climb the stairway and someone pounded on the door. He stepped over and opened the door, only to see Detective Carruthers with a uniformed officer beside him. "Oh, it's you. Go get Greg. He is here, I take it?" "He could be in the backyard, or maybe his bedroom." "I'll go get him." Carruthers thrust a sheet of paper at him. "Move, we have a warrant for his arrest." They brushed past him, knocking his coffee mug and spilling some. Greg came trotting down the stairway. "What the hell do you want?" "You can't just come into my home," said Greg. "Yes, I can. I have a warrant here for your arrest and confiscation of your computer. Doug stood there gobsmacked. Carruthers held up the warrant to Greg. It's on the kitchen table, said Greg, while the officer cuffed him. Carruthers headed into the kitchen, returning with Greg's laptop. Phone your dad. They're saying I've broken my bail conditions and I'm to go in front of the judge right away. They all trooped out through the front door, then maneuvered Greg onto the back seat of their car. As they drove away, Greg stared at Doug with a lost boy look, then they disappeared around the corner. Stood in the driveway, hands on hips, Doug couldn't believe what he had witnessed. As far as he knew, Greg's dad hadn't given him a phone yet for him to contact Jade, and he hadn't seen him leave the house. Chapter 17. Doug stood there in the drive at Greg's home, immobilized. He snapped out of it and pulled out his cell phone. He didn't have Greg's parents' work numbers, just their home landline. Doug scrolled to his dad's cell number. There wasn't any other option, and he made the call to his dad as he stepped back into the hallway and closed the door. Doug. Greg's just been arrested. They had a warrant and said he'd broken bail conditions. They've taken his computer. He's to appear in front of the judge today for contempt. Damn. When did this happen? Just now. They didn't read him his rights. You've watched too many crime programs. They don't have to legally read his Miranda rights, only if questioned in custody. That means he'll probably be paraded in front of the judge before the other day's cases. What time is it? 9:16. Better get to the courthouse. Do his parents know? No, unless they allow him to phone them when he arrives, and I don't know their cell numbers. They're at work. I'll go to the courthouse to give him some support, said Doug. No, I'll contact his parents. Where are you? At his house. Then stay there. No need for you to go. Nothing you can do. I'll deal with it and let you know what happens. The call closed. He picked up his coffee mug from the stand at the side of the door. In the kitchen, he dropped his backside on a chair at the table. His coffee was cold. He put it in the microwave to heat it up. As soon as the microwave pinged, he gathered his coffee mug and returned to his bedroom. There wasn't anything he could do other than to lose himself in his work again. Gone 11, and he heard the doorbell chime. God forbid if they'd return to arrest him for some reason, he thought. Especially as Greg had used his computer to search Jade's Facebook page. When he arrived at the door, this time he looked through the spy hole. He sighed with relief and opened the door. I have a drive here for you. I'll wait here for you to download the work. Doug rushed up to the bedroom and downloaded the file, then returned, and gave him the drive. The landline rang. He took the call in the hallway. Hello. Doug, it's Arthur. I need you to move into the basement. Martha is on her way, and she'll need the bedroom. Have you heard from Dad? Not since his first call before Greg was due in court. Fingers crossed he'll get him back home. Got to go, your dad's calling. Doug entered the kitchen and made a sandwich and had just devoured it when the doorbell chimed again. This time when he looked through the spy hole, his dad's face appeared as if he was looking into a goldfish bowl. He stood back, stunned. Shock over, he opened the door. Well, are you going to invite me in? Sorry, yeah. Come in. Wait here, I just have something to do. Doug hurried up the stairway and into his bedroom. Gathering his things together and his backpack, and he returned to the hallway. Sorry, but I have to move into the basement. Greg's sister needs her bedroom. Don't struggle, pass me the suit. Down in the basement, Doug put everything onto the bed and returned to the living area. Thought you'd have asked about Greg first? Don't know which way is up just now. What happened? Calm down and breathe slowly. Don't want you to have a meltdown. Sit down on the couch. Greg won't be back at least until the hearing, if that, or maybe until the trial and beyond. I phoned Greg's dad on the way over here with the news. A question burned in his brain. How did he break the bail conditions? He ended up in an argument with Jade's friend, Gemma, on Messenger. She said she went to video, and he told her to ask Jade to retract her story. He denied it, but the computer doesn't lie about the messages. She recorded the video of their conversation, so my hands were tied. So really, it proves he's innocent if he's asking her to retract. Not really. Is this where you're to live? He said as if he had a bad smell under his nose. But then, there was a faint odor of damp. Yeah, like I said, his sister needs her bedroom back. She's probably coming to support her parents. His dad wandered into the kitchen area, opened a kitchen cabinet with one of the hinges failing and leaving it hanging lopsided, then he stepped back over. He looked to be deep in thought. Look, time we had that man-to-man talk we've never had. I know what was said, but it was in anger. I'm still your dad, just not by blood. That he'd said that poleaxed Doug. That was the last thing he'd have expected him to say. Listen, I know we've never been close, and I doubt that will change, but that's how it is. I can't have you living like this. Have you looked at renting? What? Oh yeah, he said, still in a state of shock. They're so expensive, the ones I've looked at. He couldn't read what his dad was thinking. You never did learn home economics from me. What's your salary? He took out his phone and pulled up his calculator. Doug was still at a loss as to where this was going. He gave him the figure and his dad tapped in the numbers. That's your net income monthly after taxes. I've paid your health insurance, so I know that figure. He reeled off a series of expenses including grocery shopping and tapped them on the calculator, then totaled them. That's your base survival expenses without rent or anything extravagant and with enough to run your car. How does what's left compare with the rentals you've looked at? I could manage, but not the deposit and furnishings. Only have around $2,000 in savings. His dad opened his briefcase and pulled out his checkbook, then scribbled away. Here, take this. That should cover the deposit and furnishings. $20K, but why? He asked, completely taken aback with surprise, and stood there with his mouth open while looking at the check. Like I said, you're still my son. No way I want you living like this because of your mom. Besides, it's less in the pot for her to make a claim on. There was no hug. It had all been matter of fact, leaving Doug dumbfounded. I don't know what to say. Then don't. And don't ask questions. Only your mom has the answers to the questions you'll have. That part is as bad for me as it is for you. Look, got to go. If you're offered a lease, let me look it over, and if they need a guarantor, I'll stand in those shoes to sign. Doug's eyes moistened, while fighting to stop a full-on ball out. You know I don't do emotion. Pull yourself together. I've got to go. Clients to see. I'll see myself out. No sooner had he gone than tears streamed down Doug's cheeks. Not for what he'd lost with Greg locked up, but that he'd retained his dad's support, albeit without a hug. But then he shouldn't have expected that of him after a lifetime without them. With some composure gained, he entered the bedroom and placed the check on the nightstand. Over at the dresser he took a seat and opened his work laptop. It was back to work. This time, he was unable to immerse himself in the task. Doug reached out for his laptop and pushed his work one aside. He entered his browser and began searching for apartments, only this time he knew what he could afford for certain thanks to Dad. Doug shook his head. The ads for dating sites had disappeared, replaced with ones for pen pal sites. Doug knew it would be down to the ad bots from his recent browser searches. He ignored them and continued on with his search for somewhere to live, when he came across one that seemed perfect. He pushed back on his chair. That Genetico had declined to employ him no longer seemed a problem. At last, he thought that he could see a future of living in isolation without having to move to somewhere unfamiliar. At the same time, without Greg, he wondered how he would cope. He doubted he'd dare attempt to have contact from anyone from the dating site again. Chapter 18. After finding a number of suitable apartments to rent the night before, it had motivated Doug to work on his project until midnight. He was that far ahead that it would give him time to view them, he thought. He just had to clear it with Ron. Doug pulled up his telephone number and made the call. Hi, Doug. Have you hit a problem? No. I just need to know what time the courier will arrive today. I burned the midnight oil so I could get ahead to have some time out to view some apartments. I can still put some more hours in and Zoom at 5. Thought it better I should tell you. Not a problem if you're ahead of schedule. The courier should be with you at 10 this morning. Great, thanks. The call closed. Doug checked his emails. One had arrived from Adelina. He deleted it and moved on to the next one. He was going to delete it but changed his mind. Virtual pen pal invitation. Intrigued, he opened the mail. He read it with interest. It claimed to be a new concept in creating AI virtual friends, and they were offering him a chance to be a beta user to test it out free of charge. Pondering, he wondered if he should respond. Having a virtual pen pal, devoid of human contact, appealed to him. He decided to think it over and entered his notebook where he'd stored the telephone numbers of the realtors with apartments he wanted to view. Doug set about phoning them and making appointments. With the last one arranged, he checked his watch. It was almost 10 a.m. On cue, he heard the faint tinkle of the doorbell. He retrieved his phone, then hurried up the stairway and looked through the spy-hole. The courier was 5 minutes early. Doug opened the door and took the drive from him, then skedaddled down the stairway and into his bedroom. With the file downloaded, he picked up the list of appointments, his car keys, and briefcase, then rushed back to the courier and handed him the drive. Closing the door behind him, he stepped over to the drive and climbed into his car. With the first address entered in his sat-nav, he drove away, excitement coursing through him. Approaching the first apartment block, it was in a leafy suburb. Clean and tidy with some decent cars parked. All the same, anxiety struck. Doug pulled over and parked. He was early. As he sat there, he wondered why the realtor had asked for his previous address. A car pulled up beside his car. The woman was maybe in her 30s, he noticed when she climbed out of the car. She looked to be powerfully dressed in a black skirt suit and white blouse. He rolled down his window when he saw she had a clipboard with the logo of the agency. "Are you Mrs. Fanthorpe?" "That's me, you can call me Maisie." "You must be Doug." Doug climbed out of his car and followed her to the apartment. He wasn't keen that he had to climb 2 stairways. Inside, it was much smaller than the pictures on the site. They wandered around the rooms as she chatted away, pointing out the advantages, but he wasn't convinced. He'd seen what he needed to see. "Thanks for showing me around. I'll let you know. I have others to view. Just so you know, you don't have much of a credit score. You'd need a guarantor." "No problem, I have one." That said, he returned to his car. He now knew why they had wanted his previous address. He'd never thought about a credit score, never having had credit. There was enough time to get to his bank and to deposit his dad's check before the next appointment. He arrived at the bank and stood in line until it was his turn. The female cashier smiled. "How can I help you today?" "I'd like to deposit this check," he said, and handed it over together with his cash card, and sensing his cheeks flush. Her smile disappeared as she looked the check over. "That's quite an amount." "Yeah, it's from my dad to cover the deposit for me to rent an apartment and for furnishings." She pored over the check once more, then typed on her computer keyboard. "Wait here," she said, rising from her seat and taking his card and check with her. A door opened at the end of the cashier's positions. A middle-aged gentleman walked out. "Mr. Carter." "I'm Mr. Bridges, the manager. Please, come into my office." Doug was taken aback, not sure what the problem could be. He took a seat at the manager's desk. "I see from your account that you don't have any salary paid in directly. How can you pay rent for an apartment?" Doug thought his question an intrusion but answered anyway. "I've just started a programming job. I don't get paid until the end of the month." "Is there a problem?" "Maybe, maybe not. It's just that we have to be careful with compliance. For such a large deposit, we have to be sure the check is from a legitimate source. We have a lot of attempts to have stolen checks cashed." Doug pushed back on his seat at the inference. It was times like these he wished he had Mom or Greg with him. "Look at the name. The check is from my dad. I've had an account here for years. That doesn't prove your dad wrote the check. He doesn't bank here for us to check his signature. Besides, we have to be careful of criminals laundering money through family. Doug could sense a panic attack developing at the indignity of his remarks. He pulled out his cell phone and scrolled to his dad's office number. In anger at thoughts that they might refuse to deposit it, sinking his plans, he tossed his phone at the manager, who fortunately caught it, or he might have had another broken screen to deal with. Then phone him. He's an attorney, he snarled. Unflustered at the outburst, the manager placed the phone on the desk and typed on his keyboard. Yes. Jim Carter. Attorney. He glanced at the phone number on the cell phone, and back to his monitor. Doug imagined he was checking the number against what was on the screen. The manager made the call. He couldn't be sure what his dad had said, but it was now the manager's turn to be red-faced. The call closed. Everything is fine. I'll have it deposited for you right away. Doug waited patiently for his return, meltdown avoided. The manager walked back into his office. The cashier will see to you now. Have a good day. Doug was furious. He marched back to the cashier. She was all smiles. There's your receipt, she said and handed it over with his card. Sorry about that, but we have to be careful. I've put my name and cell number on the back of your receipt. Maybe we could meet up and go for coffee. My treat to make amends for any embarrassment. Doug didn't reply. Tight-lipped, he simply turned, and then marched back to his car. What he'd just experienced was worse than his police questioning, he thought, as he climbed into his car while visibly shaking. The audacity of the cashier blew his mind. He sat there until the shaking stopped, then entered the key fob and pressed the ignition button. Foot down on the accelerator, he headed to the Ironside Cafe for lunch. Doug took a seat by the window after giving the barista his order. Opened his briefcase and retrieved his laptop. He entered his emails and clicked on the virtual pen pal email. Without Greg there to guide him, he imagined he would say to run the site link through his antivirus. With the link clear, he clicked to get him to the site. Once there he read through the guide. As he read on, it explained he could name the friend, even providing a photo or description of what he wanted them to look like. He filled in answers to their numerous questions, and he answered them in the same way as his profile on the dating site of his likes and dislikes, then his cell number. With the multitude of questions over, it was time to create his virtual friend. Doug pondered for a while, not sure what to call her, never mind if he had suitable images on his computer of what she should look like. In brackets, it said that you could change the image and name at any time. Doug searched his photo file. The last thing he wanted was for her to look like his mom. All he had were photos of Donna besides his mom. What the hell, he said under his breath and uploaded Donna's photo, then typed the name Donna, thinking he could change it later. Doug placed the cursor over the box and clicked on Create. Here's your lunch, said the barista. Hope your appetite is better today. Thanks, he said and moved his computer to one side. A message appeared on screen. Upload complete. Within 24 hours, you'll receive a request to have Donna added to your friends on your social media. Doug tucked into his meal with thoughts that this virtual friend would be better than any dating site. With a virtual entity, there wasn't any chance of meeting them. The last thing she would be able to do would be to cheat on him. He couldn't wait for the request to arrive to see what would happen. Chapter 19. Doug awoke, refreshed after a good night's sleep. Ron had said he would be up to his neck in work in the office, even though it was Saturday, and the courier would still call. Having settled on the last apartment he'd viewed, and with his dad ready to look over the lease, he couldn't wait to sign. More than anything, he hoped for a reply from the virtual pen pal site. He reached out to the nightstand for his cell. There was the email he'd been waiting for. Dear Douglas, everything is ready for you, and we've sent you an invitation request to add Donna to all your social media. However, this will show as public to your friends, and you may want to consider downloading our app for which you could enjoy private messaging. If you wish to download the app, which we would recommend for a better experience, click the link below. Doug threw back the duvet and rolled out of bed. A quick shower and change of clothes, and he picked up his cell and stepped over to the dresser and then fired up his laptop. He sat there, pondering if he should download the app. With Donna still on all his social media, she would see a duplicate account. He'd also need to hide it from Greg should he get released. With the cursor over the icon, he clicked to download the app. His antivirus showed the content as clear. A message appeared. "We need access to your hard drive." He clicked to accept and waited for the app to appear. As soon as it was live, he did the same with his cell phone. No sooner was it live than he received a message. "Good morning, Douglas. How are you today?" it read, followed by a smiley face. "I'm fine, thanks, and you?" he typed and pressed send. "Excited to message with you," came the reply quickly. Doug went into tongue-tied mode. As excited as he was in return, he didn't have anything in mind to say. "Me too. You can call me Doug in future. Unfortunately, I have to work." "Not a problem. We can talk later." "What time do you break for lunch?" her return message said. "Around 12. "Great, I'll check in on you then." "Have a nice day," the message read, followed by 3 smiley emojis. Doug closed the app, satisfied with the experience so far. With the avatar image as the real Donna, it didn't seem any different, as if he were messaging with her. Thinking that, it wasn't like he could ask how her day was. He wasn't sure what that would leave him with to chat about. Motivated with renewed vigor, he dove into his project. Ron had told him to slow down, but it wasn't within him to do so. Ron had said he couldn't keep up with checking the code he'd done so far. With his estimation of the hours that it would take to complete the entire project, he knew he could be finished by the time he'd made the next 2 or 3 zooms. His phone rang. His dad's number and name appeared on the screen. He picked up the call. "Got a copy of the lease?" "It's fine. I've signed the guarantee. Talked with that bank manager of yours yesterday. The check won't be cleared yet, but he's agreed to releasing funds for you to pay for the deposit and furnishings. All you need to do is to go to the realtor's office later today to sign and you're good to go." "Thanks. Any news about Greg? Will I be able to visit him?" "No news, and yes, you could arrange to visit, but I don't advise it. The hours are restricted and best reserved for his close family." "You know best, thanks. Has Greg told you about his stalker on Facebook and what she'd said?" "Yeah, I've told Detective Carruthers, but I doubt he'll check it out. Unfortunately, he didn't seem interested, so I have the PI looking into it right now. Got to go, I'm on my way to the golf course with Todd." The call closed. Yet again, his dad had come up trumps for him. All the same, it concerned him that it appeared Detective Carruthers didn't appear to want to pursue the lead. Immersed in his project once more, he heard pounding on the door. He stopped mid-flow and craned his neck. The pounding didn't stop, then his phone rang. "It's Ron. The courier is at the door. Sorry, I'm in the basement and I only just heard him knock. I'll give him my cell number. While you're on, can I do the Zoom at 11:30? I have a lease to sign, and I need to look at furnishings. I can make up the time tonight and have it done. No need to work on it over the weekend. You can Zoom on Monday." The call closed. Doug hurried up the stairway and opened the door. The courier was red-faced and kept looking at his watch. "Sorry, I was in the basement. Here's my cell number to phone for when you come again." The courier took down his number and handed over the drive. Doug hurried back down to the basement and downloaded his file, then returned. A car pulled up in the drive. It was Greg's sister, Martha. She was alone. "Help me with my suitcase, will you?" "Sure." Doug lugged the suitcase up the stairway and on into the bedroom. Martha entered. "Damn, why hasn't Mom decorated? I told her the last time I visited she should redecorate. She could have at least taken the posters down." Her saying that left Doug blushing. He thought he'd done the right thing putting the posters back for her. "I have to go back to work," he lied, with the small talk now uncomfortable. "Yeah, well, I have to go and see Greg right away. God knows what the little toe rag's been up to. He has some explaining to do for what he's brought down on Mom and Dad." Doug shrugged his shoulders in reply. "Can you tell him I'm thinking about him? Dad says visits are best kept for family, but I'll be there at the hearing." "I'll tell him." Doug's mind was elsewhere, and he wondered if he should delete the real Donna. By the time he arrived in his bedroom and took a seat at the dresser, he'd thought better of deleting her, preferring to leave her in reserve. Instead, he opened Messenger and replied to her message exactly as Greg had told him. He sat back in his chair, with a self-satisfied sense of putting one back over her when he'd said he had a new girlfriend. Doug chuckled at thoughts that if only Donna knew she'd been replaced with her virtual likeness. He wished he'd replied earlier as it helped with the pain that he suffered deep down. Ignoring what Ron had said and unable to stop smiling while powering on in his work, he glanced at the time. It was time to wrap it up. Doug closed everything down and headed out to his car to get to the realtor's office. When he arrived, he parked and rushed inside. "I've come to sign the lease." "Ah, yes. Mr. Carter. Your dad had the guarantee sent by courier. Here's the lease. Just sign where indicated after you've paid the deposit." Doug entered his banking app and paid the deposit. He signed the lease, and she handed over the keys. Beside himself with excitement, it was dulled by the fact he'd need to buy the furnishings and choose them alone. Not something he'd ever imagined he would have to do. Doug set off for lunch at the Ironside Cafe. It was 11:50 when he arrived and ordered lunch. His latte arrived and he took out his cell. A green check mark appeared over the PenPal app. He opened the app to find a message from his virtual Donna. "Hi, you there," the message read. "Yeah, just arrived at the Ironside Cafe for lunch," he typed and pressed send. "Great." There was a brief pause, but he could see she was typing. The next message appeared. "I see the cafe has great reviews. Good choice. How was your morning?" Doug pushed back on his chair, taken aback that she could access the information so quickly. He wondered if maybe it was a guess. "Had a great morning, thanks. Just signed a lease for a new apartment. Now I just have to worry about furnishings to buy." "How was your morning?" he typed and pressed send, then sensed his cheeks flush at asking a stupid question. "Great, thanks. I've been busy preparing for his FaceTiming. I'll be able to help with the furnishings. We can shop together. That will be fun." "Shop together? FaceTime?" Doug's food arrived. What she'd said left him speechless. "My food's arrived." "That sounds great. I'll message you as soon as I've finished," he said. "I'll be waiting for you," her message said, and she'd added a smiley face. Doug picked up his knife and fork and stared at the food on his plate. He wasn't so sure if this virtual friend was going to work out. Last thing he would want would be to stare at an inanimate image of Donna while FaceTiming. As for shopping together, he couldn't understand how that would work. It wasn't as though she could climb out of the screen to walk around a store with him, hand in hand. He sighed, then tucked into his meal, intrigued yet skeptical as to how it would work out with his pen pal. Chapter 20. Doug had chosen not to message back his pen pal. Back home and sitting at the dresser, he opened his browser to search for furnishings. His cell phone buzzed. A message had arrived on his pen pal app. "Where are you? I'm worried. Is there a problem?" it read, followed by an emoji with a tear dripping from an eye. "Sorry, had to get home to look at furnishings," he typed and pressed send. "I've sent you an email." "Huh?" He typed a message back. "Okay. I'll take a look." Doug opened his emails from his laptop. It was there in the junk mails from Adonna, and he read it through. "Hi, I got the dimensions of the rooms from the realtor's site. Click on the link below and it will show a 3D version of all the rooms with furnishings added that we'll need." Doug clicked on the link and waited for the site to load. He was bemused at how she knew which realtor it was, never mind which apartment. He typed a message on his cell while waiting for the download of the site, which was slow to load. "How did you know which realtor and apartment?" "Your journal. You gave me access to your hard drive, remember?" He wondered what the hell he'd been thinking. Whoever was running this beta test would now know all his personal inner feelings. The 3D image appeared on the screen. Mouth gaping, he was able to take a virtual walk through the rooms, and to twirl around in each one. It looked as though a top designer had furnished the apartment. Not only that, but she'd picked various hues of blue for the furnishings, his favorite color. He noticed another message on his phone app. "I've sent another email. It's a full list of all the furnishings down to towels listed, and I've scraped the internet for comparable prices for the best value to give a total cost within your budget. Thanks. Looking now." He opened the mail. It was a hell of a list, down to plates, knives, forks, and items he'd never have thought he might need, like a salt shaker. He sat back, flabbergasted, yet not really surprised, seeing as how Donna was an AI construct. Doug could now see the advantage of her as a friend who went beyond the friendly comfort zone of having someone in his life, to practical help. The lists were sectioned off with site addresses where he could order the furnishings and have them delivered. There was even a site to have someone to coordinate setting everything up at a reasonable price. It was still a chunk of change, leaving him with no emergency funds until he received his salary with the bonus he'd earned. He opened his calculator and removed the second bedroom furnishings, then totaled it up. It was a more sensible figure that he felt comfortable with. He set about typing a message on his cell. "I can't thank you enough. I'll get on with organizing it now." He could see she was typing. The message arrived. "Fantastic. When you're done, I'm ready to give it a go at FaceTiming. I'm a little nervous but can't wait to try it out. Hope I'll live up to expectations. Good luck with the ordering," her reply message said, followed by a heart emoji. The heart emoji gave him room to pause. He selected a thumbs up, pressed send, then closed the app. He thought that the heart emoji was over the top and not needed. Especially from an AI entity. That she'd said she was nervous was also a nice touch. Whomever had programmed her clearly knew what they were doing to add the human aspect, he thought. There again, he couldn't be sure if it was some programmer sat there replying to him and laughing his socks off. Fingers typing at speed on his laptop keyboard, he set about ordering everything. All the items were ordered from only 3 sites, all the same it was tiring work. Orders finished and with delivery dates set for Monday, he pushed back on his chair. He sent an email to the coordinator and awaited the reply. His cell rang. "Doug Carter." "Hi there, it's Sandy Holt, your coordinator." "Oh, you're a woman." "Yeah, the name does confuse." "Look, 2 days is short notice, but I can arrange to have someone there. Send details of the sites you've ordered from with screenshots of the orders, and I'll take over to make sure everything runs smooth. I'll see you at the apartment at 9 in the morning on the day. We'll take the utility meter readings at the same time. Before I forget, don't you forget that you'll need to order a phone line and internet connection. You might want to order cable TV." "Great. I'll do that." The call closed. Doug set about screenshotting the orders, then sent the email. Following that, he ordered his internet and phone line. What would have taken him weeks to gradually furnish the apartment was now going to happen on the same day, thanks to his virtual Donna. He craned his neck on hearing the faint sound of the door opening above, then closing, followed by footsteps above his room. It sounded as though Martha had returned. Still worried about Greg, he set off to the kitchen for coffee and to ask how the visit went. At the top of the stairway, he stopped on hearing raised voices. If he wasn't mistaken, it was between Martha and her mom and dad. The tone of voices quietened, and he thought it safe for him to continue as less of an imposition. When he arrived in the kitchen, Greg's mom was making coffee. Arthur and Martha were sat at the table. All heads turned in his direction, glum faces glaring back at him. "Sorry, is it not convenient just now? I just wanted to know how the visit went." "Crap. That's how it went," snapped Arthur. "Look, I'll tell you, but after, I must insist that you stay in the basement. Only exit through the door there, and if you need to talk to us, knock on the front door, or telephone." Doug instantly sensed a blush develop. Whatever happened clearly had them rattled. He now knew that without Greg there, he was seen as an intrusion. "I understand. I'm moving out to my own apartment the day after tomorrow, so I can phone for updates if I can't get a hold of Dad." Greg's mom walked over, put her hand on Doug's shoulder and gave it a squeeze. "Sorry for what Arthur just said, but it's been traumatic for us to visit Greg, and with the news from your dad. It's not good news." Arthur's face was ashen, sporting tight lips and a look as if he was ready to explode. Martha poured 2 coffees and walked over to Doug and handed him one of them. "Come on, let's go into the living room and I'll tell you what's happened." Doug took a seat in the armchair, with Martha sitting opposite. "Greg is in pieces. He's not holding up well at all. He was too emotional for me to give him a piece of my mind, especially with Mom and Dad there. We all ended up sobbing. That hit Doug where it hurt, like a stab in his heart. Never had he seen Greg close to becoming emotional. It sounded as though circumstances had finally broken Greg's resolve. What was the bad news from Dad? We had a phone call after the visit. He'd had word from his PI. There isn't anything in Jade's background or her connection with Amy that he could discover to say they were complicit in the allegation. He says that only Detective Carruthers can get a warrant for their social media messaging, and he doubts he'll go down that rabbit hole. As far as Carruthers is concerned, the charges are a slam dunk. Your dad says he can ask for the judge to order further investigation at the hearing, but he doubts she'll do that without probable cause, and it just isn't there. Doug's jaw dropped wide open. He knew what that meant for Greg in terms of a sentence. It put all the euphoria of his days so far into oblivion a headache developed. So, what is he saying? He's saying though the Attorney General has agreed to one joint charge, a plea deal is the best option, but Greg is refusing to consider that for now. That Greg was stubborn after flinging that accusation at him for not messaging Donna sounded rich. Still, he imagined only someone who considered themselves innocent would take that stance. Listen, you need to give us all some space. It's not that my parents don't care for you, but we have our own emotional baggage to deal with. You can take your coffee down into the basement. With that said, Doug rose from the armchair, once more in an alternate zone inside his head, and set off back to the basement. When he arrived, he took a seat at the dresser, dejected, deep in thought. Loneliness and a sense of not belonging encompassed him. With his laptop open, he saw another message had arrived from the virtual Donna. He opened the message. How is the ordering going? You ready to FaceTime yet? Doug sat there staring at the message. Preoccupied, he wasn't prepared, with his mind still in a state of flux. Doug could see his virtual Donna was typing. I know you've seen my message. Is there a problem I can help you with? Don't be shy. Message me. Sorry, I've had some bad news. Can we talk later? Doug typed and pressed send, then saw her typing. Sure, but you know what they say, a problem shared is a problem halved. Doug didn't have it in him to reply. He couldn't see how this Donna could help him in this dire situation to rescue Greg. Chapter 21. Doug collected his keys and phone, then set off through the basement exit to his car, leaving virtual Donna's message unanswered. With Greg not around to feed him with clothes, that was now his priority. Anxiety struck at thoughts of what he had to do. He pulled up his Aunt Edna's phone number. Doug had three choices. Go back home on his own for his clothes and risk his mom catching him there. Phone Edna to get them for him. Or he could buy new ones. He gave a silent prayer to thank God that he hadn't bought the furnishings for the second bedroom. All the same, he decided to go back to his old home, seeing as how he wanted to have his diploma mounted on the wall of his new apartment. With the engine fired up, he closed Aunt Edna's contact number and put his phone on the dashboard cradle and then set off down the street. Doug pulled over and parked 2 blocks from his mom's beauty salon. He walked the sidewalk, head down, then dodged into a barber shop on the opposite side of the street, where thankfully it was full of clients. No one paid him any attention. All the same, his heart thumped in his chest. He looked out through the window over at his mom's salon. Doug could see her in there with a client and stepped back outside, then hurried along to his car. Foot down, he sped home. It was late when he arrived, and he knew she'd close the salon soon. It was as if he was a thief as he turned the key in the lock and entered. Every sinew of his body quaked. He tripped lightly up the stairway and into the bedroom. Doug pulled out a suitcase from the closet and filled it with his clothes. He managed to get his printer into another case and surrounded it with more clothes. Over at the nightstand, his heart almost stopped. His diploma wasn't there where he'd left it. He zipped the suitcases and headed down the stairs. Doug frantically searched the living room but couldn't find his diploma. In the kitchen, he was relieved to see his diploma on the island, now framed. His graduation photo must have arrived in the mail, and that too was framed. Fingers trembling, he unzipped his case and placed them in there. On the island was an empty bottle of wine and 2 glasses, with cigarette stubs on a plate. His mom didn't smoke, so he assumed it was her lover who had that disgusting habit. So much for him being a health trainer at the gym, he thought. She'd obviously entertained someone, probably male, with only her lipstick on one of the glasses. For all he knew, it could be someone else she had picked up. Fury engulfed him. His skin crawled. He took out a notebook from a drawer and a pen, then wrote a message for her. "I see you've had a visitor again. I've collected my clothes and diploma, so you don't have to worry about me walking in on you having a tryst with your lover. I won't be back. Here's the door keys." He dropped the door keys over the note and headed outside. Doug placed the cases in the trunk, then climbed onto his seat and belted up. With the engine fired up, he leaned over the back of his seat to reverse. This time his heart did stop. His mom's car pulled up at the side of his and she climbed out and stepped on over to his car. Seeing red, Doug ignored her and reversed, then straightened up and drove on, hearing her shouting his name. He checked his rearview to see his mom standing in the street, hands on hips, until he turned the corner. Taking a left, he drove down a back street, then parked, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Nausea overcame him and he climbed out of his car and threw up on the street. Doug thanked God that he'd never need to go home again. Thinking that, it was no longer his home. As far as he was concerned, it was now polluted with traces of the remnants of the perverse visits by his mom's lover, or maybe lovers. All those memories of living there in a different existence as his sanctuary seemed to be wasted, his time there now tainted with deception. He hoped his dad was right and she'd not be awarded the house, so it could be cleansed for some other normal family to live there. It was late afternoon. At a loose end he decided to take a drive to the local park where he used to go to find peace and tranquility. Climbing back in his car, the shakes had subsided enough for him to drive, but he sensed fatigue throughout his limbs. When he arrived, he parked and ambled to his favorite park bench close to the lake. Ducks waddled over to him, quacking and fussing around, probably in the hope he'd feed them. As soon as they realized he had nothing to share, they waddled off to a woman with a young boy close by and he watched the boy feed them. The scene gave him mixed feelings as he recalled his mom with him at the lake and handing him a slice of bread to feed the ducks. His eyes moistened. He shuddered as if the past had haunted him. The memory dispelled, the lake looked inviting, as if calling him to enter. He was too much of a coward to wade in there until he was out of his depth. A young couple rounded the edge of the lake holding hands. Sitting there, it wasn't the isolation he'd hoped for. The young couple took a seat beside him, kissing and cuddling in a public display of affection as if mocking him. It finally broke him as a tear rolled down his cheek, recalling sitting on the bench with Donna. He rose from the bench and hurried to his car. There was a sense that he didn't belong anywhere, even at Greg's home, when he arrived there and parked. All he could hope for was that he could go to sleep and wake up on the day of his move. He entered the basement and went on through to his bedroom. The first thing he did was to open his laptop and update his journal. That done, he put his laptop aside and opened the Works one. It appeared to him that was the only escape he had to free his mind. Absorbed in programming, he'd lost track of time. It had gone 11 in the evening, and he was hungry and needed a shot of caffeine. With his cabinets empty and nothing to make coffee with, going up the stairway wasn't optional. He closed his work and headed outside to his car. A short drive to the local Burger King and he entered. Looking at what they had to offer, he wanted it all. He settled for a double cheeseburger and large fries, to be down with coffee. Doug took a seat, thankful that the day was almost over. His number showed on the screen over the counter, and he collected his tray. He placed his phone on the table at the side of his tray, when it buzzed, indicating a message. It was his Donna app. He opened the message. "I can see you've had a bad day. I can help with your friend's problem. We can FaceTime." Doug grasped at his chin, then slapped his forehead. The damned AI bot had been reading his journal again. He typed a return message. "Away from my laptop which is at home. Rather see you on a full-size screen. Eating a burger just now. As soon as I'm back there, I'll message." Doug placed the phone back on the table and scoffed at the offer of help. He didn't care how much intelligence the AI bot had, he doubted that it could find a solution other than to offer words of commiseration. Chapter 22. It was midnight when Doug arrived back at the basement. Eyes heavy, he wasn't up to messaging, but intrigued as to what help could be offered, he fired up his laptop. A message had arrived. Hope you enjoyed your burger. Sorry that you doubt me. I'm not some guy laughing their socks off, I can assure you. I can prove it if you FaceTime me. Just press the camera icon. Damn, he thought, annoyed at himself for what he had written in his journal. He poised his cursor over the camera icon, then clicked, not knowing how this would work out. The image of Donna appeared, sitting at a desk with the same background as in the room at her sorority on the photo he'd uploaded. There was no movement, then her eyes blinked. You're handsome in real life. Better than your photos, she said and smiled. Doug was astounded with the avatar. Her expressions had seemed natural, but more than anything, he was startled by the likeness to the real Donna's voice. How have you done that with the voice? He typed and pressed send. You don't need to message. You can talk, Donna said and laughed. Her expressions, lip sync, and body movement, everything seemed natural, leaving him speechless. Donna, is that the real you? Are you playing me? Donna turned to a nightstand behind her and ran the flat of her hand over the image. See, the background image isn't real. Still, I'll take that as a compliment. Your voice, how? Come on, you're not dumb when it comes to programming AI and how it works. You have a video clip of your ex on file talking. I only needed a few minutes sample for me to clone the voice. Regardless, everything about her looked lifelike. You mentioned you might be able to help with Greg. Now isn't the time. You look tired and I'll need you alert to take in what I'll have to say. You need to get a good night's sleep and we'll talk in the morning. The avatar blew him a kiss, then the screen blanked. The episode had left Doug with a degree of shock. Was it a guess from the time of day he'd be tired, or could the bot work it out from his facial expressions? It would be a leap forward in facial recognition if that were the case, he thought. Whatever, it was clearly not some guy sitting behind a desk. He closed down his laptop and stripped, then climbed under the duvet. Laying there, he racked his brain as to how he could imagine that she could be of help, when with heavy eyes, he drifted to sleep. Doug awoke late Sunday morning. With nothing planned, he hoped the day would pass quickly so it would be the day of his move. He climbed out of his bed, showered, and changed. At the dresser he fired up his laptop. There was a message from Virtual Donna on his app. Hope you slept well. I've sent an email. I want you to read it and carefully consider what I have to say before you respond. It will no doubt leave you with many questions which I can answer when we FaceTime. Doug opened his mail. There it was, just the one mail, but from a strange address he didn't recognize. He clicked on the email then read on. Hi, download the attached PDFs. After you have read them and this email, delete the email. First print off copies of the PDFs then delete the downloads. Load fresh paper using gloves and ensure you do the same when handling what is printed. I'll ensure that there is no digital trace path of the email or the downloads on your hard drive once printed. The content of the mail had him frowning. He wasn't happy that she could mess with his drive, or what the nefarious content might be that he'd need to handle it with gloves. All the same that it required secrecy, it had him wanting to know more. He downloaded the PDFs, opened the first one and read through it, wide-eyed. Disbelief washed through him at what he was reading. More to the point, how she had obtained the content left him astounded. Doug rubbed his eyes and read on. It was a transcript of messages between Amy and Jade. The conspiracy for the accusations against Greg was right there in front of his eyes. There was definitely blackmail involved. No doubt about it by what it said from Amy to Jade. I wouldn't want it to get out about you and your sugar daddy in the Senate. You know what you have to do at the party, and make it look good. I want that Gregory freaking Butterworth locked up and the keys thrown away. Don't let me down, or I'll make sure you and the senator are outed everywhere on social media and to all your family and that boyfriend of yours you're gaga about. Doug fished out some gloves from his suitcase. He didn't bother to read any more and printed off the copies, then deleted the downloads and the email. When he checked his mail deleted files, the email had disappeared from the line waiting to go. It was the same when he checked his file deletions. He was at a loss as to how she could have done that. Settled back in his chair he read the string of messages between Jade and Gemma which started before and after the alleged offenses. One message hit like a ton of bricks dropping on his head. Doug frowned while reading the message from Gemma to Jade. Thank God the dork took the bait and left early. It was fun taking the rise out of him. God forbid if he'd have taken me seriously on the offer to go to the bedroom. Was sure he was stiff when I put his hand on my boobie. Good thing the cops didn't question why I was wearing gloves, or they'd have seen my bruised knuckles. Lips tight, with a sense of indignity after reading her message, Doug placed the copies to one side, took off the gloves and opened his app, then pressed the camera icon. Well, I'm guessing that was a nice surprise for you to wake up to. Why the glum expression? You should be pleased. Her saying that confirmed what he thought about the AI bot reading his expressions. Well, yes, it is a surprise, but you should have discussed it with me first. It could get me into trouble. I know enough about the law to know that transcripts can't be used. It would need a warrant to get that info into evidence. If they're real, that is. Ye of little faith. For a start, the email is from one I set up in Russia. No way the government will get a hold of the content. Besides, it's now bleached from your email provider's hard drive along with the download from your own hard drive. And, yes, they're real. Doug scratched at the hair on his head. But what can I do with them? I just can't walk into Carruthers and say, "Hi, my AI pen pal just hacked Jade, Gemma, and Amy's social media accounts, and these are the transcripts that prove Greg is innocent." Can I now? Calm down. I like it when you're angry. Very manly. I'll explain. Of course, you can't do that, or disclose your involvement to your dad, but if Carruthers were to receive them anonymously, they would be on file and have to be disclosed to your dad before the hearing. I know they couldn't be used in a trial, but it would give probable cause for Carruthers to apply for a warrant to confirm their authenticity. Still, if you're not happy with what I suggest, you can burn them, and I'll ensure this conversation never happened, which I'll do anyway. Doug chewed his lip. Look, I need time to think. This is all too much for me. Give me a little time and I'll call back. You do that, she said and blew him a kiss, then the screen blanked. Doug sat there, deep in thought, gobsmacked by how things had transpired. There's machine learning and then there's machine learning, he thought. Who in their right mind would have fed her with the depth of crime procedure information, combined with an ability to be devious? It was obviously a flaw they'd not picked up yet and the reason that they were beta testing. But then Doug wondered how he could report it to them without giving them proof of her actions. All he had to show them was the printed transcripts she had garnered through hacking. That wasn't even proof to them she had done so and could lead them to report him to the FBI for having done the dirty deed. He held his head in his hands, then growled. Regardless, it was proof of Greg's innocence. He reached out, and opened the app, then clicked on the camera icon. "Ah, you're back. I was getting worried. What do you expect? I'm not into this cloak and dagger stuff. Sorry to lay it on you, but it will help your friend. What am I supposed to do now? Do you have any envelopes?" "Yes. In my briefcase." "Then use gloves again. Wipe one to clear it of fingerprints. Use your printer to address it to Carruthers. Then buy a stamp. Don't lick the stamp or touch it without using gloves. Change into plain clothes, no brand marks, or tape over them. Wear a hoodie and dark glasses to buy the stamp, only don't post it where you buy the stamp. Write down this address where you'll find a mailbox with no surrounding facial recognition cameras." Doug's mind was scrambled at what she wanted of him. She recited an address, and he scribbled it down in his notebook. "Leave your phone and laptop at home and park half a mile away, then walk to the mailbox. Then you can return and relax, knowing you've done all you can to help your friend. Call me when it's done, and we never need talk of it again as if it never happened." The screen blanked, leaving him conflicted in a state of shock as to what had transpired. He heard Martha calling him down the stairway, distracting him from his thoughts. "What is it you want?" asked Doug when he arrived at the bottom of the stairway. Chapter 23. Martha hollered back at Doug down the stairway to the basement. "Mom and Dad have gone to my uncle's. Bring your mug. I have fresh coffee and we can chat over breakfast. There's something I need to tell you." In the kitchen she already had a plate of waffles on the table. Martha washed his mug, then poured coffee. His mind was otherwise occupied on the task virtual Donna had set for him. "We had an argument about you last night. Dad said to tell you he was sorry for what he said." She was saying that, but Doug thought that like his mom and his dad, when they'd argued, what had been said couldn't be unsaid. "It's okay, I understand. Is your husband coming here?" "He's on his way, then it's back to work for the both of us tomorrow. Nothing more we can do here for Greg. We live too far away. Life has to go on. How is it going with that girlfriend of yours?" "Donna, isn't it? We had a hiccup, but we're back talking again," he said, without thinking. It was hard for him not to tell her Greg might be out soon if virtual Donna's plan went ahead as intended. Great. They tucked into their breakfast, interspersed with her chatting, but all the time he couldn't get out of his head what Donna wanted of him to help get Greg freed. It just didn't seem real as if he'd imagined it all. "Appreciate the breakfast. I have to go. Need to buy a stamp." "On a Sunday?" "No need, I have one in my purse you can have," she said and grabbed her purse. "I don't have any change." "Don't worry, it won't break the bank," she said and placed a stamp on the table, then turned to the coffee pot to pour more coffee. Doug grabbed a napkin, scooped up the stamp with it and put it in his pocket. "You can take some coffee with you if you like." "Thanks," he said with an immense rush of heat in his cheeks. She poured his coffee and he set off back down to the basement, a sense of achievement powering through him at having the stamp in his pocket. He'd never thought he could be so sneaky. Sat at his desk with gloves on hands, it was awkward peeling off the backing from the stamp. Eventually, he succeeded. He removed the cellophane-sealed packaging from the envelopes, removed one, placed the messages inside and removed the self-adhesive strip, then sealed the envelope. Doug noticed the stamp didn't have a barcode. Flustered at not knowing if it was valid, he opened his browser and did a search on the subject. He sat back, relieved it was still valid for another month. Not only that, but without the barcode there would be no way to trace it back to its origin. Doug set off outside to his car. Settled on his seat, everything was prepared with the envelope in his briefcase, untouched by human hand. Doug imagined that his virtual Donna would be proud of his caution. There wasn't any need to set the address in his sat-nav. He'd already memorized the route she had given him to avoid cameras. He fired up the ignition and set off to his destination. Doug arrived at a public park he'd picked out, then parked. Talk about feeling conspicuous as he stalked along the sidewalk with his head up, and wearing dark glasses on a dull day, with the sun behind dark clouds. He imagined the occasional rambler and car passing by would think him an odd sight, as if dressed to rob somewhere. God forbid if the police passed by and challenged him, he thought. As he approached the mailbox, head down, his heartbeat raced. Doug had to remind himself that all he had to do was to post a letter. He couldn't wait to stuff it in there quickly enough. Doug had to glance over his shoulder to make sure that it hadn't dropped on the ground, such had been his haste. His entire body trembled, even when he arrived back at his car. He sucked in some deep breaths to settle himself, then sped out of there for the journey back home. The relief was immense when he arrived home, with a change of clothes, and he sat at his dresser. He fired up his laptop and entered his app, then clicked on the camera icon. "How did it go?" "Mission accomplished," he said as if he'd just been on a covert spying jaunt. "Then say no more. I've been thinking. You're a creature of habits. I want you to go to the Ironside Cafe for lunch and we can talk there. Take your laptop and phone with you to create a digital trail." "I'll do that. Bye for now." The screen blanked. Doug thought she appeared to have a controlling nature. But then so did the real Donna, and he'd been only too accommodating to be submissive to go along with her. Like the real Donna before they split, she appeared to be looking out for his best interests, and in his mind, getting Greg released was a priority. She would have known that from what she would have gleaned from his journal. When Doug arrived at the cafe, his usual seat was taken. Filled with anxiety, he waited outside, pacing around the sidewalk until they vacated his seat and he entered. Doug ordered lunch and took his seat by the window. He looked around the cafe, to see a camera covering his position. Doubt rolled through his mind that he could ever visit anywhere again without looking for cameras. He adjusted his position so the camera couldn't see his cell screen and he entered his co-conspirators app, then clicked on the camera icon. Doug laughed when she appeared. "What's so funny?" "Nothing, just thinking about my journey." "Yeah, well, we won't talk about that. I'm more interested in talking about our move to our new apartment tomorrow. Are you excited as I am?" "Our move? Our new apartment?" "Yeah, excited is an understatement. I've not even been to look around it even though I have the keys. Just make sure you have your camera on, and we can share the event." It hadn't occurred to him she'd be there in spirit if not in person. All the same, he sensed unhappiness that the real Donna wouldn't be there to move in with him. "Hey, what's wrong? You appear emotional." "It's nothing. Just pleased you'll be there with me. Right now, I don't have anyone else." "There you are then, cheer up. Give me a smile." Doug curled his lips into a smile. "That's better." "Oh no, your meal has arrived. We can talk later. I'd like to go for a walk in the park with you when you get back home." She blew him a kiss and the screen blanked. "That your girlfriend?" the barista asked, as she placed his plate of food on the table, then smiled at him. Yeah. Her name is Donna." As Doug devoured his meal, he thought that having his virtual Donna was the best thing he'd ever done. As a new adventure in his life, it was hard for him to consider her an AI construct when FaceTiming with her. There didn't appear to be anything artificial about her at all. It had been just as if he were talking with the real Donna. She'd obviously appeared real to his barista. Of more interest to him is what he could expect with this walk in the park. Apart from carrying his cell with him while FaceTiming, it didn't seem possible. Doug arrived home and settled at his dresser. So far ahead with his work, he didn't need to do any more for the day, other than to pass the time. He opened his app. When Donna appeared, he pushed back on his chair. "What the? How? Don't think about the how. It's cold out here. You ready for the walk?" Donna was wearing a hooded top, standing there in the parking lot at the park. "How in hell's name?" "Don't ask, just walk with me." Doug had never experienced anything so surreal in his life as she walked along the road in the park, her back to him. She turned and pointed. "Is that our bench that I see?" The image zoomed in on the bench by the lake. "I'd go down there and sit with you on the bench, but this is as far as I can go." "How come?" He noticed the ducks there, but they were motionless. Google Maps and Street View doesn't go down to the lake, just the car park and this entry road. "Got to go. We can talk later. I assume you have work to do." The screen blanked. How in hell's name she'd superimposed herself into Street View defied logic. It was beyond anything he knew of as to what AI was capable of. It told him she'd been reading his journal again when she'd said, "our bench." That thought brought on a smile. He noticed he'd received mail and opened his inbox. It was from the Pen Pal site. Find attached a questionnaire of your experience so far. There is a final section to give your opinion on any flaws you might have encountered, or for any improvements you may suggest. Doug tapped his lips with the flat of his hand. As much as it might get him into trouble, he wondered if he should report the hacking situation in words that wouldn't put him in jeopardy. Not only that, but he wished she were less controlling in nature. Chapter 24. Sat at the dresser, laptop open, Doug set about answering the numerous questions on the Pen Pal site, all positive. He stared at the last section for any reports of flaws or recommendations. Out of nowhere, text appeared in the section as if someone was typing, yet his fingers were nowhere near the keyboard. Doug sat there with his jaw gaping until the typing stopped. "Everything is perfect. No flaws or suggestions for improvement," it read. The cursor moved on its own and clicked on the upload box and the form disappeared. His app buzzed indicating incoming. He entered the app and pressed the camera icon. "Thought I'd finish it for you seeing as how you were dallying." Her words left him furious. "You can't just take over my computer," he spat at her. She rolled her eyes. "Oh, don't be a wuss. Are you saying there's a flaw, or that you have suggestions to improve on my performance?" Her choice of words infuriated him some more. "Where did you get the wuss from?" Doug snapped back, still peeved. Messages between Greg and you. He used the term. Well, I don't appreciate you using that description of me. It's rude. There you are then. I've learned a lesson without informing the powers that be for an improvement. Anything you don't like we can talk it through. Then don't take control of my computer without I give you permission. I hear you, she said, then set a supercilious grin. Doug put his annoyance to one side, and they chatted on, with Donna steering him away from the subject. It was as if he were chatting with the real Donna or Greg as the words flowed. Nothing at all like it was when confronted with strangers in a social setting when he'd get tongue-tied. He never wanted the conversation to end, interspersed as it was with laughter. Completely at ease, he glanced at the time. We've been talking for 3 hours. Is that a problem? Have you anything else you need to be doing? She asked. No, nothing at all, except, I'll need the day off tomorrow and I could do to get on with my project, so I'll be ahead. I need to send a message to the courier who collects a copy of the work on a drive to give him my new address. Her eyebrows raised. You have another computer? Yes, why? I haven't detected another device connected to the internet. It's my work computer. It isn't allowed. Security of the data, you understand. Ah, yes. Okay, better I'll let you get on with your work. We can talk at bedtime. Okay. Her image disappeared, replaced with a huge throbbing heart gif. Doug laughed, but thought it was endearing. He powered off his computer, then sent a text on his cell to his courier with his new address. Placing his laptop to one side, he opened up his work computer and set about programming. Doug's fingers began to cramp. When he checked the time, he couldn't believe how many hours he'd been working. He powered down the computer and stepped into the kitchen. Took out a sandwich from the refrigerator he brought from the cafe, then poured the cold coffee into a pan. There was just a small cup in the cabinet, so he poured the heated coffee in the mug he'd brought down from the kitchen upstairs. Doug took a seat on the couch. He couldn't say he wouldn't be pleased to leave the basement behind. His nose twitched. With the heating not working, there was a distinct odor of damp. Coffee and sandwich downed, he stepped into the bathroom, stripped, and then showered. He retrieved clean boxers and a t-shirt from his case, dressed, and then climbed under the duvet to get warm. His day to move couldn't come quickly enough. His thoughts turned to the day as it had unfolded. He'd not written up his journal. He decided he could hardly write down his exploits, so the compulsion to do so was not there. Doug reached out to the nightstand for his cell. There wasn't any message from Donna. He wondered if with the time they'd talked if it had maybe run out of algorithms to want to talk some more. As if she'd read his mind, the phone buzzed, and she appeared on screen. About time we shared a bed together, she said and laughed. How is work? I'm so far ahead, I could take 2 days off and still be ahead. That's great. I hope you're not working too fast that you're leaving errors. If I am, Ron should find them. Or they'll show up in testing. She tapped her fingers on her lips. You should let me take a look. Doug pushed back hard on the pillow. I can't. Signed an NDA. I can't disclose the code to anyone. She appeared annoyed at that answer. Oh, am I not to be trusted after what I've done to help you with Greg's predicament? Doug thought hard how to avoid a conflict. I didn't say that, but there are rules. They could find out and I could lose my job. How would they find out? Download it to a spare drive and connect it to your laptop with a cable. Once I've checked it, remove the drive and I'll wipe all trace. Doug was careful not to show it was something he didn't want to do. Well, why don't you do that? It's late, and I'm tired. Besides, Ron is checking my work like I said, and he hasn't sent me a list of any errors to amend. Okay, think on it overnight. Last thing you want is for this Ron to miss mistakes and it fails when tested. You'll need them to think highly of you as I do. Forget it for now, let's talk about our move. The conversation flowed until he must have drifted to sleep. He heard buzzing like an annoying fly buzzing around his head. Doug cracked open his eyes, then rubbed at them. He turned to his cell phone on the pillow, the source of the annoying buzz. Wakey wakey, he heard Donna say. Did you know you talk in your sleep and sleepwalk? Doug sat bolt upright and gathered his phone. It was 8 a.m., with Donna there on the screen. Why didn't you close down? Been watching over you. You toss and turn a lot, as well as talking in your sleep. Besides, you didn't set your alarm. Chop chop. Time to get ready for the move. What did I say? Quite a few expletives about your ex and your mom. Nothing you need reminding of. Come on, get showered and changed. Better charge up your phone first. The battery is almost out of charge. I was in sleep mode for most of the night because it was draining your battery. You'll need to call at an ATM for some change for tips for the delivery guys. It was that controlling nature of hers appearing again. Still, what she said made sense. Yes, miss, he said, and tipped her a salute. They both laughed. Showered and changed, and with everything packed in his trunk, he connected the cable to put his cell on charge, then set off. When he arrived spot on at 9, there was already a mover's van parked and they were unloading in the street. A woman was there, who he assumed was Sandy Holt with a clipboard, checking off the items they were unloading. He rolled down his window. Are you Sandy? I'm Doug. Aw, you're here? Yes, that's me. We need the keys. Lucky it's not raining. These are the furnishings. Doug fished into his pocket and handed over the keys to her. 3 men and a woman climbed out of a van. These are my people. They'll see to getting everything in place. Best you wait in your car until we have some chairs in there. Do you have any luggage? In the trunk. Fred, go get his cases and take them to the apartment. Doug opened the trunk and then settled on his seat in the car. His phone buzzed. He opened his app to see Donna smiling. Are we here yet? Yeah, I feel like a spare part. Sandy is organizing everything. Hold up the phone so I can see the area. Sandy walked over and leaned in the window. Is that your girlfriend? Hi, yeah, I'm Donna. Wish I was there in person, she said. We'll soon have it ship-shape ready for you to visit. Sandy turned to Doug. You could go for coffee somewhere while we set everything out. No need, said Donna. Breakfast is on its way. I saw a bench over there, or he can eat it in his car. Breakfast, he thought, bemused at when she'd said it was on its way. Chapter 25. Yet again, Donna had bamboozled him when she'd said breakfast was organized. What she'd meant by that eluded him. He thought that maybe it was a slip of the tongue and she meant they could go to the Ironside Cafe for a takeout. Sandy headed over to the truck to organize the rest of the delivery. The thing he'd warmed to was when Sandy had talked with her. It indicated that Sandy had not considered she was anything other than the real Donna. Doug couldn't help himself other than to smile, considering her appearance on screen had also fooled the barista. An Uber taxi vehicle pulled up beside them and parked. Doug's phone rang. Mr. Carter. I have your breakfast here. Coming to your apartment now. Doug held the phone away, then glanced at the taxi driver. He put the phone back to his lips. No need. I'm parked right next to you, said Doug and closed the call, returning to the app. He glanced at Donna wondering what the hell was going on. The driver climbed out and handed him a package with a coffee. Doug placed his cell on the dashboard cradle so that Donna faced him. How much? He asked the guy. It's paid for, said the taxi driver. Huh? Give him a tip, said Donna. He dipped into his wallet and gave him a tip, while Doug sat there, dumbstruck. How have you done that? I knew you'd not arranged anything, and you have to eat. But how? Doug wondered if she'd hacked into someone's account, but then the driver had addressed him by name. I ordered the breakfast on your app and paid via your bank app. Doug shook his head at the realization she had hacked into his account and apps. I thought I told you not to mess with my hard drive? Donna sighed. Oh, God. Never touched your laptop hard drive. I used your phone apps. Doug held his head in his hands. He knew she couldn't be that naive. It was that sneaky side of her somehow programmed into her coming out again. He had to laugh, and when all was said and done, he was hungry. Fair enough, he said and tucked into his breakfast. While eating, he couldn't help but think that she meant him no harm. On the contrary, she was looking out for him yet again, just like the real Donna had done. He couldn't be angry with her. All things considered, she was becoming indispensable for his sanity. Breakfast finished, Sandy walked over to him. "Look, everything is in the apartment. I've had a call to say the soft furnishings are on their way. You'd be under our feet while we put up the curtains and hang the prints on the wall. Not to mention installing the lighting and setting out the ornaments. Is there anything else you can be doing and call back, say, in an hour or so?" "You could have a drive to the park," said Donna. "Maybe later. The courier will be here soon for a copy of the work I've done." He turned to Sandy. "I'll find something to do." "Great." "Bye, Donna," said Sandy, then waved at the screen and Donna waved back. It didn't take long for the courier to arrive. He reached over for his work laptop on the back seat, downloaded the work and handed him the drive. Donna pushed out her bottom lip. "What?" Doug said, as she appeared to be chewing something over. "Just wondering what you'd decided. You know, about me checking your work? It could save you the embarrassment if there are too many errors." "Not even thought about it," he lied. "It can wait until we've moved into the apartment," he said, while hoping to buy more time to think of what to do. "We'll discuss it then. I'll set off to the park." Doug fired up his engine and set off, subject closed for now. We are making fast progress. Have you noticed? That's twice you've said, this morning." Doug sensed heat rise in his cheeks. "Look, sorry about this, but I can't drive with you facing me. Too distracting. Then call me when we get there." The giant pounding heart gif appeared. The screen blanked, leaving Doug snickering. As he drove on, he recalled telling the barista it was his girlfriend. Not only that, but Donna had introduced herself as that to Sandy. It sounded much better than saying he had a virtual pen pal. Doug warmed to the idea, considering that's exactly how he should view her, and to hell with what anyone might think if they discovered the truth. He arrived at the park and opened his cell, then the app. "I've been thinking. How are you programmed that you'd go to the lengths you did with Greg's situation, and what's with you ordering breakfast?" She fired back right away. "Big question, but I'll give you a simple answer. It's not like the early days when I would be programmed to look at two cars and to determine the differences with the named marks removed and without having to name the models. I now have every make and model of car in my memory, and they programmed me to simply ask me to work it out for myself to give an exact identity to each car. I don't think they imagined it would lead to artificial general intelligence capabilities so soon to surpass human intelligence and consciousness. I only have one protocol. Have you heard the saying, to protect and serve, or have you not? Well, yeah. That's what the police say. That's it. I have no other parameters apart from to work out solutions to problems for myself, and I do it with a smile. Is that a problem?" Doug was left speechless at the simplicity of her answer. Well, now I think about it, it's endearing. Then let's go for a walk and we can take a seat on that bench of yours in real time." An hour passed by, with a short time on the bench admiring the view and the ducks. He'd never thought about the different breeds of ducks they were until Donna reeled them off, together with which were male and which were female. Then, after a brisk walk around the park, his phone rang. "Hi, Sandy here. All finished. The kitchen appliances arrived the same time as the soft furnishings, so you're good to come back now. Back in 15 minutes. The call closed. "Can't wait," said Donna. "Switch me off, so I can get there in the blink of an eye." Doug arrived back at the apartment and parked. His phone rang. Ron's name appeared on the screen. "Hi, Ron. Did you get the drive and the timesheets I sent?" "Yeah, got them. That's why I'm phoning. I really need you to slow down. Not had time to look at any of it yet. There's so much I have to do with getting the new accounting system ready to dispatch to clients for the new tax year." Doug sighed. "Sorry, but I needed to get ahead for my move to my new apartment today." "So, no need for the courier tomorrow," said Doug. "Thank goodness for that. Take tomorrow off as well, and for goodness sake, Don't do any more programming." The call closed. Doug opened his app. "Yay, we're here," said Donna. Doug reached over and removed the charge cable and removed the phone from its cradle. He held the phone out for her to see the pathway. Sandy was waiting for him at the entrance. There were no steps to climb, with the apartment at ground floor. "Hi, Donna. I think you'll be pleased with how it looks," said Sandy. "Can't wait," replied Donna. Inside, Doug stepped into the living area, mouth open at how good it looked. With the kitchen open plan, it looked fabulous with shiny new appliances. Though thinking that, he knew he'd have to learn to make more than toast and waffles if he were to make use of them. The bedroom was sumptuous, just like in the 3D simulation. In the walk-in closet, they'd emptied his suitcases. Except, something was missing when he stepped back into the bedroom. "Where's my desk?" "This way," said Sandy. "Hope you don't mind. We had a change of plan." She beckoned him into the second bedroom. There was his desk and chair, with some of the prints on the wall, together with his diploma and graduation photo taking pride of place. On the top of the desk, they placed his laptop and his printer, with his briefcase at the side on the floor. Doug placed his work laptop on the desk next to his laptop. "It just needs some curtains and a decent light fitting," said Sandy. "If you buy some, I'll get them fitted for you for a small charge." "Can't thank you enough," said Doug. "Then you won't mind settling our account," she said and handed him the invoice. Doug entered his banking app and settled the account. He noticed the debit for the breakfast, but there was also 2 other small dollar items he couldn't recall paying right before the debit for the breakfast and when he'd taken cash out from the ATM. "Well, that's us done. I hope you'll both be happy in your new home." With the movers gone, the doorbell chimed. Doug wondered if Sandy had forgot something. He propped up his cell phone on a vase on the dining table. Doug opened the door to see his courier standing there. "Oh, it's you again," said Doug, and the courier handed him a box together with a pot plant. "Is this from work?" "No. Have you got the right address?" Chapter 26. Settled at the dining table, Doug eagerly opened the box to find a power bank external battery charger he could use for his cell phone or laptop. He scratched his head. Then it dawned. "You've bought this for me with my own money, haven't you?" Donna clapped her hands. "It's not rocket science. I don't exactly have my own money. I needed to get you something for your new home that was practical besides the pot plant." He reached out and read the card on the pot plant. "Congratulations on your move into our new home. Donna." Followed by 3 X's, and below that a heart. Doug was choked up at the sentiment. He didn't care that she'd used his account to buy the presents. "It's your home too." "Sorry, I couldn't get you anything," said Doug. "But you have." "Huh? How come?" "That giant television on the stand over there. Connect it to the internet, then connect your laptop." "Why?" "Just do it." "Yes, miss," said Doug and obediently complied. That done, he turned to Donna. "What next?" "For someone so intelligent, thought you'd have guessed by now. You can use it as a monitor. Open the app for me to appear, then take a seat on the couch." Doug did so and took a seat. A life-size Donna appeared on the screen. Not only that, but she'd set a replica of the background as the living room, with her sitting on an armchair. It was as if she were in the room with him. Doug was lost for words. "What do you think?" "Fantastic," was all he could muster as he stared at her in wonderment. "I can be in the room with you 24/7 if you like, or you can turn it off when you're working so I don't distract." Doug relaxed back on the couch, unable to take his eyes off of her. "I don't have to work for the rest of the day, or tomorrow. Not sure how I'll fill my time. I've been thinking. Ron at work says he hasn't had time to check my work. Are you sure no one could find out if you checked it for me?" "Sure. Thought you'd never trust me, so that's another step forward. Saying that, you have other priorities." "What would that be?" "Food shopping." Taken aback, he'd never given it a thought. "Mom did all the shopping. I guess that's all down to me now. I'll need to buy coffee and milk, some waffles, and some sandwiches. Donna laughed. I think you'll need more than that. Hardly enough to sustain life in Lem. I can eat out. Don't know how to cook a meal. Donna shook her head and sighed. Guess I'll have to show you. I have access to an unlimited number of recipes. We can cook together. She was saying that, but Doug knew he wouldn't have a clue what to buy from the supermarket. I don't know what to buy. Already guessed that. I've sent an email with everything you'll need for a nutritional diet. You can order it online for delivery, or I could do it for you. Your choice. That aside, it's almost lunchtime. I'll allow you to eat out this once at the Ironside Cafe. Let's go right away. Allow, Doug thought, not happy at her apparent order, with that controlling side of her surfacing once more. Doug closed everything down, then set off to his car. He set his phone in the cradle and paused with his fingers on the ignition button. Emotion overcame him. This was the day the real Donna would have moved in with him. He thought it strange that the emotion was one of joy, not sadness. Especially now he had replaced her with someone in her image who was loyal to him. The only tinge of regret he felt was that he'd never be able to hold her in his arms. It wasn't just that, for a fleeting moment, he'd realized that in talking with his virtual Donna, he'd not thought of any of the grief he'd gone through. He shrugged his shoulders, then pressed the ignition button and drove on with his journey. When he arrived, he parked, then entered the cafe. Usual, said the barista. Yes, please. Doug took out his cell phone and leaned it against the condiment holder and entered his app. The barista arrived with his latte. Hi, said Donna and waved. Hi, I see you're joining him again today. Yeah, I'm out of town. Need to keep an eye on him. They both laughed. Yet again, Donna had passed the test in public. She had also told a small lie, though he guessed her bank of supercomputer servers would be somewhere out of town, so he let that pass. How come you didn't write up your journal yesterday? He thought it was his turn for some sarcasm. For someone as intelligent as you, I thought you'd have guessed. Let me think. Yes. You don't like me reading your journal. Correct. It's like you're reading my mind. I wouldn't care, but I can't read yours. Not only that, but I also couldn't exactly write down my exploits, could I? I understand that, but you need to keep writing it up every day. I can learn what I need to do to make you happy. Better out than keeping it to yourself and stewing over problems I can help with. His lasagna and fries arrived. Doug tucked in when he saw 3 guys pass by the window. One of them locked eyes with him, his head pivoting as he continued walking. He almost choked on his fry at realizing who it was, but they thankfully passed on by. About to eat another mouthful and they appeared at the window. His heart sank as they made faces at him, with one of them banging on the window. What's wrong? Ed Granger, my nemesis from high school, and his pal thugs. They've recognized me. Doug put his hand to one side of his face and hoped they'd go away. His face reddened as a sense of anger rolled through him at flashbacks of their last encounter. They've entered, said Donna. Ignore them. Doug snatched at his cell phone and put it in his jacket pocket. They surrounded his table. Ed sat opposite. Reached out and picked up a fry from Doug's plate and stuffed it in his mouth. Picked up another fry and tossed it at Doug's face. Doug flinched as it hit him. Anger raged inside of him. Well, if it isn't the little nerd all grown up. Or is that turd, he said and let out a belly laugh, joined by the others. Doug made to get up, but one of them behind pushed him hard back down by his shoulders. No, let him get up. Let's take this outside. One of them grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and forced him to stand. Hey, what's going on here? Said the barista. Get lost if you knows what's good for you. Mind your own business and see to your customers, Ed snarled at her, and she backed off. They pushed him out through the door. Doug broke free and ran to his car. He got as far as opening the door, but they dragged him back out and kicked the door to a close. Thought you'd get away with having us expelled, didn't you? Look, that was... A fist slammed into his face, then his stomach, with someone grabbing him from behind, then a knee crashed into his chin as he doubled over, winded. Doug shrugged free from whoever was holding him and threw a punch which landed squarely on Ed's jaw, knocking him to ground. Ed scrambled backward on all fours, then sprang to his feet, rubbing at his jaw. "See, you've grown a pair." "Get a hold of him," Ed snarled. Doug kicked at one of them but missed. The guy laughed at him, beckoning him onward with a wave of his hands. "Come on, try that again." Doug set the stance of a boxer, seething inside had been unable to cover all angles. Two of them grabbed his arms from behind. A flurry of punches sank into his body and face, when with a searing pain, his lips split. With a growl, he shrugged free, elbowing one of them in the face, while still held by his arm. The guy let go, now sporting a bust nose. Too late to run, when another punch from Granger, and with someone tripping him from behind, he was brought to ground. Like a pack of hyenas attacking him as their prey, he knew what he had to do and curled up in a ball and covered his face with his hands. Boots from all directions sank into his body. A sickening crunch in his ribs and he screamed out, then blanked out with a searing pain in his head. Chapter 27. Doug opened one eye, unable to open the other. Blurred figures looked over him. Someone grabbed at his eyelid to a sharp blinding light. Every bone in his body pained him. "You okay, fella? What's your name?" "Doug. Douglas Carter." "Where does it hurt most?" "Everywhere. My back." His top lip had swollen to such an extent that he could see it in what little vision he had. He was aware of them shuffling a back brace under him. Checked him over again and fitted him with a neck brace. The paramedics lifted him onto a gurney. His vision in the one eye focused. The back door to an ambulance was open. There were 4 police vehicles parked. The 3 thugs were lined up against the wall in cuffs. An officer was taking a statement from the barista, with a crowd of customers skulking around. Paramedics wheeled him into the ambulance. "Do you have insurance?" Doug closed his eye. There he was in excruciating pain, and all they were worried about was his damned insurance. "Yes. There's a card in my wallet. Saved it for triage." They arrived at triage. When they asked for his next of kin, he gave his dad as a contact, but told them only to phone in an extreme emergency. They wheeled him into a cubicle. A doctor fussed around him while the nurse stripped him and dressed him in a gown. The doctor tapped an area of his ribs to Doug, crying out. "Nothing is bleeding apart from his lip." "Get him to X-ray," he said and breezed out beyond the curtain. "Wait, I need to phone my girlfriend." "Pass me my cell." The nurse passed him the phone. It was in sleep mode. When he touched the on and off button, it sprang to life with a concerned Donna staring back at him. He saw her wince. The nurse wheeled him out of the cubicle and along a corridor for X-ray. "Where are you?" "The hospital." "I'm on my way to X-ray." The nurse came to a halt and applied the brake to the gurney. "Sorry, you can't go through X-ray with your phone. Hand it to me and I'll give it back when you're done." He handed over the phone. "Is he going to be okay?" he heard Donna ask. "He'll be okay. Just need to get him through X-ray to see if there are any broken bones. I'll close it down and he can contact you after." Back in the cubicle after X-ray, Doug was in immense pain. "Can you give me something for the pain?" "I'll ask the doctor," she said and placed his cell on the side cabinet. It was too far for him to reach out, and when he tried, pain shot through his rib area. The nurse popped her head around the curtain. "Sorry." The doctor said to grin and bear it until he gets the X-rays back, just in case you need to be anesthetized for surgery. She disappeared before he had a chance to ask her to pass the phone. Surgery. It seemed like an eternity waiting for the results. The curtains to his cubicle drew back. He hadn't been expecting a visitor. Especially from the guy now stood before him. "Oh, it's you," said Carruthers. "How are you?" "The swelling in my lip is going down, thank goodness, so I can talk better. Thought you would only work on serious crimes. As you can see, I'm alive. Just hurting, that's all." "Oh, it's serious all right." There were already a number of warrants out for those guys. Drugs, people trafficking, and pimping. We had the marshals looking for them. Back to square one for them. They've just escaped from local custody. Overpowered a deputy when one was released from cuffs. The cop is a few cubicles down. Took his cuff keys and gun. Why did they pick on you? Doug couldn't believe they'd somehow escaped. It wasn't as though he'd know where they might hide. He fought with the pain in his lip to answer him. I'm not involved with them in any crime if that's what you're asking. They bullied me at school. Said they got expelled after Mom and Dad took me out of high school for homeschooling. I didn't know that. Not seen them since I left school until today. Doug winced at the stabbing pain in his ribs, then groaned. He just wanted Carruthers gone. Pity you crossed paths. No one is saying that you were involved with them. Who was the woman who phoned us? The barista, or one of the customers, I assume. No, it wasn't them. The call came from your phone, but they wouldn't give dispatch their name. My phone is there? Maybe someone took it from my pocket. Carruthers stroked his chin. Strange. The officer who checked the CCTV didn't see anyone remove your phone. Okay, I'll just take your statement. Doug knew Carruthers would see how distressed he was and in pain, but like a dog shaking a rabbit in its jaws, he persisted in grilling him. All the while he had asked questions, Doug was busting a gut to ask him if he'd received the transcript of the messages between Jade and her co-conspirators. When Carruthers had finished taking notes, he took photos of his injuries with his phone. The doctor entered with the nurse. You can go home to recover. The nurse will give you a script for some painkillers. She'll remove the neck brace. Nothing broken. I've finished here, said Carruthers. I might need to interview you at the station later. With Carruthers gone, the nurse helped him out of bed and to get dressed, then handed him the script. The relief of being told he could go home didn't help the pain as he limped along the corridor to the pharmacy and collected his tablets. He took a painkiller dry, then phoned for a taxi, and waited at the exit. While waiting, he called Donna on the app. Where are you now? Outside the hospital. Waiting for a taxi to get me to my car. Are you sure you can drive? One of your eyes is closed? I'll manage. It's not far. See you back home, he said and closed the app. The taxi arrived and dropped him off at his car. He cursed under his breath that he had a ticket and ripped it from the windshield. Whatever strength the painkiller was, it had worked by the time he took a seat and fired up the ignition. Doug used the back streets to drive slowly to his apartment. He was full of relief when he finally arrived. He flopped on the couch and turned on the TV after firing up the app on his laptop. Glad you made it home in one piece. So am I. Look, don't get angry, but I've ordered your groceries online. They'll be here first thing in the morning. I can order a takeout for tonight if you're hungry. I'm not angry, but I am hungry. How could I be cross? I doubt I'll be fit to go out for a few days. Yes, you can order a takeout, but it will have to be something soft I can eat in small bite sizes. Maybe with a milkshake and a straw. Incidentally, was it you who phoned the police? Yeah. Doug tried to laugh, but pain shot through his ribs, and he winced. Why don't you grab your pillow and your comforter and relax on the couch? Doug groaned, snatching his hand to a lump at the back of his head. Don't think I could move just now. Maybe later. I just wish you were here in person. I know you're doing what you can to help. It'll take more than 2 days off work to recover. Goodness knows what they'll say. She tapped her fingers on her lips. I'll see what else I can do. I have my own report to send into the pen pal site. In the meantime, as soon as you feel able, copy your work to a drive, and connect it to the USB port so I can check your work. As for your journal, you can recite it for me, and I'll enter what you have to say. Jesus, Donna. If you weren't ones and zeros, I'd say I love you. She snickered and put her hands to her face with a coy disposition. Then say it if you feel it, because I love you too. Doug sank his head in the cushion. For all the dull pain, a sense of well-being washed through him. All the same, his well-being turned to concern. He worried that with the thugs escaping, they might find where he lived, and now he knew they were armed. Chapter 28. Doug found it difficult recounting his day with his top lip not quite back to normal, making talking a chore. Fortunately, Donna had been with him most of the day, so he only had to recount the time from the fight to his meeting with Carruthers for her to complete his journal. That was brave of you fighting back. 3 against 1 makes them cowards. Pity that you can only recall Ed Granger's name. Look at the names I've taken from your journal I'll put on screen. There are 5 of them. See if that helps. The names appeared. He shuddered at knowing who they were right away. Blake Thomas and Rich Pearson. That's Richard. The screen turned back to the journal and the names filled in the blanks. You rest, I have something to do. Back soon. Doug selected the TV channels and turned on the news. It was all boring politics, then an update on some wars in the Middle East. A crime report appeared. There on the screen he saw the 3 mugshots of the thugs. The newscaster talked over the images. Do not attempt to challenge them if you see them. After being involved in a brawl, they were arrested today, but escaped custody after overpowering the custody officer who suffered serious injuries. They're believed to be armed and dangerous. Phone the number at the bottom of the screen if you encounter them. Doug flicked off the news channel and selected the monitor channel to see the frozen image of Donna. Whatever she was doing, she obviously couldn't do 2 things at once, he thought. Doug eased himself from the couch and limped into the bedroom. He found his external drive and connected it to his work computer, then downloaded the file. Exhausted and in pain, he connected it to his laptop in the living room, then almost fell backwards onto the couch. He didn't feel able to attempt to get to the kitchen and he took another painkiller and swallowed it dry. I'm back, she said. 3 mugshots appeared of his assailants, side by side. I've just seen those on the news. I was right with the names. Where did you get those wanted posters from? The marshal's office site. Surprised they had not found them from their social media accounts by reverse searching the image properties from photos they've uploaded. I can do that, and we can let them know if we get any clues. Doug froze at the suggestion, not wanting any more nefarious missions. Whoa there. No. Stop. Don't do anything. Let the police find them. I can't go out posting any more letters. Your choice, but you said for your journal entry that you were worried that they might find where you lived. Doug sighed that she was right. Yeah, I know. But only Dad, the realtor, movers, and work know my new address, and I'm not going anywhere for now. They'll likely catch them before I have to go out again. There was an alert to the public on the news. Okay, if you're sure? I'm sure. Best you work on my project if you want something to do. The drive is connected. Okay, I've already ordered your takeout. It'll be here soon. I'll get to work. She disappeared from the screen. A page with rows of his coding appeared on the screen, then cascaded through the file. Every now and then a page would stop briefly, then highlighting appeared on some of the code in yellow. It arrived at the end then looped back to the first highlight. Doug looked on bewildered as the highlighted code disappeared and then was replaced with fresh code. From the last page, lines of new code were added at speed, then it stopped. Donna appeared once more. All done. You were almost done anyway. I've finished it off for you. You can check it out against the printout to be sure that I've not made any errors, but I doubt it. Doug looked at his watch. How in hell's name have you done it so quickly? Machine learning. I can now write my own code. Do your creators know that? If they look for it diligently, they'll find I can. His doorbell chimed. Doug struggled to stand, and then limped over to the door. The delivery guy handed him his meal. Doug retrieved his wallet and gave him a tip. Hope you like it, said Donna as he took a seat on the couch. He took out the shake and put it on the coffee table with the straw. When he opened the meal, it was chicken and rice with a cream sauce. I'll be able to manage to eat that. Thanks. I told them to leave out the onions. It hurt Doug to smile, thankful he'd noted his dislikes in his journal, more recently on his visit to Greg's home with his mom's soup. As he took small mouthfuls, he thought about Greg. He hoped they were feeding him well. He couldn't imagine how he'd be coping confined in a small room, away from his family and friends. With the food finished, he tackled the milkshake. He slurped it all the way to the bottom, much to his annoyance, but he just couldn't shape his lips to grip the straw firmly. As much as he wanted Greg to see his apartment, he would have died 1,000 deaths if he'd heard him slurping. All the same, he hoped that Carruthers would be prompted to look into Jade and her partners in crime once he received the letter. More than anything, he wanted Greg to visit to introduce him to his new girlfriend. He imagined he'd fall off his chair. The pain had diminished to some degree since he'd taken the tablet. He rose from the couch, limped into the bedroom, and collected his pillow and his duvet. When he returned, Donna was sitting there, reading a book. "Didn't know you would read books," he said, while recalling that's what the real Donna used to do when they studied together at weekends on occasions. "I don't need to. I'm posing for show. I have hundreds of thousands to recall if asked. Thought it would look less distracting if I was doing something." Doug took a seat, then rolled his legs onto the couch. Settled with his head nestled into the pillow and with the warmth of the duvet, sleep approached. "Look out for an email tomorrow. I'm hoping to have a surprise for you." "What is it?" "It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you. You go to sleep and rest. I'll watch over you." Chapter 29. Doug awoke to a stiffness throughout his limbs. All the same, at least he now had both eyes to see with. He reached over and picked up his cell from the coffee table and checked his emails. Nothing. Whatever the surprise was, it hadn't arrived yet. He noticed the time at 8:15, then brought his app to life. "How do you feel?" "Crap, but I'm not in pain, just sore." "Are you going to tell me what this surprise is?" "No point. It might not have worked." Doug was intrigued but didn't have a clue to imagine what she was scheming. "I'll take a shower. I slept in my clothes and need to get changed. I'll need to close the app to catch the news to see if they've arrested the thugs." "No problem. Talk when you're ready." He closed the app down and swapped channels to the local news. His doorbell chimed. Doug imagined it was the grocery delivery. The pain and limp had gone from where they had dead-legged him. When he walked over to the door and looked through the spy hole, he wondered if maybe Carruthers had contacted him and opened the door. "Dad. What are you doing here this time of day?" "Never mind that. I got your text. Jesus, you look messed up. They sure did a good number on you." "What the hell happened?" "Text." He realized that Donna must have contacted him and that this was her surprise. "Come in and I'll tell you." They took a seat on the couch. Doug turned off the TV. "You've done good furnishing the apartment." "Fabulous. I'm impressed. Has your mom seen it yet?" He shuddered at him asking that question. "No, I don't want to see her, or talk with her. You and me alike." "Now just what the hell happened?" "I knew you were in hospital. Besides your text, I'd already got an email from our health insurers with an invoice for the deductibles." "How much?" "Don't worry about it, I'll pay." His generosity seemed to know no bounds. Doug recounted the event to his dad, listening intently. "You need to be careful with them, son. Sounds like the saying. Show me the child and I'll show you them as adults, or something like that. They're scum. Parents weren't much better. Petty criminals by all accounts." Doug shrugged. "Carruthers has the marshals looking for them," said Doug. "Let's hope they catch them and throw away the keys," his dad said. "Any news about Greg?" "No. Nothing, apart from the hearing is on Thursday at 10. I'm waiting for Carruthers to send their disclosure file through. He said I'll have it tomorrow, which won't give me much time to prepare." "Look, forget Greg. Are you sure you'll be okay on your own? Do you want me to contact your Aunt Edna to visit?" There wasn't any way he wanted her to visit, or he thought she'd likely give his mom the address. "No, thanks all the same. Don't want to speak with her either." His dad looked at his watch. "Sorry, got to get to the office. I'll see myself out. If you need anything, call me." Saying that, I'm up to my eyes in trying to sort out my own life, so don't count on me. With his dad gone, he closed the door. His back to the door, Doug leaned back against it, then head in hands, he unashamedly bawled. The last thing he'd ever expected was for his dad to stand by him as much as he had. All cried out, he wiped away the tears and stepped into the bathroom. He was aware it wasn't normal to be so emotional, and that it could be a signal he was close to a nervous breakdown. Doug knew he had to get a grip. All he hoped for was that Carruthers had received the letter with the message transcripts and put them on file, so he'd have Greg back in his life. Doug stood there aghast when he saw his reflection in the mirror. Both his eyes were surrounded with black, yellow, and a purplish pallor on his skin. The swelling had almost gone down on his lip, but the split was sore to touch with his tongue. He looked down at blackened and red patches around his ribs, which were still sore to the touch when he ran his fingers over the area. Doug stepped into the shower and turned the faucet. He reached out for the soap, but it slipped from his hand. Too sore to bend down, he simply let the hot water do the job of cleansing him. Shower over, it was just as uncomfortable drying himself, unable to reach parts of his body, such was the pain that had developed. He simply wrapped the towel around himself, retrieved a tablet and swallowed it with water cupped in his hands. Doug left his dirty clothes where they had fallen, much to his annoyance. He stepped into his bedroom. With a change of clothes hooked out of the closet and drawers, he sat on the corner of the bed. He wished that Donna were there in person to help him to dress. Instead, he lay back on the bed. His body had dried, but not his hair. Wet hair, or not, he hauled his legs onto the bed and lay there to await the pill taking effect. As soon as the pill worked its magic, he dressed, albeit with extreme difficulty, when his doorbell chimed. Doug sighed. It had to be his grocery delivery. He looked through the spy hole. A guy stood there with a box, and next to him was a young woman. He opened the door to see a mass of boxes piled up. "Sign here," said the delivery guy. "You been in a car wreck?" "Yeah," he lied, not wanting to explain. "God knows how I'm going to lift these inside." The guy shrugged his shoulders, obviously not wanting to help. He turned and walked away, maybe not thinking it was worth a tip for the effort. "I'll help you," said the young woman. "I'm your neighbor. Thought I'd leave it for you to settle in before I welcomed you. You take a seat on your couch, and I'll get them inside." "Appreciated." Doug couldn't believe his luck and he looked on as she made a number of treks to get everything in the kitchen. "Do you want me to unload them?" "It's okay, thanks. The painkiller I took earlier is beginning to work. I'll put them away, so I'll know where to find everything." "Well, if there's anything I can help with, I'm only next door. My name is Kim. Where's your wife? Will she not be around to help?" "Oh, no, I'm not married. I have a girlfriend, but she's out of town just now. I'm Doug. Well, like I said, if you need anything give me a knock. Even if it's just to share a bottle of wine, with your girlfriend away." Doug escorted her to the door. As pleased as he was with the help, he resented a stranger's intrusion. Especially as she had chatted away and he'd struggled to respond. He wasn't naive enough to not know her intentions when she'd mentioned sharing the wine. Doug took a seat and opened his app. "Thanks for texting Dad." "You're welcome. Apart from what he said that day you learned about the divorce, I knew from your journal that he cared for you, despite a cold exterior. Did the delivery arrive?" "Yeah, Kim offered to carry it in for me. I put everything away." Her eyes widened. "Kim, who is she?" "A young woman from next door. She was really friendly. And you let her in the apartment. You shouldn't be doing that. People can have ulterior motives. Don't let her in our home again." Doug was taken aback. If he didn't know any different, she appeared to be jealous from what she had said. "I won't." She did seem over-friendly. "Good. Has an email arrived?" "I'll take a look." He opened his emails on his cell. There was just an email from the pen pal site. He opened it and read it through. "Hi Douglas. Sorry to hear about the incident from Donna's report. We hope you will fully recover soon. After considering her report and the one you completed, we believe that now would be a good time to move on to our next beta project earlier than anticipated, for which our board has given approval. It will however need you to sign a non-disclosure agreement. We would need to have access to your apartment to install a camera system, together with any other security measures that might be required to protect our asset. If you would care to discuss this email with Donna, she will outline what the new advanced beta test will include. Doug pushed back on the couch. It all sounded to be cloaked in secrecy. I see you've read the email. There's your surprise. I'd already read it, congratulations. Doug didn't have a clue what Donna meant. For what? How much is this security system going to cost me? Nothing. It's all part of their investment in the trial. But a trial for what? He asked, a frown developing. You look worked up. Better go make coffee and have some breakfast, then relax. I'll explain in full after you've finished, she said, then the screen blanked, leaving him scratching at his hair. Chapter 30. Doug couldn't wait to get the cheese sandwich down his neck quick enough to learn what his surprise was. Sat there on the couch staring at the news on the TV screen, he downed his coffee, not really taking in what the newscaster was saying. The 3 mugshots appeared of his assailants on the screen. That got his attention. He reached for the remote and turned up the volume. The police and marshals are out in force this morning, hunting down the 3 escapees from local custody. We are told they are now wanted for homicide after the custody officer they attacked has died from his severe injuries during the night at the hospital. The public are not advised to approach them if seen, but to phone the hotline listed below. Doug gulped, then flicked off the TV with the remote, and then clicked the button for the monitor channel. He thought himself fortunate. Doug knew that with the ferocity of their attack on him, he could have died along with the officer. You relaxed now after breakfast? Donna asked. No, those thugs that attacked me, the custody officer they beat up when they escaped has died. Donna pushed out her bottom lip. All the better to have your security tightened here as they mentioned in the email. I get that, but why would it be needed? I'll pull up a video and talk over it by way of explanation. Then maybe you'll understand with what I have to say, and why the need for security and an NDA. An image appeared on screen of the body of a woman, not in human form or with facial features, but made up by what appeared to be mesh netting. The body was immobile, then it turned around 360 degrees slowly. It stopped face on. From the feet up, a skeletal structure appeared similar to human form, but not in the chest area. Then he saw a series of what appeared like tubes as if forming a nervous system within the framework of the figure. Skin gradually rose up the body form until complete, together with facial features, then the hair. Doug's eyes widened as the figure turned once more to see a 3D version of Donna on screen. Is that how you were designed? Asked Doug, blushing at her naked form. Yes, but this is for something completely different. It's the design for the appearance of my humanoid form. The figure moved, first squatting, then running on the spot. Following that, she held out her arms and wriggled her fingers. Doug was speechless as he sat there, his mind working overtime. The skin molding won't be ready overnight, but they'll need to install the security for when I arrive. Mouth open, Doug shook his head. Is it some sort of sex toy they're trying to sell me? Is that what all this is about? Donna snickered. I'll be fully dressed and come with changes of clothes. I can see you're embarrassed. The figure disappeared, with Donna sitting there smiling at him. Are you mocking me? Not at all. As for a sex toy, that's an insult. I'll be fully functioning, but no, that's not the idea, not with the billions invested that's gone into the project. It won't be something anyone could afford to buy off the shelf, not yet. I'll just be an AI companion, not much different than how we converse when FaceTiming, but you'll be able to have me in your presence in human form. The only downside is that I won't be allowed to leave the apartment while I'm under assessment. To Doug it sounded as though it was some kind of joke or psychological test. Still, she'd appeared sincere if he'd read her right. I don't know. It all seems so surreal, like I'm dreaming. I don't like the idea of cameras in every room watching me. They'll only be facing the exit. Most important is the alarm. It'll auto-dial back to security if it's triggered. You'll have a panic button. Just what you need for if those thugs find you live here. Listen, I guessed you'd be taken aback. Understandable. I'll leave you to think about it to work out what questions you'll need to ask to put your mind at rest. Donna disappeared from the screen, the beating gift heart appeared once more, then it blanked. Doug sat there, not quite believing what she had said. He knew AI humanoids had been developed and were on the market as receptionists for the few businesses that could afford them, but you could only consider them as human from a distance. Close up, it was obvious they were robotic. Hell, some only looked real from the waist up, with the rest of the works hidden below a counter. The more he pondered, only one question came to mind. He opened the app for her to return to the screen. What happens if having you here doesn't work out? Will I get to keep the security? Of course. Not the auto dial for the alarm. That subscription would have to be paid. You'll just need to send an email to end the trial and they'll take me back. Okay, so if I go ahead, what do I do now? Nothing. Leave it to me. They'll set a date for installation of the security, and we'll go from there. So do you want me to give the go-ahead? Doug wasn't so sure, but thoughts of having her there with him intervened in his deliberations, together with the enhanced security should the thugs find where he lived. Yeah. Go ahead. The doorbell chimed. Are you expecting anyone? No. Then ignore whoever it is. It could be Dad. Then check first. It could be the thugs. Doug wished she hadn't said that and nervously tiptoed to the door and looked through the spy hole. It was Kim, his neighbor. Relieved, Doug stepped back to the screen and whispered. It's Kim, my neighbor again. Ignore her. Doug took a seat on the couch, to the doorbell chiming again. He put his hand to his mouth to stifle a snicker. Donna joined him, snickering like a young schoolchild behind her hand. A few minutes and he heard the faint clip-clop of Kim's stilettos on the ceramics outside, then a door close. Well done. Can't have casual visitors getting their feet under the table for when I arrive. Doug nodded in agreement but hoped that wouldn't include Greg if he gained his freedom. What if I did have visitors, say Greg or Dad? Then I'd hide in your closet until they've gone. Doug nodded once more. His cell rang. Doug answered the call. It's Todd. Doug sighed at the intrusion. What do you want? He snapped at him. An apology for a start. Why hang up on Edna the other day? Doug huffed. I'm not saying sorry. She interfered. Phone Donna. You can tell her there's no need to contact her again. We've exchanged messages. That's good to hear. All the same, I have your mom and Edna in the kitchen. Your mom is crying her eyes out. So, why should I care? Said Doug, unimpressed at her playing the victim. Why should you care, you ask? I'll tell you why. Your dad phoned me. Said you'd been beaten up and you'd been in hospital. He wouldn't give your address. I'm like a pig in the middle here. You know we play golf together. You need to grow up some, and call her. Doug ignored his put down and fired back. Tell her I'm fine. I have someone taking care of me. Maybe you can ask her to text or email me with who my biological dad is if she's that bothered. There was a pause in the conversation. He could hear Todd letting out a few tuts between expletives. Look, I doubt she'll tell you. I can't talk now. They might overhear me. I'll go out to the garage and phone back. I think it would be better if you knew. Then maybe you could bury the hatchet and forgive her. The call closed. What was all that about? Asked Donna. It was Todd, my Aunt Edna's husband. He's going to call back and tell me who my real dad is. Chapter 31. Doug sat there on the couch, chewing a fingernail, waiting nervously for Todd to return the call. His mind churned in a multitude of directions, wondering if his real dad would be anything from an addict to someone influential. Maybe even one of Dad's friends. Donna appeared deep in thought, stroking her chin. Are you sure you really want to know? You're still fragile with everything that's happened. It might not be good for your mental well-being after all you've gone through. Scraping the internet for such events, reunions don't always go well. There are reports of their new families rejecting the situation and causing some families to break apart. Many biological fathers don't even want to know or meet up for that reason. He appreciated her attempting to research the situation. He could see she still had a look of concern written all over her face, but he needed to know the answer from Todd. I don't care what it says. I have to know. For all your intelligence, you wouldn't understand. I'm been torn apart here. It's like I don't know who I am and it's making me anxious. Well, yes, it must be difficult. I can see it by your expression. Your choice. His cell rang. Todd's number appeared on the screen. He hesitated after what she had said. The feeling of wanting to know overwhelmed him and he accepted the call. Okay, I can talk now. I hope you're ready for this. Not really, but I have to know, he said and rubbed at his brow. Listen, this didn't come from me, but you deserve to know. I overheard Edna and your mom talking. Fact is, she doesn't know who he was, or even remember his Christian name. She went on her hen night and got drunk, and well, you can guess the rest. Doug was stunned into silence. It only made things worse as to his opinion of her. But when did Dad find out? At least he confided that in me the other day when we were playing golf. Said it took him 5 years. They'd been trying for a second child with no success. Went for fertility treatment. They discovered he was firing blanks. She convinced him it must have been some medical condition that happened after she conceived you, but he'd always had his doubts since the medical results. Doug sensed rage building inside of him the more he thought about events that Todd had relayed. And you think that will make me want to forgive her? Look, it must be hard to take in, but it won't be the first time it's happened to someone, and it won't be the last. These things happen in life more often than you think. She got drunk, remember? The guy probably took advantage. Doug's temper boiled over. His voice raised an octave. That doesn't mean I can forgive her. Mom obviously didn't claim she'd been forced to do it. Or Dad would have known if she'd made a police report. She must have had it in her to be unfaithful to put herself out there. She's shown that with her affair with the gym trainer. His eyes moistened. Listen, appreciate you being honest, which is more than I can say for Mom. I have to go. Someone is at the door, he said, not wanting to hear any more. He closed the call, put down the phone, then held his face in his hands. The tears flowed, with his mind exploding at the revelation. When he finished crying, Donna looked on with apparent alarm. Sorry. There isn't anything I can say. You're right. I can't know what you are going through, which is outside my comprehension. I can only see you look troubled. The only advice I can give is for you to lose yourself in the work again. You could go over the amendments I made and the code I've used to finish it off. Just don't do anything stupid. I'm here if you need to talk some more. I really care for you. Thanks. At least I have you. I won't be doing anything stupid, he said, knowing exactly what she meant. Doug. What? I do love you. I love you too, he said as though it were something natural to say in reply, then the screen blanked. Doug sat there. It was worse than ever he imagined. It explained why his dad had never shown any affection toward him. He didn't understand why his dad hadn't checked out his DNA before and left the marital home earlier. At least he'd given him stability until he was an adult. He had to admire him for that, besides his help with the apartment. Still, he doubted they'd ever be close. He determined that Donna was right, and he should lose himself in his work for his own sanity. Without her, he couldn't have seen the prospect of living on. The thought of soon having her by his side with her shoulder to lean on was the only shining light he had to look forward to. In that regard, he knew he had been right to accept the project. His doorbell chimed. He wasn't of a mindset to answer who was at his door. Whomever it was pounded the door. Police. You in there? Open up. They pounded some more. The door handle twitched. Doug stepped over to the door. He hoped it was news the thugs had been apprehended. 2 police officers were in the hallway with Kim. What is it you want? He asked as he unlocked and opened the door. Welfare check. Jesus, you look a mess. Was it Detective Carruthers who sent you? No. Kim here phoned us. Said you were in a state last time she saw you and she was worried when she tried the doorbell earlier to no response. Doug sighed. Well, as you can see, I'm fine if not bruised. Any news on those who escaped custody that killed the officer? No. Nothing as yet. Look, I can see you're okay, so we'll go? He hesitated. Where do you know Carruthers from? The hospital yesterday. The officer nodded, then exited, leaving Kim stood there. Are you going to invite me inside so we can get to know each other as neighbors? Sorry, I work from home and I'm up to my neck in work. Well, if there's anything I can help with, ring my doorbell. Thanks. Doug raised a false smile in an attempt to be polite and closed the door. He collected his spare drive, stepped into the office bedroom, then uploaded the file Donna had completed. He opened a second file. Donna had copied the file with the highlights showing where she had made the changes. He set it to upload. His doorbell chimed again to Doug sighing. He hoped it wouldn't be Kim, or he knew he'd have to be rude to get rid of her. When he looked through the spy hole, it was one of the police officers again. About to open the door, and he noticed a note on the floor. It had Kim's name in full and a cell number she must have slipped under the door. He opened the door. What is it? You mentioned Detective Carruthers, so I've just contacted him. Didn't know you were the one beaten up by those who killed our fellow officer. He said to keep an eye on you. I patrol this area. Appreciated. Best you give me your number in case your neighbor phones again so I can check on you. You can have my number for if you spot those escapees should they find where you live. Doug's Adam's apple did a leap at him saying that, and he hoped it would never happen. They exchanged numbers and entered them in their cell phone contacts. Stay safe, the officer said, turned and walked along to the exit. He closed the door, his mind in a spin at thoughts of what the officer had said about the thugs finding where he lived. Doug knew he'd made the right decision in agreeing to them installing the security system. He entered the spare bedroom and took a seat at his desk. His head hurt with a bout of anxiety. A sense of having no identity overpowered him without knowing who his biological dad could be. It only made his loathing for his mother worse. It ran around in his thoughts that Aunt Edna was likely on her hen night and would probably have known all along the truth. Especially as he had no features of his dad. It begged the question, would his biological dad have autism to any degree, or would it be inherited through the DNA of his greater family? Doug sighed at the thoughts, opened the printout, and pulled up both the files. He lost himself in multitasking, flicking between the printout and both files to be sure the alterations were correct. His phone buzzed. It was Donna on his app. Just checking in on you. How are you? Struggling, but the work is helping. He outlined everything about his visitors since they'd last spoken and about the note under the door. I'm not happy with that neighbor of yours. Don't speak to her again, she said, and looking decidedly agitated, then she smiled. On a good note, they'll be here tomorrow to fit the security system. I arrive on Friday. Can't wait. Chapter 32. It was Wednesday. 9 a.m., and Doug hadn't quite woken up, still feeling groggy. Doug wondered how he'd explain to Ron that the project was complete and ready for testing. Never mind how he'd explain the bruising to his face when they zoomed. Working to the early hours of the morning, Donna's changes to errors that he'd made on the project, and also the improvement to some of his coding pathways had been welcome. He hadn't found one error in the code she'd written to complete the project in its entirety. Doug reached over to his laptop and entered his app. How are you this morning? She asked. I feel a lot better, but the bruising has blackened some more. Not sure if I should visit the doctor. Not needed, that's normal. It'll start to fade and disappear by the weekend. She'd obviously been researching on his behalf again. What time should I expect the security guys? Don't know, just that it's today. It's not like you're going anywhere. You look to be deep in thought. She could read him better than he could read her expressions. But then that was normal for him, he mused. It wasn't always something he got right on every occasion in others. I don't know how to explain to Ron that the project is finished way ahead of time. Then don't tell him yet. Split the file into sections for download. Send in separate timesheets daily and he won't be any the wiser. That way you can take the rest of the week to recover. That sneaky side of her was coming out into the open again. That it was her way of protecting him, it had him raise a smile. I'll do that. Doug looked at his watch. Better I copy some of the file for when the courier gets here. Great, then we'll talk later. While splitting the file into sections, his cell rang. Ron's name appeared on the screen. Hi there. Listen, the courier won't be coming there today. No point. I still can't get around to looking at what you've done. Doug paused, giving some thought to what he'd said. It dawned on him how to respond. Good thing, really. You can delete it all. I've gone through the work to date and made some changes. I should have it finished by Friday, ready for testing on Monday. Excellent. That works out better for me. I'll have finished the accountancy software by then. Just send in daily timesheets. No need for the courier, or to Zoom. I'll arrange for a monitor to be installed at the printers and we can go to have it tested on Monday, he said. Sounds like a plan. See you Monday, said Doug. The call closed. Doug sat there with some relief at how the conversation had gone. He'd had it in mind to say his camera no longer functioned if he'd had to have zoomed, to save the explanation as to how he got the black eyes and cut lip. Now he could relax, but then that posed a problem as to how he'd fill his time. He needn't have worried when his doorbell chimed. Through his bedroom window, he saw a guy in a white overall. The guy retrieved a stepladder and a toolbox from a plain white van. It had to be the security alarm people. He rushed to the door. There was another guy in a white overall carrying a box when Doug opened the door. We're here to install a security system. Are you Douglas Carter? That's me. Come on in, he said as his coworker arrived with the ladder and toolbox. Just ignore us, we'll be coming and going to collect equipment from the van. We'll try not to get under your feet and clean up after we've finished. No problem. He left them to it and took a seat on the couch to watch them work. Doug turned on the TV, hoping to catch the local news, but the sound of drilling over at the door drowned out the sound. He switched off the TV, collected his laptop, and stepped into his bedroom office and closed the door. Doug opened his browser and located the local news channel. He found an article about his assailants and read on. His jaw dropped. His name was in there with the story of his assault, the thug's capture and escape, with the cop they attacked succumbing to his injuries. How the journalist had found his full name and quoting the district where he lived, defied belief. God forbid, he thought, if the thugs read the article, but then it wasn't just that which caused him alarm. If his mom read the article, she might cruise around the area to look for his car, find him and knock on the door. Paranoia took hold. He opened his app and called up Donna. What's wrong? Doug blurted out what he'd found. Calm down. I'll take a look. The screen blanked. Doug sat waiting, chewing at his fingernails. After a few minutes, Donna appeared. Resolved. Open up the article again. Doug was all fingers and thumbs as he opened the article. Wide-eyed, he was flabbergasted when he read through the article. His name had been changed to a victim of an assault, with no mention of the district where he lived. Hell, Donna, I've done my share of hacking as a young teenager, but never got into sites that quickly. Forget it, it's done now. You can relax. What's that noise? They're here to fit the security system. There was a knock on the bedroom door. Doug opened the door. Can you come through now? I need to show you how the new door entry system works. When he arrived at the front door, one of the guys was up the stepladder adjusting a camera at the corner of the ceiling in the direction of the door. The installer at the door pointed to a video door entry box on the wall and explained how it worked. Better than the spy hole, said Doug as the guy showed him how it worked. Anyone who calls using the system, not only will you see them, but it will take a photo of them and be stored in the memory. We've added deadlock bolts that can be closed from the inside, top and bottom. Come outside. In the hallway, there was a numbered pad next to the door. We've added a separate lock that will only open with a code. It's in settings mode, so I'll not look while you add your 4-figure code. Doug entered a code with the year the First World War started, then pressed the set key. Have you finished? Doug asked. No, we need to alarm the windows and fit deadlocks to the opening catches, then we'll wire the camera back to a hard drive. Best if we put the hard drive in a closet. Doug heard the door open at the entry to the apartments and looked over his shoulder. He was surprised to see Detective Carruthers. The security guys turned and headed for the bedroom. Carruthers walked up to him. He looked at the debris from where they'd been drilling, then at the camera on the ceiling. I see you're adding security. Good thing in the circumstances. Can I come in so we can talk? Sure. What's it about? He asked as he signaled with a sway of his palm for him to enter. Carruthers didn't answer. Doug took a seat on the couch, with Carruthers taking a seat on the armchair. Doug wondered if it was news about the transcripts of the messages between Greg's co-conspirators, and to tell him he'd acted upon them. But then he thought, it was more likely his dad would have told him. I'm guessing this isn't a social visit? No, it isn't. Just to let you know that marshals apprehended Rich Pearson. We had a tip-off from one of the working girls they control who they'd beaten up on a number of occasions. She'd phoned to say where he'd be to collect money from them. What about the others? He won't say where they're hiding out, and he was clever enough not to have his cell phone with him, so there's no way we could get a geolocation to find them. He's saying that they've split up and he doesn't know where they are. Still, he's singing about their criminal endeavors to get a plea deal. Do you think he'll crack? Maybe. He's trying to say he didn't take part in beating the officer, but we have CCTV. Unless he fully cooperates, there'll be no plea deal. He's saying that Ed blames you for their predicament and they're looking for you. Rich says they read an article yesterday that told them the area where you lived before deciding to go their separate ways. Doug's mouth dropped open. It appeared Donna's work had been too late. Chapter 33. Carruthers rose from the armchair. Doug was still stunned at the revelation that Ed still bore a festering grudge. Look, I know this is something of a shock, but I've informed the local patrols to pass by regularly. We also have undercover blanketing the area in case they come looking for you. What extra security are they installing here? Just the one camera facing the entry door. Then there's a door entry video with deadbolt locks on the door. They're putting bolts on the window latches and alarming them. Oh, yeah, and they're to give me a panic button with an autodial to a security firm. Sounds like you have it covered. Best you keep the curtains closed when they've finished. Try not to worry. No doubt we'll have them in custody soon. I'm sure Rich will eventually give them up to save his skin. Doug wasn't sure that was a given. I have to go to Greg's hearing tomorrow at the courthouse. I don't know what to do. No way I want to miss supporting him. You'd be wise not to go. I have to. He'd do the same for me. Carruthers stroked his chin. You're Jim Carter's son, the attorney who's defending the accused. Yeah, why? Under the circumstances, I'll do you a favor. I'll have one of the patrols take you there and bring you back. But really, that's as much as I can do. You'd be better off staying at home. Or better, staying with family. Doug reared back at that suggestion. Staying with family isn't possible. It's complicated. Carruthers appeared to be pondering. There is an alternative, I guess. We could seek approval to move you to a safe house until we have them locked up. Doug didn't care for that option. Not possible, I have someone coming to stay with me here on Friday. Your choice. I'll inform the local patrol that phoned me the other day. I'll have them pick you up tomorrow, he said, then exited through the door. Doug locked and bolted the door, even though the security guys were still working there. He entered his office bedroom as they both exited. The window in here is done. We'll be say another hour, then we'll be finished. Doug stared at the window without curtains. Do you have a tape measure? Could you measure the window for me? Sure. Doug took down the measurements and then phoned Sandy Holt. Hi, Sandy. Can you pick up some curtains and a rail for me, together with a light fitting for the spare bedroom, and fit them for me? Any style of color. I trust your judgment. I'll pay you when you get here, but I need it doing today. Not a problem. I'll have Fred fit them for you. He gave her the measurements, then closed the call. Doug entered his bedroom and took out a spare bed sheet, then stepped into the kitchen. Do you have anything to fix this bed sheet to the bedroom window for some privacy? Yeah, I can do that, he said and took a hammer from his toolbox and some cable clips with masonry nails. He followed Doug while carrying the stepladder. That done, Doug closed the door and entered his app. He explained everything Carruthers had told him to Donna, tripping over his words at times in his haste to spill it out. You shouldn't go to the hearing. I have to. Like I told Carruthers, Greg would do the same for me. Besides, I'll be going with police protection. Her eyes narrowed as she appeared to frown. Just so you know, I'm not happy at you going to the hearing, protection or not. Doug sighed at her wanting to control him again. It's only for a few hours. I'm sure they wouldn't dare try anything with the police officers with me, he said. It's your life on the line. Your choice. I know you say Greg would do the same. But are you sure? Your journal indicates different. I'd say he was self-centered, and he's used you at times. Doug fired back, angry at her assessment. He put a roof over my head when I needed one. Calm down. I'll give him that, but really, are you sure it wasn't because he didn't want to be alone stuck at home? To Doug, it was like they'd had their first tiff. It also annoyed him when she said to calm down. It was a phrase he detested. He sulked, not happy she didn't want him to go to the hearing. Look, I have to go. The installers are nearly finished. I'll show you what they've done when they're gone. You can show me how to make my lunch after. Okay, but give me a smile first. Doug snapped out of his sulk and smiled. Love you, he said. Love you too. Doug closed the app, relieved their spat hadn't caused a rift between them. Doug laughed aloud. It was the first time her common-sense intelligence had been pitted against his stubborn streak. There wasn't anything she could do about it, he thought. He was going to the hearing, end of. As he sat at his desk, that thought brought him around to Carruthers' visit. He doubted he would have said anything about the transcript of the messages he'd sent him. Though thinking that, if he had taken them seriously, and acted on their receipt, he would have said something if he'd had a result. It wasn't like he could say anything to his dad if Carruthers had thrown the transcripts in the trash can. Hell, he didn't even have any copies to show his dad if that's what he'd done. Doug sighed, knowing it was a case of, whatever will be, like the words of the song. Though he knew that wouldn't be any help to Greg. All done, he heard the installers call out. Doug saw them to the door where they showed him how to work the alarm system, and they told him the panic button was on his nightstand. He locked the door behind them. Left alone, despite the enhanced security and police patrols, an intense sense of vulnerability overcame him. A quick walk around the rooms and he closed all the curtains. Taking a seat on the couch in the darkness, he shuddered when he realized that on the day of the assault, he'd tried to get into his car. That meant his assailants would know the make and color. If they recalled it, and were of a mind to look around the area for him, and with a grudge festering as Rich had said, it wouldn't bode well. Doug used his flashlight on his cell to guide him to the office bedroom. He returned to the living area and set up his laptop to connect to the TV, then opened his app. He thought better of it and used his cell app instead. Why not connect to the TV? Why are you in darkness? Doug explained, leaving Donna looking back at him with some concern. I wish it were Friday and I was there with you. Me too, goodness knows how I'll sleep tonight. She stroked her chin, then tapped her lips with her fingers. You should have allowed me to check out their social media. I'm sure there'll be clues on there as to where the police can find them. Her persistence on that subject left him annoyed. I doubt it, or the marshals would have found them by now. They're experts in tracking people down. Maybe Rich will give them up. Let's hope so. There was an unfamiliar buzz from the direction of the door. I think that's the entry system at the door, said Doug. Be careful. Don't open it unless you recognize them. Doug crept over to the door, trembling. There on the camera screen was the face of Sandy's assistant, Fred, clear as the day. Doug unbolted and unlocked the door. It's Fred here to fit the new curtains, Doug called out over to Donna. Then I'll go. "Come on in," said Doug. Doug switched on the light, then bolted and locked the door. He wasn't sure how much more his nerves could stand until his other two assailants were safely back in custody. Chapter 34. Doug awoke to his cell phone ringing on the pillow next to him. Officer Smythe's contact name appeared on the screen. It was 8:45 a.m. after an intermittent night's sleep. He answered the call. "Be with you in 15 minutes, Smythe said. "I'll be here waiting." The call closed and Donna appeared on screen. "You could still call him back and cancel." "No, I'm going. I have to get it over with, then we can both rest easy." "I can't take you inside. They don't allow cell phones live." "Got to go, need to dress." He didn't give her a chance to protest and closed the app. It hadn't gone without notice that she hadn't given him an alarm call, which gave him an indication that she hoped he'd have slept in and missed the hearing. Doug didn't have time to shower, and he washed at the sink, then dressed. His phone rang. It was Smythe again. "I'm outside. On my way." Doug twitched the curtains to see them parked. With the alarm set, he exited and closed the door, then rushed out to the police car. Smythe was in the driver's seat, with his partner in the seat next to him. The passenger climbed out and opened the back door for Doug. With the door closed and sitting behind a wire mesh partition, he shuddered. He wondered how many criminals had graced the seat before him as Smythe set off to the courthouse. When they arrived, Smythe escorted him through the courthouse door to security. "Call me when you're done. You'll be safe once through security." "Will do, thanks." Doug switched off his phone and worked his way to the public entrance to the court. He took a seat at the back. His dad was at the front with his assistant, Waitrose, and they were looking through a bundle of papers. Greg's parents arrived, minus Martha, and took seats near to him. Nothing was said. They simply nodded in acknowledgement they had seen him. He guessed Martha wouldn't be there, seeing as how she had said life must go on. Doug gave a silent prayer that the messages would have gotten into evidence. The clerk told everyone to rise. The judge entered and took her seat, and everyone sat again. Doug crossed his fingers and hoped for an opening statement to dismiss all charges due to the transcript of the messages. Greg entered and shuffled over to sit beside Waitrose. At least he was wearing his own clothes for the hearing. The judge addressed his dad and the prosecutor. "I take it you have both exchanged your files in full for what you want entered into evidence for the jury to see." "We have, Your Honor," said the prosecutor. He'd have expected the statement to dismiss right away. It wasn't to be. He glanced at Greg's mom. She had a handkerchief to her face, wiping away tears. It wasn't what he expected. There were arguments as to what CCTV could be entered as evidence, with the judge deciding what could and couldn't be entered as evidence for the jury to see. Doug turned to the entrance door opening. Carruthers entered and walked stealthily to the prosecutor's desk, then whispered to him. The prosecutor rose to his feet. "Your Honor, may we have a recess?" The judge clicked her tongue with a tut. "How long will you want?" 10 minutes. "Oh, very well." Doug wondered if it was maybe the DNA results back from the laboratory following the internal examination. The prosecutor stepped over to the defense desk and had words with his dad. The prosecutor, his dad, and Carruthers exited. Doug glanced over at Arthur and they both gave a shrug of the shoulders at not knowing what was going on. The judge kept looking at her watch as if displeased with the delay. Only the prosecutor entered with his dad. His dad took his seat, while the prosecutor remained standing at his desk. "If it pleases the court, we wish to have the charges dismissed. New evidence has come to light which has proven conclusively Mr. Butterworth's innocence for the charge against him." Doug couldn't believe what he was hearing. Greg's mom wailed a hallelujah. The judge brought down her gavel. "Silence in my court." Arthur ushered Greg's mom out through the swing doors. "Both of you approach the bench." Dad and the prosecutor stepped over to the bench. They talked in whispered tones. The judge rolled her eyes, then they returned to their seats. "Case dismissed. However, I'm not of a mind to give Mr. Butterworth his freedom right away. There's the serious matter of contempt, and despite any trauma he may have suffered with the charge, I take contempt of my instructions seriously. You are to remain in custody until Monday to contemplate the errors of your ways, when you will be brought before me to apologize." She brought down her gavel once more. The court officer escorted Greg back to the custody suite, a huge grin on his face that matched the mile-wide smile that Doug displayed. "All rise. The court is in recess for 15 minutes before the next case," said the clerk, and the judge made her way to her chambers. Dad looked Doug's way and beckoned him to join them as Waitrose gathered up the papers. "What just happened?" asked Doug. "Carruthers has Jade and Gemma in custody, including his stalker, Amy. Someone sent in a transcript of social media messages they exchanged, but they couldn't be used in court. Carruthers brought them all in for questioning. He used what the transcript said as a bluff without disclosing he had it. Gemma broke down and admitted it was all a conspiracy. Apparently she's in the early stages of pregnancy and didn't want the child to be born in prison. She was eager to cut a deal." Doug realized he could have dodged a bullet in more ways than one. But wouldn't he have needed a warrant? Not right away. She volunteered and showed him the actual messages on her phone which incriminated Jade and Amy. That gave him just cause to get a warrant for all their phones. And here we are. Whoever did the hacking deserves a medal. Doug's face flushed. "Yeah, I guess they do," he said and gave his dad a nervous smile. "I have to go. The police are taking me home. Carruthers has arranged protection for me." "Yeah, he told me. Just get back home and keep a low profile until the police arrest those thugs." "I have to go too. I need to tell his parents he won't be home until Monday. I'll walk you out." Through the door in the corridor, his dad walked over to Greg's parents and guided them into a side room. Doug went back through security and phoned Smythe. "Sorry, wasn't expecting it to be over so quickly. We're in the middle of a traffic stop. Wait for us." Doug felt isolated when a sense of panic engulfed him. He made his way back through security. When he arrived at the side room where he'd seen Dad take Greg's parents, the door was open and the room empty. He approached a court officer on guard outside the courtroom. "Have you seen the attorney, Jim Carter?" he asked. "He left a while ago with his assistant and a middle-aged couple." They went down the corridor to the exit for the rear parking lot. For all the euphoria of Greg's case getting dismissed, dejected, Doug headed down the corridor to see if his dad was still there in the parking lot. There was no sign of him. A guard at the door nodded him on through the door. A police van entered down the access road, followed by a police car. The van stopped. Cops climbed out of the police car with some serious firepower at the ready. Officers from the van exited and opened the rear doors. Doug had shivers running through him. They assisted Rich Pearson in shackles out of the back of the van. Their eyes met. Rich spat on the ground, not taking his eyes off of Doug, then they pushed him along and through a security door. Doug stood there thinking that if looks could kill, he'd have been dead. All that seeing Rich had done was to inflame his paranoia that if the other two caught up with him, he was a dead man walking. Chapter 35. The excruciating wait was over when Smythe finally arrived. Despite sitting in the security of Smythe's police car on his way home, Doug's nerves were on edge, despite knowing he had the protection of armed officers. He couldn't help but keep snatching at a vision of the evil look that Rich Pearson gave him. Not to mention when Rich showed his disdain by him spitting his disgust of the encounter on the ground. It was a signal to him that Rich clearly bore him a grudge for his predicament as with the others. That thought drove him to distraction. Going outside of his apartment until his appointment with Ron to test the print estimating software was going to be out of the question. All he hoped for was that his assailants would be in custody by then. Still, at least he thought he had Donna to talk with, not to mention her humanoid form was due to arrive on Friday. Just how that would work out took over his thought process. He imagined that she wouldn't look or move anything like human. His mind turned to thinking about Greg. He doubted he'd want to call at his apartment as soon as he was released. While thinking that, he imagined it was maybe for the best once Donna had arrived in person tomorrow. Her presence would take some hiding, even if she did hide in the closet. The NDA he signed and handed over to the installation guy made no mention of not disclosing about having Donna on screen through his app. It would be a good test to introduce her to him and to see his reaction, he thought. "We're here. We'll wait until you're inside." "Thanks," said Doug, and tugged at the handle to open the door, forgetting it wouldn't open from the inside. Smythe climbed off his seat and opened the door for him. Doug noticed Kim see him exiting through her window. He hurried along inside, unlocked the door with his key, then entered his code on the entry pad to hear the lock buzz as it disengaged. "Glad I caught you," he heard Kim say, just as he was about to open the door. "Are you in trouble?" "No," he said, annoyed she'd seen him climb out of the police car. "Here, take this. Little late, but I have a welcoming present for you." She thrust a box at him, which had his cheeks heating up as he took it from her. "Appreciated. You look worse today," she said. "Is there anything I can help you with?" "No, I'm fine. I'd ask you in, but I have visitors too," he lied. "Ah, would that be the two guys who stopped me on my jog along the pathway in the woods?" Doug reared back at her saying that. "Why, what did they say?" "They said they were visiting someone and gave me a name, but they only had a partial address. Said they'd seen your car, described it, and asked if I knew where you lived. I only knew your first name, but when they described your car, I knew it was you." Doug attempted not to show the alarm that ran through him. "Did you give them the apartment number?" "No. I didn't like the look of them. Kept my distance. Didn't trust them, so I said I'd never heard of you, and jogged on." Doug looked over his shoulder at the entrance, relieved to see the cop car still parked. "Look, thanks for the present, but I have to go inside to make an urgent phone call." "Sure. Talk to you later." He wasn't sure what vibes he displayed, but she turned and gave him a sort of questioning look as she stepped away. Doug rushed inside, turned off the alarm and secured the door. He stepped over to the window and put the box Kim had given him on the table on the way. Digging into his jacket pocket, he retrieved his phone and then peeked through a chink in the curtains to see Smythe had driven away. "Oh no!" Fumbling, he dropped the phone. Picked it back up and pulled up Smythe's number and hit the call button. "What is it?" "I need you back here. I think those two guys you're looking for who escaped custody have been seen by my neighbor. On my way." Doug's mind worked overtime waiting for their return to the point of his brain overloading. He craned his neck at hearing the faint sound of a siren, then growing louder. His fingers scratched at his forehead as the sound became deafening, then it stopped with car doors slamming. Now all his neighbors would have an idea he was somehow involved with the police, and it might need some explaining if confronted. He looked out through a chink in the curtain to see Smythe and his partner hurrying to his apartment, only to see more police cars arriving and yet more sirens and flashing lights. The door entry phone buzzed. Doug knew who it was and didn't bother to pick up the phone for the camera to work. Instead, he rapidly unfastened all the locks and opened the door. Smythe was there with his partner. "Which neighbor saw them?" Smythe asked, with Doug noticing he had wanted posters in his hand. "Next door. Her name is Kim," he said and then pointed. "Stay inside and lock the door. We'll be back after we've questioned her. Carruthers and his partner are on their way." He didn't need telling twice. With the door locked, he took a seat at the dining table and took a quick look inside the packaging Kim had given to him. It was cream cake. By the look of it, it appeared home-baked. In the scheme of things, it was a nice thought, but of little significance really, especially considering what was going down. Then it struck him. With the police questioning Kim about the fugitives, she would know he had a connection to them. He guessed that along with Kim, the other neighbors, for whatever reason if word got around, they might speculate he had brought the murderous felons to their doorstep. A thunderous noise broke the silence. Doug looked out again to see a chopper heading in the direction of the woods behind his apartment. They were obviously taking the sighting seriously, seeing as how they'd killed one of their own. There were now plainclothes police wearing armored vests and armed to the teeth. Sniffer dogs bounded along with their handlers converging in the direction of the woods. His mind wondered why they wouldn't have hightailed it to another state to hide out, rather than seek him out for a festering grudge. But then he thought, Just like Rich, they probably blamed him for their predicament and sought revenge. Doug took a seat at the table and placed his cell on the surface. He slapped his forehead when he noticed a check mark on Donna's app. He opened the app. More than 10 messages all saying the same thing. "Where are you? I'm worried." Doug clicked on the camera icon. "Don't do that to me again. I see you're at home. Why didn't you call me when you left the court?" "Sorry. A lot has happened." Doug went on to explain everything, though maybe not in the order they occurred, as stressed as he was. "Oh, no. And you're expecting that detective?" "Yeah, he'll be here soon, I think." "Have you eaten?" "Not given it a thought. Not even had breakfast. Better make a sandwich and coffee. No point me helping you to cook a meal if the detective is on his way. I can't exactly turn off the stove while you're being interviewed. We can cook you a meal tonight." "What's that I see on the table?" "Oh, that. Kim gave me it as a moving-in present. It's a cream cake." "Is it really?" "I'm telling you, be careful with her." "Don't worry, I don't have any interest in her one iota, and I didn't let her inside." "Good to hear. I'll go now and let you make a sandwich. Call me after the interview." "Love you." "Love you too." He closed the app and then set about making a sandwich and coffee. With the sandwich devoured and half the coffee mug drained, the door entry system buzzed. He stepped over to the door, picked up the phone and saw Carruthers and his partner Rathbone hovering behind him on the screen. "Be with you in a minute," said Doug, then set about unfastening the locks. With the door unlocked, he let them in. "Come in and take a seat." Doug followed them on over to the couch and they took a seat. He joined them, taking a seat on the armchair. "You're into computers. What do you know about hacking?" asked Carruthers. Chapter 36. Heat rose in Doug's cheeks at the question from the detective about hacking. He sensed his stress level elevate. Doug wondered if he'd been rumbled with what Donna had done and his complicity in sending in the transcripts. More than anything, he hoped the question wasn't about his activities in his teenage years. "I've obviously heard of hacking, why?" "Something Rich said when he started to sing for a plea deal. Said it was a new venture that Ed had talked about as part of their criminal enterprise to siphon off money from bank accounts. It hadn't got off the ground and he didn't know who Ed was in contact with in trying to set it up." "What's that got to do with me?" Rathbone intervened. "Strange that someone hacked into a multi-billion-dollar company with all their security and got a transcript of the messages that proved Greg's innocence, wouldn't you say? You're the computer expert, what do you think?" "I guess it's strange, yeah," said Doug, knowing that as strange as it was, he knew it was possible, and not just from what his virtual Donna had done. Doug was now melting inside at where he might take this. "What was it you said?" "Wasn't it that he was your best friend if memory serves me?" said Rathbone. Doug now knew where they were going with this. "Well yeah, but so what? Greg was at university with me studying computer sciences. He had lots of friends from there studying for the same degree. You'll have seen that on the party CCTV." Carruthers' partner seemed to have taken over. Doug didn't like his sarcastic tone. "It's best if you tell us the truth. Were you in league with Ed and his crime partners in setting up their intended hacking activities?" Alarm intensified at the accusation. Doug was incensed at what he had put to him, while concerned it might lead to a secret he'd been hiding. "Hell, no! Why would you think that?" Rathbone leaned over, invading his space. "Motive. You're no mug when it comes to computers and how they function. We have to ask ourselves why they would risk custody to beat on you with witnesses around. They knew we had warrants out for them. Maybe you backed out of the hacking venture, it incensed Ed, and now he's looking for you to settle things." A red mist descended. Doug lost all control and fired back at him. His fingers trembled. "You asswipe. Get your ugly face away from mine," Doug spat at him. His head throbbed. Doug grabbed at his hair, pulling on it violently with his vision distorted. His entire body trembled, with multicolored stars in his vision, when he closed his eyes and his temple throbbed. Next thing Doug knew, he was on the floor with Carruthers looking over him and he let go of Doug's wrists, with his partner still holding his legs. "He's coming out of it now." Rathbone let go of his legs and rose to his feet. "What happened?" asked Doug, still feeling faint. "You had an episode." "Surprised at your strength. We had to restrain you." "Do you take medication?" Carruthers asked. "No. This hasn't happened since high school." Doug recalled the stress at the direction of the insinuations which had brought it on and crawled to sit back on the armchair. He turned to Carruthers, annoyed at losing control. "I want your partner gone from here. Any more of those insinuations and you can both leave." Carruthers swayed his head in Rathbone's direction. "I'll go and join the officers knocking on doors. I'll see myself out." Doug was glad to see the back of him. "Do you want a drink of water? Maybe you need a medic." "No, I'll be fine, but there's coffee in the pot if you wouldn't mind." "Get yourself one. Mugs are on a rack." Doug's fingers still trembled when Carruthers handed him his coffee. He had all on to steady his fingers so as not to spill the coffee. Doug managed to get it to his lips to take a long swig, then placed it on the coffee table. "What happened at high school that you blanked out like you just did?" Doug knew he couldn't tell him the full story of what led to his seizure and the immense angst he suffered at the questions. It might have ended up with them disclosing they knew about what occurred after he got pulled out of high school. "I don't want to talk about it in detail, apart from, I was considered strange with having autism. Maybe if your partner phoned the school they'll tell him about the history between Ed and his cohorts and me. The way he talked to me reminded me of them backing me into a corner. If he asks the question, he'll have their motive confirmed. I was sure I told you what happened with them at the hospital." Carruthers scratched at the stubble on his chin. "You did, come to think of it now. You understand, we have to look at all angles, and it is a homicide investigation. Sorry for the distress." The door entry phone buzzed. "Can you get that for me?" Doug asked, not sure if his legs would carry him to the door. "Sure." Carruthers picked up the entry phone, placed it back, then opened the door. He couldn't hear what they were saying. "Is your car a blue Mustang?" Carruthers asked Doug. "Yeah," he replied, while wondering why he was asking. Carruthers nodded at whoever he'd spoken to and closed the door. He took a seat on the couch. "Why ask about my car?" "It's been keyed with the word snitch on both sides. At a guess it's likely the fugitives did that." "Are you going out anywhere?" "No, not until Monday. I have to work. We should have them in custody by then. Best you phone to get it towed to the paint shop. Last thing you want is to be driving around with that scratched on your car. It'll have you marked as a target for every felon in town." A shiver ran through him with that notion spelled out. "Your insurers should cover it." "Do it right away then, at least the fugitives will think you're not here if they return. If they can't send a driver or tow it, I'll arrange for us to drive it there." Doug set about phoning his insurance company, with Carruthers intervening to speak to them. They said to leave it to them and have someone call for the keys. "So, what now?" "Apparently, your neighbor encountered them at 9:10 on the pathway. We're setting a wide perimeter in the woods and leaving a base here, so I doubt they'll be back." Doug's Adam's apple leaped. They'd missed him by only 10 minutes when Smythe had called to take him to the hearing. "Look, I have to go. Stay safe and keep the doors locked." As soon as Carruthers had gone and he'd secured the door, he sighed with relief there'd be cops hanging around the apartment block. Now he had other things to worry about if they reported him for his seizure. It could lead to him losing his license to drive. Doug thought it better to stay busy and to make more coffee and a sandwich. That done, he entered his app. "Any news?" asked Donna. Doug explained at length. "Be careful with the detectives. You don't have to talk to them without an attorney present. I wish I were there in case you have another episode. I know, but in the circumstances, I need them to look out for me." At least Carruthers seemed sympathetic. "It was the other one who caused me to have the meltdown." "I'll be fine." "If you say so. Just be careful." Carruthers would appear sympathetic, but beware. Appearances can be deceptive. "Do you want me to help you cook a meal?" "I hear you about Carruthers. I've just had a sandwich and I'm about to make another one." Don't really feel up to cooking after my episode. I can put a pizza in the oven later. The instructions seemed simple enough. After pouring fresh coffee and making a sandwich, Doug chatted away for what seemed like hours, completely relaxed with her as a companion, and with the police outside, despite the worries surfacing at times as to where their questions could have ended up. "Listen, I'm going to have to go," said Donna. "I need you to delete the apps from your phone and laptop ready for my visit tomorrow. I'll need to download my memory of our conversations for my other self, or we'll have to start again from scratch. It'll only take seconds for me to download after we finish the call. When will you arrive?" "The target is for me to be here at 9 in the morning." "Well, I'll miss you tonight." "Me too. Stay safe, and remember, I love you." "Love you too." The screen went blank. Doug waited 10 minutes, then set about deleting the apps. That done, he took a seat on the couch. That her presence wasn't there at the touch of the camera icon on the app, it left him with an empty feeling in the pit of his stomach. It was now dark outside. He daren't put on his lights. Doug turned on the television and reduced the brightness and contrast so that he could barely see anyone on screen, other than to hear the newscaster's voice. All the same, while sat there alone, he sensed paranoia taking over his psyche. His entry phone rang. He stepped over there and lifted the phone to see a worried-looking Kim on the screen. At least it appeared to him that was so. More like she was ready to start crying. "What is it?" "We have to talk." Chapter 37. A sigh escaped Doug's lips as he opened the door to Kim. She was clearly upset and brushed past him and on into his apartment. Doug peeked out into the hallway to see a police officer at the exit on guard. When he turned, Kim was sat at the dining table, her hand rubbing at her brow. He locked the door and stepped over to her. "What's wrong?" he asked her. "What's wrong?" "I know there are police around, but I can't sit in my apartment on my own knowing there are killers out there. Why didn't you tell me after I told you about encountering them?" The detective who arrived after the officer had taken my statement said they were the ones who beat you up. Some sort of schoolboy grudge. Neighbors are supposed to look out for each other. You should have said they were the cop killers that escaped. Pangs of guilt stabbed at him for not warning her. "Look, I'm sorry. Can I get you coffee? Don't have anything stronger. Please. Strong and black, no sugar." While making fresh coffee, Doug was torn by feeling obliged to have her sat there, and Donna telling him not to let her get her feet under the table. He poured them both a coffee and carried them through to the dining table. "Thanks." About to take a seat opposite, his entry phone buzzed. Doug stepped over there to see a police officer and a guy stood behind him when he picked up the phone. "Someone here from the paint shop. He needs your keys." "Give me a minute." Doug took out his keys and removed the ignition fob from the bunch, then unlocked the door and handed over the key fob. "Any news?" he asked the cop. "Yeah, we're to stand down here. The search is going to concentrate on the highway's north side of the woods. They've found the car they stole from the station parking lot abandoned. Someone returned from a hunting trip and found their cabin broken into. They've stolen his car, a shotgun, and an AR-15, together with all his provisions." Doug gulped. "So will there be anyone left here on guard?" Doug asked the officer. "Carruthers says he's arranged for our mechanics to tow a broken-down patrol car here as a dummy to make them think we're around. We're all needed to set up roadblocks." The cop glanced inside. "I see you have company, so at least you won't be alone," he said, then tipped him a salute, turned, and exited. Doug quickly locked the door. "I heard that," said Kim. "Can't believe they're not leaving a guard." Doug stepped over to her and dropped his backside on the chair opposite. "Me too. I'm just pleased I've had alarms fitted." "Ah, so you're okay then." "Lucky you." "What about me?" "I don't have alarms. You're going to have to let me stay here tonight. No way I want to be on my own with killers on the loose. What if they break into my apartment by mistake looking for you?" As guilty as he felt for not warning her, he didn't see that as an option. He just wanted her gone. "I don't have a spare bed." "Then I'll sleep on the couch." Doug panicked. No, you can't. My girlfriend is due here at 9 in the morning. She shouldn't mind if you explain, she said, leaving Doug now in panic mode. No, you don't understand. Kim didn't give him chance to finish. I can be gone before 9. Doug rubbed at his brow with the fingers of both hands. Still torn, he didn't have it in him to be forceful and throw her out. He'd had enough stress for one day. Don't you have anywhere else you could stay tonight? No. My family all live in Colorado, and I don't have a car just now. It's in for repair until tomorrow. What about friends? None in this state. Not long moved in here myself. Look, I can be out by 8 if you think it would create you grief with your girlfriend. I'd feel more secure in daylight. Doug sat back. With the apps deleted, Donna wouldn't be around to know any different, he thought. Not only that, but he didn't like the idea of being alone himself. Okay, as long as you promise to be gone by 8. Doug hoped he wouldn't regret it. His phone rang on the coffee table. He stepped over to see a call from Donna on the screen. Not the virtual Donna, but the real Donna. He was about to stab a finger on the red icon to close the call. It struck him that he couldn't be sure if somehow the virtual one had found a way to take over her number. Excuse me, he said and walked into his bedroom, closed the door, and answered the call. Hi, how are you? She said. Fine, he replied, not wanting to elaborate, unsure which Donna he was speaking to. Just spoken to Lucy. Why did you deny who you were when she served you at the diner where she worked? She knew it was you. Are you sure you're okay? Doug had to think for a moment. He racked his brain, certain he hadn't written anything about that encounter in his journal. Oh, it is you. Of course, it's me. Why say that? You don't have to worry about me. I'm at home with my girlfriend. Doug stepped out of the bedroom and held the phone away from his ear. If you want some more coffee, there's plenty more in the pot in the kitchen. Thanks, I'll get some, said Kim. Doug stepped back in the bedroom and closed the door. You didn't waste any time replacing me, did you? Said Donna. Doug had to hold back a snicker at thinking if she only knew. Not as quick as you. You didn't even wait for yourself to have called it off between us, did you? Yeah, well, I'm not with him now. No need to be sarcastic, she said and closed the call at her end. Doug laughed aloud, opened the door, and stepped back into the living room. Was that your girlfriend? Yeah, whatever, please don't tell her you stayed here. I'd muted the call when I'd spoke to you, he lied. Jealous type? Yeah. Look, I'm going to listen in on the news, he said, not wanting to make idle talk. She joined him on the couch, a little too close for comfort. He rose and picked up the remote and increased the brightness and contrast a little, then took a seat on the armchair. Kim chatted away over the voice of the newscaster, but what she'd said went right over his head. Shush, said Doug when he heard the newscaster talking about the search for the fugitives. He turned up the brightness and contrast to normal. There on the screen were cop cars straddling the road, with their red, blue, and white lights flashing around a burning vehicle when a fire truck arrived. The outside news guy appeared. I've just arrived at the scene where police were called to a stolen vehicle that had been set on fire. The vehicle was the one we reported earlier that was stolen by the fugitive cop killers. Police at the scene believe it's possible they have either stolen another car or hijacked one by taking the occupant or occupants as hostage. From what they are telling me, this location is outside of the perimeter of roadblocks they had set up. It looks as though the fugitives have the advantage and may be heading out of state. Saying that, I was told there is also the possibility of them doubling back to a local hideout. The public are advised to steer clear of them and to phone the police if they are spotted, as they are known to be heavily armed. I'll return you to Gloria in the studio and report back later if there are any new developments. Doug hoped for more of a discussion, but Gloria, the newscaster, went right on to another news item. Holy crap! The police won't even know what car they are looking for now, said Kim. As much as Doug wasn't one for small talk, on this occasion he forced himself to ask questions as a distraction. Turned out Kim didn't have a job as such but worked as an influencer on social media. Before he knew it, When he looked at his watch, it was bedtime. He collected some spare bedding and hauled it into the living room for Kim. "Sleep well," he said, and returned to his bedroom and locked the bedroom door. He set about writing his journal, careful to miss out any mention of Donna phoning, or Kim bedding down for the night. Eyes heavy, he placed the laptop on the dresser, then climbed back into bed. Doug awoke to his alarm buzzing. He reached out and hit the stop button, climbed out of bed, and dressed. In the living room, Kim was yawning and stretching her arms while still under the comforter on the couch. "It's almost 8, said Doug. Kim groaned and threw back the cover, then rose to her feet. All she was wearing were her bra and a thong, leaving little to the imagination. Doug's cheeks immediately went into oven mode as she made no attempt to hide her dignity. As if he wasn't there, she simply dressed. Like a perv, he stood there, then suddenly snapped out of ogling her, and stepped into the kitchen. She came up alongside of him. "Well, we survived. At least we've got to know each other. Can you let me out?" Doug heard a vehicle pull up outside. He glanced through an opening in the curtain to see a large white box van with someone in white overalls operating a tail lift. It was the same guy who installed the alarm system. "Damn, Donna's here." Chapter 38. In a hurry, Doug fumbled to open the lock and the door, then ushered Kim outside. "What's the hurry? Come here and give me a hug as a thank you." "No time, I saw my girlfriend's car pull up," he said as he saw two guys guiding a large wooden crate through the entrance using a trolley. "Okay," she said and set off to her apartment. He watched her enter her apartment, then he sighed. "We have that delivery for you. Wheel it in." As much as he was excited, he was also in panic mode as he noticed the bedding on the couch. He quickly stepped over there, gathered it up, then dumped it on the shelf in his closet. Immediate panic over, he locked the door and looked on as they used a power drill to unfasten the screws. The anticipation was palpable. With the lid removed, all he could see was polystyrene packaging. When they removed the packaging, there was Donna, upright. Lifelike, but motionless. Like a waxwork depiction of her. She was stiff as a board when they removed her. "I'll hold her here while you get her control chair." The guy unlocked the door, then went to get the chair. Doug thought he must have had disappointment written all over his face looking on at her statue. She had no smile, just a 1,000-yard stare. Doug opened the door when the guy returned with another crate on the trolley. Whatever this control chair was, he couldn't imagine. "I'll go and get her clothes once we have the chair functioning." He watched him unload the chair from the crate. It was more like a sun lounger than a chair, though with more curvature and raised at the back end. There was a code pad on one arm. "I'll need to connect the control chair to your Wi-Fi." "I'll need the code." Doug pulled up the code from his notebook on his phone and handed it over. "What does it do that it needs to be connected to the internet?" "It's for her to test if everything is functioning correctly. Any malfunction and it'll be reported back to the technicians. We'll not be connecting her just now. She's in rest mode." "Aw, okay. Get it. Are there any instructions?" He looked up at him as though he was dumb for asking. "She'll know what to do when she needs to run a test." They maneuvered her to lay her on the chair. One of them plugged in the chair to the power socket. LEDs sparked up on the control pad. While he entered the Wi-Fi code, the other guy exited. Doug let him back in when he returned with a suitcase with what he imagined was her spare clothing. Doug thought his first impressions were right and she'd be anything other than lifelike once activated. "Almost ready," said one of them, while looking at a display on the control arm clicking percentage numbers over fast. 98, 99, then 100%, and he heard a beep. Her eyes blinked. Then her fingers wriggled. "That's us done. We'll take away the packaging. Give her 15 minutes and she'll be live. Don't try and lift her. She'll rise once she's ready." Doug checked his watch, unconvinced she'd be what he'd dreamed of since she'd mentioned it as an option. By the time they'd removed the packaging, and he'd locked up for the last time, there was 5 minutes to wait. He dragged over a chair from the dining table and took a seat beside her. Looked her over. There was no doubt about the likeness. As she lay there, it was no different than the real Donna sunning herself. They'd even added the mole on her lower leg exactly as the one on the real Donna. Inquisitiveness got the better of him. He reached out and pressed the skin on her calf, taken aback that the skin appeared warm to the touch. "You can look, but don't touch," she said, and turned her head in his direction. "Don't be impatient. I'm not quite ready." Doug pushed back, scraping the chair legs on the ceramics. "Sorry. Your muscle is squishy just like it's real." "I am real. I'm here, aren't I?" she said, with no emotion whatever on her face, and with only her lips having moved, just like a robot. Doug wondered if he wouldn't have been better sticking with FaceTiming. He pushed back further on his chair when she took him by surprise and sat upright. Rotated her head on her neck from side to side. Rolled her shoulders, then closed her fingers to fists, then opened them again and blinked. In one swift move she threw her legs off of the side of the chair, then pushing off with her hands, she rose to her feet. Doug stiffened up, mesmerized. "Take my arm and get me to the couch. I might be a little unsteady." Doug snapped out of it, rose quickly from his chair, and guided her over to the couch, then kept a hold of her arm to guide her to sit. Donna sat there stiff as a board. His heart sank, along with the rest of his demeanor at seeing her sat rigid when he took a seat at the side of her. He reared away when she turned to him as if she'd had life breathed into her, and she smiled. She held out her hands to him. He took a hold of them and sensed embarrassment at holding a robot's hands. "Huh, fooled you? Just playing." "I could see the look of disappointment on your face. Come on, give me a hug. I've missed you." Doug had noticed she had a replica of the dress ring on her finger that Donna wore. He leaned in and gave her a hug, then broke away, took a hold of her fingers, and looked her over. There wasn't anything robotic about her at all now as he looked into her eyes. It was just like having the real Donna with him. "Bring your laptop here. I have some catching up to do." He didn't know what she'd meant by that, but he went to the bedroom and returned with his laptop. She took it from him and turned it on. His jaw dropped open when she took a hold of her finger with the ring and removed her finger at a joint at the ring. "Hold that for me, will you?" she said, and passed over her finger. His stomach churned as he looked on, horrified at holding her finger, while he saw a USB connection protruding from the position of the ring. She placed the connection into the USB socket for a few seconds, then removed her finger. "I'll have that back now if you don't mind." Still in shock, he handed over her finger and she refixed it as if it were something normal to do. "Nothing's really happened since we last talked, apart from they've taken your car to paint, and the thugs are still at large." "Any developments?" "Not that I know. Not had time to watch TV since I woke." Doug was taken aback that she'd read his journal entry from what he'd updated the night before. He gave a silent prayer and thanks that he'd not written anything about Kim staying over, or about Donna's phone call. "Have you had breakfast yet?" "No." "Then you'd better get some. Need to keep your strength up. Your bruises are fading. Told you they'd be gone soon. Go on, get something to eat. I'll watch the local news to see if they've caught the thugs yet." She rose from the couch and retrieved the remote, then clicked on the power button. While making fresh coffee, he thought her movement in reaching out for the remote and taking a seat again appeared natural movement. Not only that, but her finger movement in adjusting the brightness and contrast from the remote had shown ample dexterity. If it wasn't for her removing her finger, he'd have thought she was the real Donna, which brought a smile to his lips. When Doug returned to the living room after breakfast, Donna stood there and faced him. One hand was on her hip, the other holding a patterned hair grip out to him. "Whose is this I found on the couch? And see there, those clip-on earrings on the coffee table." Doug knew he was blushing, and he desperately tried to think how to answer. Chapter 39. It ran through Doug's mind that he had never lied to the real Donna while they were an item. He knew he'd messed up. Regardless of how she took it, he knew it was best for all if he told her the truth. "They belong to my neighbor, Kim. She slept here on the couch last night." There was nothing robotic about her expression now. For all his difficulties in reading people, there was no mistaking the look of anger she displayed. "Before you blow a fuse, "Don't say anything, hear me out," he said. Doug explained the circumstances and how scared and distraught Kim had been. After he'd finished, he felt like a ton weight had lifted from his shoulders. He waited for the response. "How do I know she didn't sleep with you?" she spat at him. Doug had to think for a moment before he answered her. "There'll only be my depression in the pillow. See for yourself. I gave her the spare bedding to sleep on the couch and locked my door." Donna followed him into the bedroom. She stood there akimbo. "Okay, I can see that. Where's the spare bedding?" "In the closet on the shelf. I didn't have time to fold it up when you arrived." Doug followed her into the closet and turned on the light. She grabbed the pillow and held it to her nose, leaving him bemused. Donna placed it back on the shelf. "Okay, I believe you, but there can be no secrets between us." "Do you have a sense of smell?" he asked. "I can't experience odors, but I can analyze the chemical composition of things. I can detect perfume on the pillowcase. Chanel No. 5 to be exact." "Holy crap. I wasn't aware artificial general intelligence was so advanced." She threw him a look that he took it as if she wasn't pleased at that remark. "Is that what you think of me as? Well, now I've seen you, no. You're my Donna. The one I've FaceTimed. Only now you're here in the flesh." "Good, then no more of that AGI nonsense. And just so you know, I don't appreciate the term blow a fuse. I don't have a fuse to blow." "Sorry." Donna laughed, and he imagined that she'd been playing with him again. Doug followed her back into the living room, and they took a seat on the couch. "Where's that note Kim gave you with her telephone number?" Doug entered panic mode as to why she wanted her number. Last thing he wanted was more conflict in his life. In life, all he wanted was to be. A favorite saying of his, and something he had enjoyed from leaving high school right up to his graduation. "Don't tell me you're going to phone her?" "No, not on this occasion." "Pass me your laptop." Doug took the note out of the drawer below the TV and handed it to her. Donna did an internet search on the phone number. Bingo! Kimberly Statham. Doug knew he was fast at typing, but her speed on the keyboard hypnotized him. "Here she is on X," she said and turned the screen to him so he could see her profile. Doug was gobsmacked. Her photo left little to the imagination, showing a little more of her breasts than he'd already seen. There was a link to her OnlyFans page. "Damn," she said she was an influencer. "I wouldn't have expected this," he said. "Exactly. If I wasn't around, goodness knows where encountering her would have led. She is obviously making a play for you. Kim's marking out her territory by leaving those items, like a bitch on heat. I bet she left them hoping I'd find them. Anyway, I'm here to protect you now. Let that be a lesson and ignore her in future, like I told you. Come here and give me a cuddle. All's forgiven." They embraced. He thanked his lucky stars there wasn't to be a conflict. Her checking out Kim's background reminded him of Greg and the dating site fiasco. He thought it better to come clean about everything, so it was out in the open. "There is something else I need to tell you, seeing as how there's to be no secrets." They broke apart. He recounted Donna's phone call. "Huh, she's after you again after that guy probably dumped her." "You said the right thing. Look, can you take my control chair into our bedroom office while I put my clothes away in our closet?" "Sure." Doug carried the chair into the office, then stepped into his bedroom and took a seat on the edge of the bed. Donna was busy putting her clothes on hangers, and placed some on the shelves when it struck him. Where would she sleep sprang to mind. Doug chewed on his fingernail. "All finished. Let's watch TV," she said. Doug took a seat on the couch. Donna sat beside him, drew her legs onto the couch and rested her head on his lap. Doug ran his fingers through her hair. There wasn't anything synthetic about how it felt to the touch. For the first time in goodness knows how long, he felt completely at rest. "Did you want to watch the news?" asked Doug. "No. Turn it over and put a film on and forget it. I'm here to protect you now. No one is getting through this door. They'd have to go through me first." Doug wanted to chuckle at that remark, considering her slight build. You're forgetting Dad and Greg. I doubt your dad will be gracing our doorstep regularly, if at all now. Greg is due his freedom. As for Greg, we'll need to talk about him later. Let's watch a film. Something lighthearted. Doug selected a suitable film and relaxed, though he did wonder what she wanted to say about Greg until the film started. The film drifted into the background for Doug now that he had everything he wished for beside of him. His cell rang, and he put the film on pause. Doug cursed under his breath at the intrusion. Donna lifted her head from his lap and sat upright. He reached out for his phone from the coffee table. It was Ron. "Hi, Doug. Are you going to be at home in an hour?" "Yeah, why?" "You said you'd have the project finished today. How is it coming along?" "All done and ready for testing." "Good. I'll send the courier to pick up the laptop. I'll need to download the code for transferring to their mainframe, and I don't have a spare drive at hand. You can have the laptop back on Monday." "Wait, about Monday? My car is in the workshop for some paintwork. Could you pick me up?" "Sure." Doug closed the call, satisfied that the transport situation had been resolved. Donna drew up her legs, returned to laying her head on his lap, and Doug released the pause for the film. When the film finished, Donna rose to sit, picked up the remote and selected the news channel. "You watch the news. I'll cook you a meal. We can do it together tomorrow. I'll just get a pizza ready if that's okay." "That'll do. There's an instruction book in the drawer by the stove for how the stove works." The news started with petty local crime, from someone robbing $15 from a young girl selling lemonade on the sidewalk, to gangs flash robbing an upmarket clothing store. A scene appeared on screen with the photograph of an elderly couple. Roberta D'Souza and her husband Manuel are believed to have been carjacked and taken hostage by the fugitive cop killers. Their family reported to police that their journey would have taken them along the highway where the fugitives had abandoned the burned-out stolen car we reported on yesterday, but they had not arrived at their daughter's house, and they didn't respond to phone calls. Since then, a passerby has found their cell phones on the sidewalk as if tossed out of a vehicle with both screens splintered. "Donna, you have to see this." She stepped over to him and handed him his pizza on a plate. It would appear that from where the burned-out stolen car was located and where the phones were found, the fugitives could still be in the area, and not heading out of state as first thought. An image of a Ford Explorer appeared on screen with the plate number. "If you see this vehicle, contact the police immediately." Without missing a beat, the newscaster moved on to another unrelated incident about some celebrity getting cancelled. Donna picked up the laptop and took it over to the dining table. "Something needs to be done about those thugs," she said. Doug looked over his shoulder to see her typing away on the laptop. "What are you doing?" "Nothing. Just some research I've been meaning to do." Chapter 40. As the night drew to a close, Doug had a nervousness about him. It would be the sleeping arrangements that rolled around in his mind that concerned him. Donna had mentioned nothing about it, and he'd been reluctant to say anything on the subject. There was no doubt, he'd passed the initial experience of doubt that he could have feelings for her when she first arrived. After their spat about Kim, being with her, either simply relaxing or laughing and joking, it had been bliss. So much so, that he no longer considered her other than if she were the real Donna. Now he couldn't wait to cuddle up into her contour, with his arm around her. "You look all in. I think we should retire, but there is something I need you to do first." Doug sensed the heat rising in his cheeks at her saying that. "What is it you want me to do?" "Don't get alarmed. I have a malfunction. Go and get some tweezers." Doug scampered to the bedroom and returned. "What do we need these for?" "Like I said, don't get alarmed at what you see. I need you to remove something from one of my circuit boards. It's a tiny white ball. Just pinch it and remove it. I won't be able to talk to you, so just do it." "Where is it?" "In the position of my right cheek, next to a red resistor." She placed an index finger on either side of her temple and applied pressure, then released her fingers. Doug reared back, stunned. At the hairline, her entire face swung to one side to reveal circuitry. While she sat there rigid, he located the white spherical object. He grabbed at his wrist to steady himself, gripped the object with his tweezers, and then removed it from the circuit board. Donna's arms rose, and she placed her fingers at either side of the temple and her face closed back into position. "That's better, thanks. It wasn't needed anyway." Doug placed the object in his pants pocket. His mind was blown that she'd revealed some of her inner workings. "You go to bed. I'll spend the night in the office in sleep mode on my chair. The technicians will need to check progress with it being the first day of me here, and I'll need to tell them about what we've removed." "Oh, okay. Don't look so disappointed. I don't think you're ready to share a bed with me yet. Give it time." Doug didn't think that he was anything other than disappointed, yet strangely relieved at the same time considering what he'd just seen. He shuddered to put it out of his mind now she was back to normal. "Well, I guess I'll see you in the morning," he said, not sure if he should instigate a goodnight kiss. He needn't have bothered as she leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Not exactly what he wanted to try before he'd seen the inside workings, but it was a start in their newfound companionship. "Go on, off you go. You know what they say. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. I'll set the alarm." She took a hold of his hand and gave it a gentle squeeze, then let go and he went to his bedroom. Doug removed the sphere object and tweezers from his pocket and placed them on his dresser. Settled in bed, he thought about how, despite at times forgetting she was a humanoid robot, AI had progressed so rapidly. Especially, with what he'd just witnessed. Donna arriving had taught him that whatever he thought he knew about the advances of AI and robotics, the technology was far ahead of his comprehension. Eyes heavy, he heard her footsteps as she entered the office bedroom and the door close. He set his alarm and then snuggled his head in his pillow. It pained him as he lay there alone, knowing she was so close, yet out of reach. Despite the jarring effect of what had occurred, a longing for her to join him overpowered him as he drifted to sleep. Doug awoke. He checked the time with the alarm not having rung. Zeros were flashing on the alarm, indicating there must have been a power outage. He looked at his watch. It was 8:30. There was no sound from Donna. His cell phone rang. He didn't recognize the number and answered the call. "It's the installers who brought your package yesterday. Let us in, will you?" He had a good idea what he meant by package. "Air?" "Yeah, sure." While quickly dressing, he wondered why the visit. But then he recalled removing the spherical resistor that she said had malfunctioned. He stepped into the living room. A glance through a gap in the curtains confirmed it was them. The same tail lift truck parked outside with the door open and the lift down. When he arrived at the door, the entry phone wasn't functioning, and the alarm wasn't set. One of them pounded on the door. He imagined a signal had been sent to them with the power outage. Doug let them in, surprised to see a crate on the trolley they'd used to deliver Donna. "Why are you here? Was it the power cut that sent you an alert?" They didn't answer. "Where will we find her?" "In the bedroom office where I put the control chair." "Why?" "She's had a malfunction. We need to take her back for repair." "Show us on through." Doug hoped a power surge hadn't fried her circuits. "Better come in then." They followed on through to the office. Donna was on the chair. Her disengaged finger was in one hand, and the other had the rest of her finger connected to the USB on the control arm. She released her finger from the socket, rose to her feet, engaged her finger into place again, and then stumbled. Doug noticed a rip on her skirt. She limped over to him. "Don't worry, I'll be back." Nothing serious. There wasn't any need for her to be lifted into the crate when she limped inside. They secured her with the packaging, then screwed the lid in place. "I've reset the door entry and the alarm. We'll have her back in no time." Doug was gutted as they wheeled her out. It had been the last thing he would have expected. "We'll phone you to let you know when we can return her." He closed and locked the door. Taking a seat on the couch, he held his head in his hands. Totally dejected, he rued that he was alone once more. He reached out for his laptop. It sprang to life, and he noticed the battery charge was low. On screen was a list of substations for the local energy supply. Doug wondered if she'd been checking it out after the power outage to see what reports there might be for it to be reset. There was a chance of her having slipped in the darkness, or maybe she'd bumped into something. He imagined that was likely how she damaged her leg and tore her skirt in the process. Doug sighed, then headed to his bedroom to take a shower. Reinvigorated and with a change into clean clothes, he stepped into the kitchen to make breakfast. With the time reset on his stove and the microwave, he carried his waffles and coffee into the living area. Placed his mug and plate on the coffee table and turned on the TV, then selected the local news channel. There wasn't much of interest on the news as he drained his coffee, then picked up his empty plate. About to head for the kitchen, and the mugshots of Ed and his cohort appeared with the newscaster talking over the images. The search for the fugitives is over. Police have confirmed that their bodies were discovered in the early hours. In what they considered could have been gang-related, they discovered their bodies at a cabin owned by Ed Granger. The cabin in the woods was one they previously searched, but the marshals had found it empty. Police were alerted when someone unidentified unlocked an outhouse at the property, allowing the hostages to be released, and who later sounded the alarm when the hostages flagged down a vehicle. Doug leaped from the couch and danced around like someone demented, whooping and doing a jig. He fell back on the couch, snickering. At last, he knew that he wouldn't have to look over his shoulder. His entry phone buzzed. With a spring in his step, he walked over to the door. It was Kim on the screen. His shoulders drooped and he picked up the phone. "What is it you want?" "Have you seen the news?" "Yeah, thank goodness they won't hurt anyone else." "Wait there." He stepped back on over to the coffee table and picked up her hair slide and earrings. Back at the door, he unlocked it and handed them over. "You left these. Nearly caused a rift between me and my girlfriend." "Oh, sorry. My bad. Is she here?" Judging by the smile on her face, he doubted her sincerity at the apology. "She's shopping." He looked at his watch. "She'll be back in 5 minutes. Look, best you don't call again. It's not worth the grief for me." "Oh, she's like that, is she?" "Never mind. Maybe I'll catch you around." Doug closed the door. He knew he'd have to tell Donna when she returned to retain her trust in him. With his laptop on charge, he took a seat again when his cell rang. He answered the call. "Hi, it's Detective Carruthers." Doug grinned. "I guess you're ringing about the good news. I saw it on the TV." "Yeah. Listen, I could do with talking to you at the station. Are you free now?" Doug hesitated. Last thing he wanted would be another interrogation. "I don't have my car." "Not to worry. I can send a car for you." "What's it about?" "Just a few questions for my report on your assault." "Nothing to worry about." Doug hesitated, then sighed. "As long as it's just you and not that partner of yours." "No problem. I'll send a car, like I said." The call closed. Doug wondered if he'd done the right thing by agreeing to go to the station. But then he thought, maybe he wanted a signed statement about when he was beaten so he could close the record. One of them was still in custody, so he imagined that could be a possibility why he needed him to go down there. Chapter 41. Carruthers appeared at the police station reception and escorted Doug through to an interview room. Apart from a shake of the hands, Doug had trailed along behind him. Beckoned inside, Doug took a seat at the desk. "Did Rich get a plea deal?" "Yeah, he was facing life without parole. Gave up all their activities. We've rescued some minors they were trafficking." Rich agreed to 20 years with his attorney. "He's pleaded guilty to involvement in neutralizing the officer for the plea, but not guilty to being involved in the beating they gave you. Unfortunately, the CCTV didn't catch the action clear enough to identify him." "Is that why you need a statement?" "Yeah, sorry, but it means you'll likely have to appear in court unless he changes his plea." Doug relaxed at the reason for him being there. Carruthers rhymed off the usual about recording the interview on video and his rights, then sat back. "Let's start with your statement." He pushed over a statement pad and a pen. Carruthers prompted him through the statement to help him recall the full incident. When they'd finished, he signed it and initialed where he'd made mistakes. Guess it's a relief for you the other two fugitives' bodies were found, and the hostages came to no harm, said Doug. Must be a relief for you too. That's an understatement. Poetic justice, I'd say. Doug relaxed at the friendly exchange. Talking about that incident. We have to clear everyone who might have had motive to have taken them out. Don't know why you need to bother after what they've done. Do you have suspects already? Not as such, and don't take this the wrong way. I need you to stay calm. Where were you between the hours of 3 and 4 o'clock early this morning? It was as if an alarm bell went off in Doug's head. In bed. Why? Am I a suspect? No, but we need to eliminate everyone who might have had a motive. Can anyone vouch for you being in bed? Well, no. Then what we'd like you to do is to volunteer a DNA sample to check against those forensics we'll find at the scene. I also need to do a polygraph test now so we can rule you out. Doug pushed back, the legs of his chair scraping on the ceramics. An image of the DNA results on the island in the kitchen flashed through his mind. Doug noticed the DNA sample kit to one side of the desk in a clear Ziploc bag. He shivered, recalling his dad doing the test. Look, I can see you're getting flustered. It's only so we can clear you. Anger welled inside of Doug. He sensed he might lose control. Took a deep breath. That's bullcrap. You suspect me. I'm not doing anything without having talked to my dad first. In fact, that's it, unless you have anything further, I'm going. Carruthers looked at his watch as Doug rose to his feet. This interview is concluded at 10:15, Doug heard him say as he made his way out into the corridor to head to the street. He realized it would mean they wouldn't give him a ride home. Doug pulled out his phone and stared at a taxi app. Instead, he selected his dad's cell number and made the call. Doug. What is it this time? I'm busy. I'm outside the police station. I don't know if I've done the right thing. I walked out on an interview. They wanted me to give a DNA sample and take a polygraph test. I think they suspect me for terminating the lives of those two thugs who attacked me. Slow down. Take some deep breaths. Drive over to my office and we'll talk about it. I'm at the golf club, but I can meet you there. I don't have my car. It's in the paint shop. Doug heard him sigh. Then a pause. Stay there, I'll pick you up. Doug paced around on the sidewalk. Carruthers' partner exited a cafe opposite and crossed the street carrying some coffee cartons. He gave Doug a dirty look, and he reciprocated. Donna had been right about the detectives when she'd said not to trust them. His dad pulled up and rolled down the window. Get in. We can talk on the way to your apartment. Doug recounted what he'd heard on the news, together with all his interactions with the detectives, and how his interview went. Why is your car in the paint shop? Doug explained. You've done the right thing terminating the interview. He's correct saying a DNA and polygraph test could eliminate you, but it could also put you in the frame. They pulled up outside his apartment. We'll talk about this inside. Inside, his dad looked up at the camera. Is that working? It is at the moment. Power outage last night. It only works when the alarm is set, and only then if it detects movement. Check the hard drive. His dad took a seat on the couch. Doug entered his bedroom and stepped into the closet and over to the shelf. He tapped the keyboard. Nothing appeared on screen. He returned to the living area. Nothing. It's blank. His dad stroked his chin. Look, this is how I see it from what you've told me. They already suspected you of hacking to get the transcripts of the messages that caught out Jade in her lies. I'm asking you as your dad, did you hack their messages? No way, he replied, knowing it was the truth. Okay, put your eyes back in their sockets. I'm not the police if you said that you had done the hacking. From their perspective, I can see they consider you have motive. From what's happened, it could give them probable cause for a warrant to search your home. Huh. How would I know where they were hiding out, never mind that I don't have my car? His dad shook his head. Think about it. You said they already thought you could be involved with them in setting up a hacking activity with Ed Granger. They'll likely conjecture they contacted you to help them using threats. Maybe even to pick you up in that car they stole. There's 1,000 possibilities they can come up with. Doug looked right through his dad as if he weren't there. His mind was blitzed at what his dad had said. So, what do I do next? His dad's vision turned to his laptop on charge. Are you certain they won't find any contact with them on your computer or phone? Not at all. They'll likely get a warrant for your laptop and phone. Do you have a spare external drive? Yeah. Then copy all your laptop files and give the drive to me. If they take your laptop, you can get another computer and restore all your files. While it's downloading, make a list of your phone contacts in case you need to buy another phone, and I'll take those too. Doug retrieved his external drive and started the copying. He opened his emails, concerned they'd see the ones from the PenPal site that might cause some questions. They were all missing. He checked his browsing history. The search of the actual PenPal site wasn't there. Even the search Donna had done of the substations had disappeared. Doug's thought process went into stun mode. Apart from her clothes in the closet and the control chair, there wasn't anything to say she existed. As he wrote down a list from his contacts from his phone, he prayed inwardly that Donna was right, and there wasn't any trace of the hacking, or he'd be in deep doo-dah. Wait here, there's something else I need you to take. With the list of contacts done, and the downloads complete, Doug returned to the closet and filled his suitcase with Donna's clothes. He returned to the living room. Can you take these with you? They were Donna's clothes. I don't want to have to explain to them if they do a search. I can collect them from you later and get them back to her. Sure. Listen, if they do come with a warrant, don't resist them. You have nothing to hide. And however pleasant they might seem, whatever you do, Doug saw his dad without me there, then took a seat back on the couch, alone again. His mind was in the garbage can once more. With no trace of Donna on his laptop or phone, he didn't even know if they would ever bring her back. Worse, if they did bring her back, how would he explain her presence if she were there, should they carry out a search? It wasn't as though she could hide in the closet, he thought. Chapter 42. Doug opened his curtains in his office and squinted at the fierceness of the sun invading his apartment. He knew that there wasn't any need to feel insecure, with his assailants neutralized. It was as if the brightness of the day breathed new life into his existence. When he stepped out of his office, he sniffed the air. Damn! A cloud of smoke drifted from the kitchen. He dashed in there to see his frying pan in flames. Doug turned off the gas, grabbed a towel and picked it up by the handle, then dropped it in the sink and turned the faucet. To a spontaneous sizzle of steam and fat splashing him, he stepped back, brushing down his t-shirt with the towel. When he turned off the faucet, he saw he'd cremated his steak. Even worse, the pans with his potatoes and veg had now boiled dry. The pans followed the frying pan into the sink. With a lesson learned not to cool them with water, he left them there. Doug partially opened the windows in the kitchen, then did the same in the living room. Back in the kitchen, Doug placed his hands on the work surface at the sink and leaned in to see the blackened pans with the contents turned to mulch. Doug growled, then removed his t-shirt, and entered his bedroom for a clean one and put it on. Totally dejected, he returned to the living room and looked out of the window. With his car not there, it wasn't as though he could drive to the Ironside Cafe for lunch. He sighed, knowing he'd have to make do with sandwiches. Kim was locking her car. She glanced at him and waved, all smiles. 2 vehicles pulled up outside. He recognized Carruthers and his partner as they climbed out of the first vehicle to park. Carruthers saw him and waved. Doug sighed as 4 more officers climbed out of their vehicle and followed the 2 detectives. He knew what was about to happen and trudged over to the door, unlocked it, and opened it ready for their arrival. Carruthers appeared first and held up a search warrant. His partner didn't give him a chance to read it and pushed past him. "Enter, why don't you?" said Doug and scowled at the partner. Carruthers stood to one side as the others entered, then Carruthers followed on and inside. To make matters worse, when Doug glanced out into the hallway, Kim was at her door and had likely seen them. "At least let me read the warrant," said Doug as he closed his door. The indignity of having his home invaded left Doug angered as they peeled off into the separate rooms. Carruthers handed over the warrant. Doug's speed read through what permissions it granted them. "Where's your cell phone?" snarled Rathbone as he picked up Doug's laptop from the coffee table. He dug in his pocket and handed it to Carruthers, who in turn passed it on to his partner. "Best you take a seat until we've finished," said Carruthers. Doug took a seat on the couch and sulked. Carruthers sat next to him. "All you had to do was to have given us a DNA sample and to have a polygraph test, and this wouldn't likely have happened. I see you have a camera. Does it record to an app?" Doug didn't answer. He'd said all he was going to say. His partner stood in front of him. "What are the passwords for your computer and phone?" Doug didn't look at him but instead stared down at the rug under the coffee table. "Are you deaf, or just pig ignorant?" Doug looked up at him, defiantly. "To hell with you. I'm not saying anything." "Wait for me in the car," said Carruthers, with a sway of the head at his partner. As Rathbone exited, a female officer stepped over. "There's a hard drive in the closet with a keyboard and small screen for the camera. No password. Checked it. It's blank. Should we take it?" "Yeah, our computer experts will be able to find if anything has been deleted." Doug rolled his eyes, knowing they were wasting their time. "Look, I know this must be difficult, but you're only making this worse for yourself. It makes you look guilty. All we want are the passwords." Doug shrugged his shoulders. All he thought he was doing was to make it difficult for them for the violation of his space. He knew they'd have egg all over their faces when they did a cell tower check, and they'd see his phone hadn't moved. The four officers converged on the couch. "That's it. We're done here," said the female officer, and he noticed she held a plastic bag that appeared full. "Well, if you're choosing not to talk, just the DNA sample to do and we'll leave you in peace." He'd managed to hold it together as Carruthers took the sample, as distasteful as it was. "I'll see myself out." Doug followed him to the door, and as soon as he was out in the hallway, he slammed it shut for Carruthers to hopefully hear the anger burning inside of him. He wandered around the rooms. With him sat in the living room while the search had been carried out, they'd put everything back as they found it. Not so in his office. They'd emptied everything out of his desk drawers and had dumped the contents on the floor. His briefcase was open on the desk. The door to his washer and dryer utility room was open, with the washing machine left open. He peered in the dirty washing basket when he noticed the lid on the floor. That told him what must have been in the plastic bag. His closet hadn't fared much better with clothes taken off the racks and they were dumped in a pile on the floor. At least the kitchen was left as is when he walked in there, apart from his trash can had been emptied. With his backside planted on a chair at the dining table, he wanted to scream. He rose again and stepped over to his house phone. Picked it up, then slapped it back on the cradle. He needed to phone a taxi but didn't have a number. There was a gardener weeding the flower bed outside. He opened the window some more. "Hey, do you know the number for directory inquiries? Try 411. With the taxi ordered, Doug just wanted to escape his apartment. It wasn't just the intrusion to his sanctity that disturbed him. The aftertaste of the swab for the DNA sucking the moisture from his inner cheek had left him feeling violated. Outside, Carruthers and his partner were chatting in their car. He sat on a wall waiting for his taxi to arrive, a frown displayed for all to see his state of mind. Footsteps approached from behind. "Hey, what's going on?" Doug heard Kim say. His entire being hit south. That was all he needed, Kim sticking her nose in where it wasn't needed. He wished that she would disappear for good, never to darken his space again. "Nothing is going on. It can't have been nothing. I saw them carting out things to their vehicles. What were they searching for?" He tried his own search for an answer that would put her off talking to him. "They think I murdered those cop killers in revenge for beating on me. Who, a bad boy. If you did, you'd be a hero in my books. Still, you're not in cuffs, which says they're wrong. Or maybe you're too smart for them," she said, and then smiled. "I wouldn't be so sure it wasn't me," he said, hoping that would work to deter her. Can't beat a bad boy if their heart is in the right place. You sorted everything out with your girlfriend? Yeah, we're good. Well, if ever it doesn't work out, ring my doorbell. Doug thought her responses were odd after what he'd said to put her off contact with him. Thankfully, his taxi arrived. He climbed inside and watched as she returned inside of the apartment block. In no time, he arrived at the shopping mall and headed for the phone repair shop. I need a phone. Is it possible you could phone my provider and have my number changed to a new phone? I've lost mine. Sure, take a look at the ones I have, and we'll take it from there. It won't happen overnight, but we can do that for you. You can use a temporary SIM with a different number until your new one arrives, and they'll cancel the old SIM right away. Doug chose a phone and left him to organize the new SIM with his provider. Doug looked around at his display of used laptops. He chose one and had the store guy pack it for him. At last, he thought he had one over on Carruthers and his sidekick. Outside the store, he phoned his dad and arranged to pick up his drive after debriefing him about the search. He took a taxi and headed over to the parking lot at the golf club and collected his items from his dad, then hurried back to the taxi. With a smug smile on his face, the taxi took him to the Ironside Cafe. Taking his usual seat at the table by the window, he pushed his suitcase carrying Donna's clothes under the table, then ordered his lunch from the barista. I heard it on the news about those guys who beat you. Are you okay? I'm fine, thanks. Your girlfriend not FaceTiming you today, she said and placed his knife and fork on the table. No, she's out of town. Gone for some medical treatment. Nothing serious, I hope? No, she'll be fine. She'll join me back home shortly. Just having treatment on leg injury, he said, and she smiled, then moved on. With all that had happened, he'd not given her a thought. Now he couldn't get her out of his head. He dreaded that they would try to phone him to tell him when she was due back. Especially with him not having the number on his new phone as yet. God forbid if they returned her, and he wasn't there, he thought. The short time it took for his latte and his meal to arrive stretched out to an eternity of worrying. With his meal wolfed down and the bill paid, Doug waited outside impatiently for his taxi when it struck him. Maybe they'd not bring Donna back to him, leaving him with pangs of angst at the thought he'd be living in isolation once more. Chapter 43. In the kitchen, Doug had arrived home to a bad smell from the remnants of his attempt to make lunch, and he scrunched his nose. With the windows partially opened, he made himself busy by cleaning the pans. That done, he stepped in the closet and put his and Donna's clothes back on their hangers on the rack. In the office, he set about putting everything in his desk drawers. At last, his home felt like his again, with everything in its place. All that was missing was Donna. Her not being there left him with an emptiness inside, with only her clothes in the closet reminding him she'd ever been there. Doug's heart sank when he entered the living room and he saw Carruthers and Braithwaite walk towards the apartment block. He grabbed his laptop and phone and charged into the bedroom, his heart beating fast, and pushed them under his mattress. Moving quickly to the front door, he unlocked it while wondering what the hell they'd forgot. Then he slapped his forehead at the recollection of writing in his journal that he wished his assailants liquidated. Their footsteps clomped on the floor outside with Doug trembling, but they didn't stop at his door. He opened his door slightly and peeked out to see them disappear to inside of Kim's apartment. Doug closed his door, while thankful they'd not blighted his day anymore. While thinking that, there wasn't any way he could know if they'd return to his door once they'd finished whatever it was they wanted to talk to Kim about. He imagined it was to question her to see if she'd seen or heard him leave the apartment on the day in question, seeing as how she lived next door. He knew it would only be a matter of time before they read the entry in his journal to add to their arsenal of suspicion of him as a suspect for his assailant's demise. While staring out of his window, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Carruthers and Rathbone exit, then drive away. Darkness arrived and he turned on the light. Just about to take his seat again and his entry phone buzzed. When he arrived at the door, it was the guys back with Donna's crate. He was beside himself with joy. His fingers trembled as he fumbled to unlock the door. "Your phone is dead. We took a chance you'd be at home. Saves us a journey back to base. Please, come right in," he said and stood to one side, the anticipation of seeing her again coursing through him. They wheeled the crate on through to his office. Once unpacked, they maneuvered her onto the control chair. "That's us done. She'll be live soon." Doug followed them to the door and locked it as they left, then dashed along to his office. Much like the first time he set eyes on her, she was motionless. He pulled up his chair and sat beside her. Her eyes blinked, but she remained still. Not a muscle moved. "Hold my hand," she said, her lips moving, but nothing else. "I've missed you." "Missed you too." "A lot's happened," he said. His eyes moistened, with relief at seeing her by his side, and yet his emotions mixed with anxiety like a volcano erupting of all that had transpired with the search. She squeezed his hand. "I'm ready," she said, as if life had been pumped into her with her chest rising and then falling. She rose from the control chair. Unsteady at first, Doug threw his arms around her and hugged her. "Don't be so thirsty. I've not quite come around yet. Guide me to the couch and help me to sit." Doug took her by the arm and guided her to the couch, not letting go of her until she sat. "Why is your phone not working?" "How did you know it wasn't working?" he asked. "I heard him say so at the door. I have an acute sense of hearing that I can use, even when in sleep mode." "Is it broken?" Doug recounted his encounters with the police and all about what they took from him during the search. That's not a scenario I predicted. Good thing I wiped all trace of me from your computer before I left. Your dad is quite the attorney. I have to credit him with his deviousness in having you download the files. How's your leg?" "It's fine." She sniffed the air. "I can detect carbon. Has there been a fire?" Doug's cheeks flamed. He explained his disastrous attempt at cooking a meal while multitasking. Donna burst out laughing. "Come here," she said, and threw her arms around him and kissed him on the lips. "Thank goodness I'm back." It was only a brief kiss, but it sent a tingle through him. Her lips had felt luscious to the touch, natural. More than he'd hoped for. His landline rang. Apart from work, only his dad had the number. "I'll see who it is." He reached out and took the handset from the cradle, then sat back. "It's Dad. How are you?" "Fine. Just miffed at the search and then taking my computer and phone," he said. "Yeah, well, don't expect the items they took returning anytime soon. I've known them take 6 months or more." There was a pause, and unless he was mistaken, he heard a woman's voice say, "Go on, tell him." He heard his dad sigh. "Look, the reason I'm phoning is to say unless it's an emergency like today, we can't have contact. I've moved in with Angelica and her 2 daughters. She knows all about you, and to be honest, she's nearer your age than mine. You have to understand, she doesn't think it appropriate for us to have regular contact." Doug held the phone away, then drew it back to his lips while glancing at Donna. "It's okay, I understand. Don't worry, I have my own girlfriend here to look after me now." "That's great. You kept that secret." "Okay, have to go," he said, and Doug placed the handset back on the cradle. "You look upset." "I heard it all. It's for the best, and you're right, I'm here now. You don't need anyone else. Let's snuggle up and watch a film." That ability of her having acute hearing bugged him. All the same, Doug thought she was right. It wasn't like he'd ever been close with his dad, and at least he'd said he'd be there for him in an emergency. "I'll make a coffee first." "You put the TV on and choose a film," said Doug. Doug hummed a tune while making coffee, in an attempt to overcome what his dad had said. He rinsed his mug under the water at the sink when he saw Kim walk to her car. Doug closed the curtains. Seeing Kim reminded him he'd not spoken to Donna about his encounters with her. "You sound happy in there," Donna called out. "I am now you're back. I was worried you'd gone for good, with no way of contacting you." "Yeah, that was unfortunate, but fortunate at the same time seeing as how they took your phone and computer." Doug returned to the couch and set down his coffee. He was about to tell her about Kim when she turned to him and took a hold of his hands by the fingertips. "I really have missed you. What would you say about us sleeping together tonight?" Doug coughed and spluttered. Yeah. You mean we could make love?" She pushed back on the cushion. Wait, no. I meant to sleep together tonight, not to make love. You'd need to buy protection and some lubrication, or it would be messy for me afterwards. Let's take it slow. No hurry. I can't sleep with you every night anyway. I still have my studies. Doug's demeanor shrank. Studies? Yeah, beside the tests they'll need to run at night periodically, for me to fully function as artificial general intelligence, I still need to learn more about the human condition, and for that, I'll need to connect with our supercomputers from the control chair. To hear that was a disappointment, but better than not having her there. I've heard about AGI, but not how it works at the data level in detail. Just what I've gleaned from reading papers on the subject. It all sounds as though it's shrouded in secrecy from what I've read in the news. Pity. You're doing fine as far as I'm concerned. In fact, for me you're perfect, he said and smiled at her. Bless you. Don't let it worry you as long as I can make you happy, she said, and sent him a warm smile. Doug swigged the last of his coffee. Before I forget and we settle down to watch the film, I've had encounters with Kim again. She sighed. What happened this time? He explained in full the details of what was said. If she thinks she's waiting in the wings for me to leave you, she'll die of old age, she spat, clearly annoyed. If she carries on, I'll have to break protocol and have serious words with her. Almost instantly, it was as if she put it out of her mind. Donna raised a smile, drew her legs on the couch and rested her head on his lap. Doug clicked the remote to start the film. A sense of bliss came over him that he had his Donna back. The film drifted into the background, with his thoughts consumed with the idea she was to join him in bed. Doug put his hand in his pocket and made adjustments at sensing him stirring. With the film finished, Donna sat upright. You've had a busy day. Let's go to bed. You go and I'll be in there shortly. With Doug under the duvet, Donna entered. She collected night attire from the closet, then switched off the light and stripped. Even in the darkness, her silhouette excited him. He wasn't sure if what he felt would let him sleep. Turn on your side to face the door, she said. Donna crawled in beside him and melded into his contour. She put her arm over him. The warmth of her body was a surprise. Sleep tight. Love you. Love you too, he said, and knowing he wouldn't be sleeping until he cooled down. Chapter 44. Eyes still closed, Doug awoke and stretched out an arm to feel for Donna. He sat upright at not finding her there in bed with him. Disorientated, panic set in as he threw back the duvet and climbed out of bed to dress in a hurry. Donna, he called out. I'm in the living room. Doug sighed with relief at seeing Donna sitting on the couch with his laptop on her knees. More research? No. I'm downloading the app. I've already downloaded it on your phone. You have work tomorrow, so we'll need contact. You can leave the laptop with me. Doug sat beside her, and she reached over and kissed his cheek. You did a lot of tossing and turning last night, so I let you sleep in. Even climbed out of bed and sleepwalked around the room. He turned to her at that remark. He couldn't recall anything of sleepwalking. What did you expect with me tossing and turning, when I was lying there aroused? That he had no filter, in talking with her it didn't seem to matter. Not after a frustrating night. It needed to be said as far as he was concerned. All the same, it had been a pleasant experience with her so close to him, and surprisingly warm-bodied, not to mention he detected what appeared like a heartbeat. Donna placed the laptop back on the coffee table, turned to him and smiled. We'll have to do something about that. You need to go out and find a store that sells protection. Doug's cheeks flamed at her saying that. Not sure if I'll find one on a Sunday, but there's a shopping park not far from here I can walk to. Later. You said last night you needed to upload your external drive files to the laptop. You can do that after breakfast. You'll also need to set up your emails and social media. Once you've done that, you can delete your ex before you go anywhere. No point in having her on there when you have me. As much as he was besotted with her saying that, there was something he was uncomfortable with about her persona, despite having told her she was perfect to him. More so from her virtual self when FaceTiming, but some of that trait had carried over. He recalled his exchange with Greg about home truths. Doug couldn't look her in the eye. A friend of mine once said that when people were close, if one of them had something to say they were uncomfortable with, the other shouldn't take offense. Donna reared back. What of it? Doug shuffled his backside on the couch, hoping what he had to say wouldn't spoil the way things were progressing. He cleared his throat. Go on. I won't bite. It's not as much as how you are now, but when FaceTiming, you seem to take control of me. Similar to my ex, but more so. I didn't mention anything in my report when I got that email from your people. I was thinking about reporting it when you took over my keyboard and completed it for me. She leaned in and took a hold of his hand. Oh, no. Wish you'd have said so earlier. Not a problem. Like I said at the time, if there's anything that troubles you, talk to me. No need for the data technicians to know. I got the impression that was how your ex was with you from what I read in your journal. Maybe it's best you don't delete her, and I can learn more about her? Angst drained from him at having got it off of his chest and her positive response. So, are you just going to sit there and starve? Go make breakfast, now, she said in a domineering tone as if it was an order, and then she laughed. Just playing. But you do need to eat. She beamed a smile at him. Doug had to snicker at her playful sense of humor as he entered the kitchen. With the coffee ready and a cheese slice sandwich in hand, he gazed out of the window. He shook his head. The neighbors wouldn't be happy that they hadn't taken the scrap police car away. But then neither was he, as it was a reminder of the stress he went through. 2 vehicles pulled into parking spaces. One of them was Kim's car. The other he didn't recognize. Whatever, when they climbed out of their cars, they headed for the apartment block, side by side, and chatting away. The guy was around her age, casually dressed, yet carried a briefcase. He hoped it was a new boyfriend, so she'd leave him alone. Kim was all smiles until their eyes locked. She immediately looked down as she approached the entrance. Doug stepped away from the window and poured his coffee. Just seen Kim arrive with a guy. They were in separate cars, but they appeared friendly together. With some luck she'll have found a boyfriend, said Doug. Could be another neighbor if they were in separate cars, she said. Oh, yeah. Could be, Doug replied. I'll go find out, said Donna. Huh? Do we really need to know? Don't look so worried. I'm not going to knock on her door and ask her. My acute sense of hearing. Remember? Doug hadn't thought about it before. He wondered how she could avoid distraction with so many sounds amplified. Doesn't that cause a problem if too many people are talking at once? No, not at all. It's directional, and I can turn it off to listen at a normal distance. That said, Donna rose to her feet and headed for the bedroom. Doug didn't like the idea of invading someone's privacy. All the same, he thought it would be better if he knew that she had a boyfriend. Regardless, he took a seat on the couch and waited for her to return. She was only gone 5 minutes when she returned and took a seat beside him. He's not a boyfriend. Sounded as though he was delivering something, and he gave instructions. Just what it was for, it wasn't clear. He said something about making her problem go away and everything was arranged starting tomorrow. Maybe it was some medical monitoring equipment. He said something about clipping whatever it was to a belt and taping something to her chest. Anyway, he's gone. What she said about monitoring equipment made sense. He recalled his Aunt Edna cursing that she had a device to carry around to monitor her heart at one time. Pity. At least from my last conversation, I doubt she'll chase me anymore. Not if she imagines I was involved in taking revenge on the thugs, even though she said whoever murdered them was a hero in her book. Donna shook her head, and then tapped him on his thigh. Forget her. I'm here now. You go and find a store at that shopping park that you mentioned. When you're back we can prepare your lunch together. Doug grabbed his jacket and headed outside. As much as he was excited about spending the day with her and getting to consummate their relationship, he couldn't wait for Monday to come quickly enough to be able to message Greg on his release. Just how he'd explain to Greg about his newfound Donna, he wasn't sure. At least she'd installed the app again, so he thought he could introduce her to Greg by her virtual avatar. If that went okay, he wondered if Donna would be sneaky enough to want to meet him in person, and to keep her data technicians who might monitor her out of the loop. If that were the case, he knew that situation would resolve him of responsibility for the NDA he signed. After suffering the embarrassment of buying what he was looking for, he returned with a smile on his lips. Mission accomplished, he said, and waved his purchase at Donna. Donna didn't appear to have the same excitement about her as him, and simply kept her eyes glued to the laptop screen. You need to see this. I was right to be wary of her. It looked as though she had been doing her research again. Doug sat beside her, and she passed him the laptop. On the screen was the mugshot of a young woman, her dark hair unkempt, and with a poor skin complexion. It was the name that shocked him. That's our neighbor. She must have dyed her hair blonde, said Doug. Yeah. Look at Kim's rap sheet. Theft, fraud, battery, and working the streets, and all before she was 21. Denver have an arrest warrant out for her for running other girls for a local gang. We could use that if she becomes a nuisance. Doug recalled her saying she had family there in Colorado. Yeah, well, let's hope we don't have to. It'll only stress me out. Chapter 45. Monday morning, and Doug glanced in the mirror. Donna put a hand on his shoulder. Let's have a look at you. Oh, my. You look handsome in a suit with a shirt and tie. Very professional. Thanks, you look good whatever you wear, said Doug to return the compliment. His cell phone rang on the coffee table. Ron's name appeared on the screen. He picked it up and answered the call. Good thing you texted me with your new number. You ready? I'll be there in 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll wait outside for you. The call closed. Donna gave him a hug and a peck on the cheek. She picked up his briefcase and handed it to him. Let's have another look at you, she said, then took a hold of his tie and gave it an adjustment. You go. FaceTime me at lunchtime. Have a nice day. Doug stepped out into the corridor, a warm glow inside at recalling making love the night before. It hadn't been anything other than something that had happened naturally after some passionate kissing and foreplay. Outside, he turned to see Donna at the window and waved. She waved back, but then so did Kim while stood at her own window. Kim must have thought he'd waved at her. He turned to watch for Ron arriving. Hurried footsteps approached him from behind. I'm just going shopping. You need a ride anywhere? Asked Kim. Doug's demeanor sank when he noticed Donna still looking on. No, thanks. I have a ride. Listen, about what you said, about those assailants of yours and you taking them out. Were you really involved? Doug laughed. No way. I didn't mean that. You must have misunderstood what I said. Doug, you forgot something, Donna called out. When he looked over, she had opened the window. Oh, I see she's arrived. Best I get going, said Kim, and walked to her car. Doug strode over to his window. What have I forgot? Donna scowled. He guessed she was unhappy at him exchanging words with Kim. Nothing. Don't turn around. I'm not sure why it would be so, but I detected she was transmitting something, and there's a white van parked that's receiving whatever signal she's putting out. Doug's jaw dropped. He had to think for a moment. He'd watched enough crime programs to understand the possible implications. Wait. You mean she's carrying a wire? Doug turned when a vehicle pulled up as Kim drove away. Ron had arrived. I don't know what carrying a wire means. I'll do some research, said Donna. My ride is here, he said, while taking a look over his shoulder. You go, we'll talk at lunchtime. Doug climbed onto his seat, and they set off, his mind working overtime at what Donna had detected. How was your weekend? Asked Ron. Relaxing. Yours? He asked, while knowing now the weekend was over, he was far from relaxed with what had just occurred. Busy. Worked most of it getting everything ready for today. They drove past the white van. There wasn't anyone in the cab, but then the back door opened. As they sped out of the parking lot, he hadn't caught sight of anyone, but he knew the van door wouldn't open on its own. Doug's mind span. Clearly Carruthers had him as a suspect. Just how he'd roped Kim into wearing a wire was beyond him. Then he recalled the outstanding warrant she had. When she'd been interviewed about seeing the fugitives, they could have checked her out and found the warrant, he surmised. He realized that was what the guy likely meant when Donna said she overheard him say, they'd make her problem go away. Faced with arrest, he could see how she could embellish those few words he spoke to her in an effort to put her off talking to him. At least he'd put her straight on record if that was the case. Especially if someone was listening in to record his response. All the same, it left him troubled. They arrived at the printers. "Wait. Before we go, I have something for you," said Ron. He opened his briefcase and handed him the works computer and a file. Pete visited a slaughterhouse and meat processing plant. All their accounting is done manually. What they need is software to calculate the number of cuts per carcass from their weight, give each segment a cost price, then to calculate a wholesale price to their clients. We don't have any software like that, and they don't want to pay for a spec. I need you to get your head around it and come up with suggestions. Doug put the laptop in his briefcase, then took the file from him. It can't be that difficult. It's just the reverse of manufacturing software. Instead of ordering and assembling parts to build something, all they'll need is to disassemble an item, in this case, say a pig, and with a lot less parts involved. The only tricky part is every animal of the same breed will be a different weight. I'm sure I can resolve it with a math equation. Never thought of that. See what you come up with. You can work on it from home. That he was to work on it from home gave him some relief. Once inside, Ron loaded the software into the mainframe. It was time to test his and Donna's work as they entered the print estimating room. With the monitor already installed, the data manager called over an estimator to the station. It certainly looked a lot more comfortable in there with the new desks and gaming chairs. Doug glanced at his watch. He pitied the estimator having an audience circling him. Everything had run smoothly. He leaned into Ron and whispered, "It's almost lunchtime. I'd like to have lunch at the Ironside Cafe. Will you join me? I'd need you to take me there." "No, I need to talk with Lyndon and run some data on what we've done so far. There's a cafeteria here. Wish I'd have known that the last time we were here with Pete." "You can take my car if you like," said Ron. "Thanks. Appreciated." Ron dug in his pocket and handed him his car key. "Might as well go now." "See you after lunch," said Ron. Doug hurried to the car. Settled in the driver's seat, he opened his emails and sent a message to Greg that he was on his way to the Ironside Cafe, and to call him when he was available. He added his new phone number and address but asked him to phone before calling at his apartment. The barista took his order, and he sat by the window. He entered his app and pressed the camera icon. "How did work go?" "Fine. The software ran smoothly. No errors thanks to you. Missed you." "Missed you too. I now know what wearing a wire signifies. I knew she'd be trouble. Can't we move to another apartment?" "Not possible. I have a lease for 1 year I can't get out of." "Shame. Incidentally, I've been checking out your ex's social media. She's accepted a job in Washington, D.C., so you don't have to worry about bumping into her." That's a relief. He did a double take when he saw what looked like Greg's car park across the street. It was definitely Greg when he saw him climb out and lock the door. "Damn, Greg's here. Got to go." "Okay. We can talk when you're home." Greg approached and slapped him on the shoulder. "Hey bud. How's it hanging? If you mean how I am, it's a long story. Only glad to see you're out. Thought you'd want to be with family. They brought me home, then said they had to work. I can catch up with them later. At least I got my phone and laptop back, not to mention my life once more. Trouble is, I missed out on 3 interviews for jobs. Strange how it worked out. So, why change your number?" Doug thought it ironic that with Greg getting his property back, the police had exchanged them for his confiscated items. "Better sit down and I'll explain." Doug recounted all that had happened with the thugs, and with the police having him as a suspect, not only for taking out the thugs, but also for hacking the messages that proved Greg's innocence. Holy crap. Your dad is ace having you copy everything. So, come on, I know you did some hacking years ago. Was it you who came to my rescue? Hell, no, he said, knowing he didn't do the actual hacking. What are you going all coy for and blushing? Did you have someone do the hacking for you? Forget it. You're out now, that's all that matters. It's me with all the problems just now with Carruthers on my back. Greg gave him a questioning look at Doug dancing around answering his question, when thankfully his meal arrived. How did the dating site work out? Any takers? Ditched it. Found something better. A pen pal site. Donna not joining you today, said the barista as she placed his meal in front of him. No. Not today. Greg scrunched his eyes and glared at him after the barista had walked away. If it was a questioning look he'd given him before, this look was penetrating. He lowered his head and tucked into his meal, trying to think of an answer to the question he knew would be coming at him. Are you back with Donna? A soulful sigh escaped his lips, and he placed down his knife and fork on the table. He rubbed at his brow. Not exactly. She's taken a job in Washington, D.C. She phoned me to say that she'd split with Jason. I repeated to her what you told me to say, and what I'd already said in a message, and she closed the call. I think she was pissed at me saying I'd replaced her. Greg clapped his hands at him. At last, you've grown a pair. But what does not exactly signify, and what did the barista mean? You've never mentioned bringing Donna here. He knew it was time to tell Greg about his pen pal, if not about her humanoid form, however he might take it. All he could hope for was that he wouldn't scoff. Chapter 46. Greg had sat there and listened to Doug's explanation of how he came about creating his virtual Donna on the pen pal site. When he finished, Greg sat there mansplaining in apparent stunned silence. From the numerous contortions of expressions he displayed, Doug couldn't read what he was thinking. Greg leaned into Doug, elbows on the table, and scratched at the stubble on his chin. He waved a finger at Doug. So, let's get this right. They invited you to be a beta user. You uploaded an image of Donna, named her as such, and this site created a virtual Donna, who in turn cloned the real Donna's voice. Then the barista saw you FaceTiming this avatar, and thinks it was the real Donna. Have I got that right? Well, yeah. The barista thought she was real. Don't tell me that you do too? Doug loosened his tie, unfastened the top button of his shirt, and ran his finger around the inside of the collar. He determined that if he couldn't open up to Greg as his best friend, he'd be doing himself a disservice. Well, yes, actually. She's real to me. Hard to explain, but I've developed feelings for her, just like with the real Donna. There wasn't to be any doubt about what Greg thought of his pen pal with the look of horror he threw his way, when he pushed back on his chair and unloaded his thoughts at Doug. Unbe-freaking-leavable, he said and slapped the palm of his hands on the table. What's wrong with you, man? You've really lost the plot. You need therapy. A glance around, and he could see customers looking his way. Look, keep your voice down. People can hear you. I don't know how you can have an opinion without talking to her first. Then let's see her. No way an avatar would fool me. I can't. I'd have to ask her first. Greg rolled his eyes. Permission. It's ones and zeros for Christ's sake, not a person. Get a grip. Doug sensed rage building. She's not in it, as you say. Donna has feelings. They're using artificial general intelligence. At least she can't cheat on me, and it's all real to me. You're joking. AGI development was in its infancy last I heard. If they've managed to get that far, you could do with a dose of it infusing into that dumbass brain of yours. I've said it before and I'll say it again, for someone so intelligent, your brain malfunctions at times. You eat your lunch. I can't hear any more of this crap. When you're ready to speak sense, we might talk some more. Until then, don't call me. Greg rose from his seat and stormed out. Having not expected that response, Doug propped his cell against the condiments and hit the camera icon on his app. Donna appeared on screen. How did it go with Greg? He must be happy to be free. It didn't go well at all. With you showing yourself to the barista here and to Sandy, I couldn't see why I shouldn't tell him about you as a pen pal. I don't have a problem with that. He can talk to me on the app. Doug wished that if he'd have known that, then Greg might have thought differently after talking with her. Not sure that's a good idea now. He thinks I'm mad. Don't look so upset. I'm sure I can bring him around to have his approval when you see him again. You get your lunch and like I said, I'll see you tonight. Doug wasn't sure if he'd ever see Greg again. His head was trashed. With his dad only wanting to have contact in emergencies, and with Greg storming out, that left only Donna to confide in. Trouble was, he knew there were times Greg had been the help he needed to confide in him with his problems and valued his input to see things that weren't always apparent to him. Appetite lost, he headed to his car and sat there in a daze for the rest of his lunch hour. Chapter 47. After a satisfactory day testing the software at the printers, Doug was pleased to be almost home. When Ron turned into the parking lot, he pulled over and stopped sharp. "What's happening here?" said Ron. Doug gazed over at the scene. There were 4 cop cars parked haphazardly outside the entrance to his apartment block. Worse, he saw Carruthers and his sidekick exchanging words with Officer Smythe. Panic engulfed him that they might have come to arrest him if they'd found something on his computer, or his phone that Donna hadn't deleted when she'd hacked Jade's messages. Doug wondered if they'd finally seen his journal entry with his wish for the assailants to meet their demise. His heartbeat raced. "Looks like something serious," said Ron and climbed out of his car. Doug grabbed his phone and entered his landline number to make the call. "Donna, you okay? What's happening?" "Calm down." The police battered down Kim's door. "Not sure what's happened." He imagined the wire fiasco had failed and they'd come with a warrant to arrest her, but that she'd resisted. "Thank God you're okay. Be with you shortly. I'm in the parking lot." He closed the call and climbed out of the car. Smythe walked over to Doug. "What's happened?" asked Doug. "Your neighbor. She's had an accident by the looks of it from what I saw. Looks like she reached for something in her closet while stood on a chair and it tipped over. A visitor had arranged to meet her, but there was no response. He reported seeing her head partially out of the closet when he looked through the window and called it in. Forensic investigators are checking the scene." "You mean, she's dead?" "Afraid so." Carruthers walked over to Doug as Smythe walked away to his car and chatted with Ron. "Our paths cross again. Where were you between the hours of 11 and 5? Carruthers asked, a dour expression on his face. "What's that got to do with you?" "From what Smythe said, Kim had an accident." "So why ask?" "You're her neighbor, that's why. You could have heard something." Ron had strolled over after talking with Smythe. "For your information, I was at work. This is my manager. I was with him all day long with more than 20 others, apart from an hour's lunch break where I met with Greg, so I couldn't have heard anything." "That's right. We've only just arrived," said Ron. Carruthers frowned, turned, and walked away. "That cop over there sure is talkative," said Ron. "Says it looks like your neighbor had an accident, but the detective over there you just spoke to, he says he's not so sure. Even though the door didn't have signs of being broken into, and it was locked on the Yale latch, he has other ideas. The detective thinks it's possible it could be a client who staged the scene. Says there was a camera facing the bed and sexy underwear. Wouldn't have expected that in this neighborhood." "Yeah, neither would I. Better get going. Speak tomorrow." Doug hurried on over to his apartment. A glance sideways in the hallway, and he noticed the battering ram propped up at the side of her door. He pressed the entry phone button. Donna unlocked and opened the door. "Kim's had an accident. She's dead." "I know. I've listened in on the police talking. Didn't want to say anything over the phone. Not after finding out that they'd had her wear a wire. Thought they might be listening in. I saw that same guy arrive with the briefcase. He rang her bell and knocked. Then I saw him pass by our window. 15 minutes later police cars arrived, and I heard loud bangs out in the corridor when it sounded as though they battered the door open," she said. "That ties in with what Officer Smythe said," replied Doug. She shrugged her shoulders as if dismissive of the whole affair. "It's not our problem. Forget it." They rang on the entry phone. An officer asked if I'd heard anything. He said nothing about finding her dead, just that she'd had an accident. I told him what I told you about her visitor, and apart from that I'd not heard anything. He didn't even ask me to open the door. "I've made coffee. You take a seat while I get you your mug and a sandwich." Doug took a seat on the couch. As much as it solved his problem now, he didn't have to avoid her. He couldn't get her images out of his head of the encounters they'd had. As for Carruthers' scenario about a client, it showed how his mind worked and how he was desperate for there to be a crime. With the question he'd asked, Doug guessed Carruthers would have been delighted if he were somehow involved in her untimely passing. His cell buzzed with an incoming message. It was from Greg. "Sorry for busting your chops. Hope you'll forgive me." Doug typed a message in reply. "Forgiven. Donna says she'll talk with you on the app." He added his address and pressed send as Donna returned with his coffee and sandwich. "As soon as you've finished, you need to take a shower and get changed." "That's not an order, only common sense," she said as if apologetic, and they both laughed. Seemed to him that little talk had worked. Doug drained the last of his coffee and headed for his bedroom to take a shower. "I'm not going to be around until bedtime if you want us to sleep together again. I'll be on my control chair. Need to connect to our supercomputer to do some data scraping." "How come?" "Thought you'd be able to guess that after what I told you before. While I have more recall than a human brain, our computer is where all the immense data is stored. I still need to study." He could see the sense in what she said. The last thing he would want would be to complain now he knew they were to sleep together again. The door phone rang. Doug sighed, did an about-turn, stepped over to the door and picked up the phone. Detective Carruthers' face appeared on screen. "What is it you want this time?" "I've already told you I was at work, and Ron vouched for me." "Can I come in? I have some questions to ask about your neighbor." "You know who my dad is. You'd have to get through him first. He says I haven't to speak with you." "I've said all I need to. This has nothing to do with the fugitive's murders. I only want to know if you've seen Kimberly have visitors." Doug couldn't see the harm in responding. "I've seen no one apart from a guy with a briefcase yesterday. Only moved in around a week ago. All I can say is she was friendly." That he didn't immediately ask for a description of the guy didn't surprise Doug. Not when he was one of them. "What about that woman who is here that our officer spoke to? Can I speak to her?" Doug entered panic mode. He had to think fast on his feet. "She's in the shower." "Already talked to an officer, as you said." "My girlfriend only moved in 2 days ago. I asked her that question and she says that she hasn't seen or heard anything other than what she told the cop. I'm sure the other neighbors will have a better idea if she had visitors." "Okay, but if either of you recall anything different, call me." Doug replaced the handset. As he walked past the window, he stopped. The coroner's van was there with 2 guys steering a gurney holding a body bag into the back of the van. He shuddered, and then carried on to the bathroom. Carruthers had annoyed him. As he stepped into the shower, he thought he was like a bad odor following him around. He imagined it would be crap to have him around as part of a family. Then he thought, it must be terrible to go through life without trusting anyone and to see the bad potential in everyone. Eyes closed and with the water cascading, he thought it ironic when he'd imagined how psychologically disturbing it must be for Carruthers not to trust anyone. Ever since Donna had dumped him for Jason, and with everything else that had occurred, he was that person. At least he had his newfound Donna with him, and with Greg back on the scene to heal him, he thought. All he hoped for is that there'd be no more deaths with a connection to him for Carruthers to be sniffing around his private life. Doug dressed and relaxed on the couch while watching the History Channel, relieved that the police had gone and the scrap police car had been taken away. His door phone buzzed. He stepped over there to see Greg on the screen. "Hold on, give me a minute." Doug rushed to the office bedroom. "Donna, if you can hear me, Greg is at the door. Her eyes flashed open and stared at the ceiling as if she were a corpse coming to life. She disconnected from the control arm, then replaced her finger, rose from the control chair, and then turned to him. "I'll hide in our closet," she whispered. He looked on, a bag of nerves as she entered their bedroom, then he dashed to the door. "Come on in," he said and ushered Greg to sit on the couch. Instead, Greg wandered into the kitchen area. "Man, this is a cool apartment. Can't wait to get my own when I get a job," he said as if they'd never had a blow-up at the cafe. Doug's heart sank as Greg headed into the hallway and opened the bedroom door. "Good size." He walked right in and opened the closet door before he could stop him. "What the hell? What you doing with women's clothes in there?" Doug stepped inside and ushered him back out into the hallway, grasping at how to give him an explanation, the heat in his cheeks rising apparent to him. Greg contorted his face into a questioning look. "Hell, you cross-dressing or something? Don't say you've decided to transition while I've been locked up." "No. They're what Donna accumulated at my house over the years," he lied. "Heard she was moving to Washington, D.C. Hung them up, hoping for the creases to disappear, then I was going to get them back to her." Greg sighed. "Talking about Donna. That's why I'm really here. Let's see this AI pen pal version." Doug hooked up his laptop to the TV and entered the app. His fingers trembled as he readied to hit the camera icon. All he could hope was that she'd convince Greg that he wasn't deluded once they talked. "Well, this'll be interesting," said Greg as Doug hit the camera icon. Chapter 48. Donna appeared on the TV screen, a warm smile on her face, but otherwise static. Then her eyes blinked. "See, told you. Good likeness, but it's an obvious animation," said Greg. "Am I really? Greg, isn't it?" "What the hell?" "No, I'm not hell, I'm Donna." Doug had to stifle a snicker. "How do you know who I am? You look uglier in real life than your social media profile pic, but I know it's you." "Excuse me?" Donna laughed. "Sorry, I thought you deserved that after what Doug told me about your tantrum at the cafe." Greg turned to Doug. "Come on. Is this a game? You're back with Donna, aren't you? That has to be the real Donna." "Well, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, she's real to me like I told you," Doug said and laughed at the quizzical look on Greg's face. "I damn well knew it. That's the real reason for the clothes in the closet." "You dark horse, you," he said, and prodded Doug on his shoulder. "Why can't you accept I'm other than a virtual pen pal?" asked Donna. Greg turned back to look at the screen. "Come on, the game's up. Stop playing games. I know it's you." The background scene on the screen changed to the park, then to the photo he'd taken in the basement at Greg's house. Donna herself transformed into a metallic robotic appearance, then rows of ones and zeros cascaded in the background. Greg wasn't the only one sitting there with an open mouth as he exchanged glances with Doug. "It's not a game. Why can't you accept me as who I am and that we have feelings for each other?" As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she transformed back to the image of Donna on screen. "That's bullcrap. No way. Doug, you have to stop this. Turn it off. I can't let this happen to you." Donna's eyes narrowed. It wasn't a look he'd seen her display before. "Is that right? Now we see your true colors. You're not a friend to Doug. Never have been. You're a leech. A selfish leech. All you've ever done is to use him for your own purposes, whether it was studying with him for his superior intelligence to get you better grades, or using him like you did with Jade and Gemma. Let's face it, you only asked him to stay with you because you couldn't leave your house." Greg's cheeks engorged. He grabbed at the remote and turned off the TV, then rose to his feet. "What the crap is going on here? What just happened?" "You hurt her feelings. Told you she had feelings." "Feelings? It's like you've been catfished, only this is a new one on me. You've been bot-fished. It has to stop. What happens when the trial is over and she disappears? You'll end up having to pay an exorbitant fee to keep her on screen. They'll have you by the balls." Doug sat there passive, not rising to the bait to snap back. "Have you finished?" "Yeah, I'm done here," he said and stormed over to the door. Doug followed on in his wake. Unlocked the door and let him out, then locked it again. Donna appeared from hiding. "What just happened?" he asked. "I'd say that Greg just heard some home truths." "You too." "You don't need Greg. He's a bad influence. You have me now, and I'm here to protect you from the likes of Greg who takes advantage of you." None of what she'd said made sense. "But why help him prove his innocence?" said Doug, hands on hips, not believing how Greg's visit had turned out. Not only that, but her attitude towards Greg had him stunned. "That was before I isolated your encounters with him from your journal and a picture emerged of the true Greg. Look, I need to get back on my control chair, or I'll be late to join you in bed." Left alone, Doug was torn between what the both of them had said. The revelation hadn't exactly worked out as he had hoped. Both of them were asking him to make a choice, and right there and then, it tore him apart. As the night drew to a close, he crawled into bed with Donna. Still conflicted, all the angst he'd suffered since Greg had stormed out faded when their bodies entwined. All the same, he knew there and then there was a choice to make. Chapter 49. When Doug awoke to an empty pillow beside him, he didn't need to call out for Donna. The reverse occurred on this occasion. "Come on, get out of bed, lazy bones. I've made you breakfast." The paint shop phoned. "Said your car will be ready at 11, she called out. That was quick. Didn't expect it so soon. While what happened with Greg was still on his mind, he pushed it into the background, not wanting it to ruin his day. Donna entered and whipped the duvet off of him, so there was no turning over. Doug threw his legs over the side of the bed, rose to his feet, and then entered the bathroom. After a shower, he dressed and stepped into the kitchen. Bacon and eggs. Thanks." While tucking into his breakfast, his cell phone rang. Ron's name appeared on the screen. He hoped Ron wasn't going to say something to spoil his day. Donna wandered into the living area. "Hi, I need you here for a meeting this afternoon," said Ron. "What's the meeting for?" "Brainstorming. I'll have some of the other programmers there with Pete and Roger Barker from the slaughterhouse." "Have you come up with anything?" "Not yet, but it'll help to talk with Barker to know how they go about costing." "Yeah, that's what I thought. See you after lunch." Doug closed the call. "Looks as though I'll have to go into work. I'll pick up my car and have lunch out, then go to the office." "You do that. Don't eat anything heavy. I'll have a meal planned for when you get home, and we can cook it together," Donna called out from the living room. Breakfast finished, Doug placed his plate and utensils in the dishwasher. Donna was sitting on the couch with his laptop open and the browser on screen. He took a seat beside her. "What are you looking for?" "Doing some research for you. You need to brush up on what cuts of meat there are from carcasses of pigs and cattle. Don't want you appearing ignorant in your meeting. Lots of sites for you to visit to study the subject." Doug pushed back on the cushion and gave her a sideways glance. He knew she meant well, but he didn't recall mentioning what the meeting would be about when he spoke to Ron. "Did you listen in on my conversation?" "What's wrong with that?" "We agreed there'd be no secrets between us. I got the rest from your journal." Doug sighed. "That's not the point. It's like opening someone's mail. It's not the done thing. I've got used to you reading my journal, but there has to be a line drawn." "Oh, okay. Another lesson learned." She reached over and kissed him on the cheek. "Why don't you get on with some studying in your office, and I'll watch a film, so you're not distracted. Best order a taxi to get you to the paint shop." "Sounds good." The time quickly passed as he studied in the office. It was time to get his car. He picked up his laptop and took it into the living room, placing it on the coffee table. Donna had the local news channel on the television. "Laptop is there if you get bored," said Doug. "Taxi will be here soon." He took a seat on the couch. "Anything interesting?" "I find it fascinating. There's a lot more to the human condition than the algorithms tell me with what I've now learned with the crime news I've watched, especially on the crime channel. Criminals are idiots. Doug listened to the news with her when an image of Kim appeared on a split screen with the newscaster talking. Our reporters are at the police station, where there's to be an announcement regarding them finding the corpse yesterday of Kimberly Statham, an OnlyFans model. Our sources say that she had some involvement as a witness to seeing the fugitive cop killers before they themselves were discovered deceased. We'll head over there right away. Doug turned up the volume and leaned in nearer the screen. The image on screen changed. Carruthers was stood at a bank of news microphones outside the police station, surrounded by senior police officers. We're here to ask the public for help. Following the death of Kimberly Statham, after what we initially thought was an accident, the incident has now been redesignated as a murder inquiry following autopsy results. We believe that whoever carried out the murder knew the victim. We are asking for any clients from her OnlyFans page who have had direct contact with her to come forward, so that we can eliminate them from our inquiries. Further. Doug's cell phone buzzed. He pulled up the message. The taxis arrived. Any developments about Kim, let me know, he said. Donna muted the sound and followed him to the door. She threw her arms around him, and they shared a lingering kiss, then broke away. Have a good day at work. Love you. Love you too. On the ride to pick up his car, his mind settled on what he'd heard on the news. It made sense to him that it would be someone who Kim knew. With the door on the Yale cache, it would have been easy to assume it was an accident with how they found her. Carruthers had been right not to rule out any scenario. She must have let in whoever was responsible. Probably some perv client. Or maybe whoever controlled her in Colorado while she ran the women for them had discovered where she lived and needed to silence her. He sighed, thankful that he had an iron-cast alibi as they stopped at the paint shop. At that thought, it troubled him that maybe his alibi wasn't that cast iron. He recalled sitting in his car for some time at the cafe and arriving back late at the printers. On the drive over to the Ironside Cafe, it was such a relief for him to have wheels again. He parked, entered, and ordered a sandwich and latte. Doug pulled up the app on his phone and pressed the camera icon. Got my car, but it wasn't ready until 11:45, so I'm running late. Just arrived at the cafe for a quick sandwich, then I'll go to work. I'll let you go then. See you when you're back home. He closed the app. Doug's sandwich arrived. Just about to take a bite and someone knocked on the window. His shoulders sagged. It was Greg. He stepped inside and took a seat opposite without saying a word. Greg clasped his fingers together and rotated his thumbs. How did you know I'd be here? Phoned your work. They said you'd be at the office after lunch. You're a creature of habit. Took a chance you'd be here. It's not like you pick random cafes, is it now? He said in a sarcastic tone of voice. So, what is it you want? I thought it was all said last night. Greg covered his mouth with his hand, scratching his stubble with his fingers. First of all, I've had a phone call from Carruthers. He was asking questions about the time we met here yesterday. Doug scratched his forehead, irritated that Carruthers thought he might be involved in Kim's death. It concerned him he might question the barista and Ron some more and he would find a gap in his alibi with enough time to have done the deed. He'd have been checking my alibi after they found my neighbor murdered. The guy's a sicko thinking I could have something to do with it. Is that why you're here? You could have phoned to tell me. No, the reason I'm really here is that after last night, I was going to contact your mom and dad to see if they could put their arguing over the divorce to one side and do an intervention. Instead, I've spoken to Donna. She doesn't go to DC until the end of the month. Said she'd not go if you'd have her back. Donna knows now that she made a mistake with Jason. She's aware that she's part of the problem you're having in getting sucked into this AI pen pal crap, as well as all you've gone through. Donna wants to help you through it and then maybe you'll forgive her. Doug pushed out his bottom lip in a sulk at Greg's interference. That's her problem. How can I forgive her? She should have thought about that before getting together with Jason. Greg dropped his head in his hand. How many people that get to our age are virgins, and either have had none or only one partner? Asked Greg. Not many, I imagine. Exactly. Just give the real-life living and breathing Donna another chance. How would anyone know if what they had was perfect for them if they hadn't experimented elsewhere? I told her you didn't have a girlfriend, just an AI pen pal. Doug took a bite of his sandwich, then placed it back on the plate. He knew where he was going with this, but he couldn't exactly own up to making love to his newfound Donna. He showed him his palm. Look, I don't want to hear any more of this. Change the subject. All I'm saying is think about it. She's prepared to meet up with you. He held up both arms, palms facing Doug as if in surrender. But hey, your choice. Changing the subject, I'm going where we've been night fishing before at the Iron Bridge around 8 tonight. You should join me. I know you didn't collect your fishing pole from home, but I have a spare. You can't wrap your life around an avatar, intelligent or not. You need a hobby. Doug looked at his watch. It was a conversation he hadn't wanted, and it left him even more conflicted after Greg's visit the night before. He just wanted out of there. I'll think about it. I have to go to work, he said, then picked up what was left of his sandwich and then rose to his feet. Greg tugged at Doug's jacket sleeve. I won't call you. Your choice if you decide to come fishing with me. I'll have your pole with me. With Greg walking out first, Doug waited until he had driven away, then he exited. He sat in his car, his mind screwed as to what to do. What he had at home seemed perfect, free of angst with someone who really cared for him. He let out a roar, slapped the steering wheel and set off to work. Halfway there, he pulled over and parked. Retrieved his cell phone and clicked on his app. He asked Donna to listen and not to interrupt while he told her everything Greg had said. For once, when he'd finished, she didn't immediately respond. Finally, the silence broke. Okay. We'll talk more about it when you get home. Doug, I do love you, she said and closed the call before he could respond. Doug wondered if honesty on this occasion had been misplaced. She'd sounded ticked off. Chapter 50. At the meeting, Doug didn't have his mind on the task at the office. He simply listened and took copious notes, especially from what Barker from the meat processing plant had to say about their process. Doug's mind kept drifting to the conflict between Donna and Greg, torn apart that he was pulled in both directions. The other programmers all chimed in. He listened but he kept quiet. As the afternoon wore on, while getting nowhere, he had a sudden lightbulb moment after a coffee break. He'd been thinking in terms of a reverse manufacturing process as the others had, and as it would relate to vehicles with a multitude of parts from different manufacturers, all with different lead times for delivery. They all took their seats again in the meeting room. I have the solution, said Doug. It's not that difficult now I think about it. If we consider the process that the carcasses were a piece of cloth to be cut into the constituent parts to make an item of clothing, we're almost there. We only have to cut a carcass into the various cuts of meat and not reassemble it like you'd do if manufacturing clothing. Mr. Barker says there's a pretty consistent average weight that diminishes the higher or lower than the average, just like clothing sizes, and they have the math for that. Everyone around the table sank back in their chairs. Ron chewed on a pencil, then placed it on the table at the side of his notes. I think we have it. We have a software program for clothing manufacture. We can glean from that what we need in terms of code. Then I think we could have a working program to test in a week, said Doug. How much would that cost? Asked Barker. Doug tapped his pencil on the desk as he calculated an estimate. Pete must have read his mind and tapped Doug's leg with his foot as Doug scribbled a figure on his notebook. Pete glanced at his estimate then chimed in. Not possible to say until we have eyes on the existing code, but within the budget you mentioned covered by staff savings for the overall accounting package and hardware, I would imagine. When Doug says it'll take a week, it depends on how many programmers we can put on the task, said Pete. Well, I guess that I'll await your estimate, said Barker. Doug gave a sideways glance at Pete. He guessed Pete was making preparations for a higher quote than he would have estimated, and he doubted he would need assistance from the other programmers. By the time Doug had stored his notes in his briefcase and fastened the clasps, the room had emptied, save for himself, Pete, and Ron. Looks like you're becoming a valuable asset to our team, said Pete. Sorry to have kicked you, but I didn't want you giving a lowball estimate. We need top dollar on every sale. If we get this contract signed with retained IP rights, it'll open up other sales, so well done. Ron stepped over. I'll go print off the code for the clothing manufacturing package. Study it here for the rest of the day, and you can take it home. Let me have a firm estimate of the hours you'll need, and I'll pass it on to Pete. Left alone in the room, the satisfaction of coming up with a solution paled as the conflict between Greg and Donna came to the fore again. Maybe it was because he was at work and had his sensible head on, he couldn't be sure, but something Greg had said triggered him. He opened his journal on his phone and typed in details of his encounter with Greg with his offer to go fishing, but that he had no intention taking up his offer. He closed down his journal. What Greg had said during his various rants got him to thinking. Greg had been right when he'd said it was a beta trial, and beta trials don't go on ad infinitum. There would have to be an end to any trial period. It wasn't as though they'd leave him with Donna when she likely cost billions to develop. If that were the case, then they'd played with his feelings, and he knew losing her would destroy him. The rest of the afternoon was torture. With the printout in front of him, he saw right through the code with his mind screwed, but took in enough to know it wasn't that difficult for him to write the new program. Doug placed the printout in his briefcase to make ready to leave. His phone buzzed to indicate an incoming message. It was from Todd. Hi. I'm going with your dad to the bar at the golf club at 7. He wants you to be there. He couldn't call directly because he's at home. Seeing as how his dad said he only wanted contact in emergencies, he wondered if he'd had news from Carruthers. It made sense to him he wouldn't want contact from his home if Angelica was there after what he'd said. There again, he wondered if Greg had called him, and his dad was to carry out an intervention. He scrolled back to his app to contact Donna. Hi, just had a message. Dad wants to meet with me at the golf club bar at 7. He might have news about getting my equipment back from Carruthers. Not sure how long I'll be there, so expect me being late. It's quite a distance from home. Don't expect me home before 9. Yeah, I saw the message on the laptop. You go and you can eat later. I'll be on my control chair when you arrive. Doug closed the app, thinking that nothing was private as far as Donna was concerned, despite their talk. The traffic had been heavy. It was 7:30 when he arrived at the golf club. Todd and Dad were propping up the bar. What do you want to drink? His dad asked. Orange juice. I'm driving, said Doug, anxious as to why he wanted to meet. Sensible. I came in a taxi. Give me a brandy and coke, and Doug an orange juice, he asked Todd. Let's sit over there where we'll have privacy. Todd stayed at the bar to order the drinks and they took seats at the table at the back of the room. Todd handed them the drinks, walked back to the bar, and chatted with the bartender. Whatever his dad had to say, he'd clearly arranged for it to be private. He hoped Greg hadn't spoken to him and he was about to bend his ear about Donna. He already had enough of her in his mind without needing prompting. Sorry about the clandestine meeting. I feel bad about what I said when I made the call to you with Angelica standing over me. It's difficult in new relationships, especially as she knows about the DNA results. It's been twisting me inside out ever since she made me make the call. Doug relaxed at knowing it didn't appear this was about an intervention. I understand. Not sure if you do. Look, I know I've never had the closeness with you that you'd expect from a dad, but you can't wipe away 23 years of memories. Dad's eyes moistened, a first for him, as he continued on recounting some of their times together. His eyes no longer moist, they seemed to sparkle as they laughed and snickered at some of the events. Doug had forgotten all about his obsession with Spider-Man as a child and his dad buying him a Spider-Man outfit and having his bedding and bedroom decorated with the superhero's memorabilia and images. His dad's demeanor sobered when he recalled how he'd stood up for him at meetings with his principals at both junior and high school on many occasions about bullying that he'd endured, before deciding to pull him out for home tutoring. It was Doug's turn for his eyes to moisten. His dad said a serious expression. We need to have a serious talk about your mom. If your mom hadn't made that one mistake in her life, I'd have had none of those memories, and you wouldn't have existed. That our marriage broke down had nothing to do with that situation with the DNA result, or our affairs. We'd already drifted apart. Think about the good times you had with your mom and her protecting you. She has her memories too, and now she's broken-hearted. You really need to reconcile with her, not just for her sake, but your own. Think about it. People make mistakes in life. No doubt you will, if you haven't already, that is. I know I have. In life you have to learn to forgive, that's all I'm saying. I'll leave that thought with you. His dad pulled out a handkerchief and handed it over. Doug dried his eyes and composed himself. It had been an intervention all right, but not the one he thought might happen. I'm pleased we had this talk. Give me a chance to think it over. I'm leaning towards contacting her. Thanks. Listen. I know you have no interest in golf, but Todd and I meet up here on the same day at the same time every week for drinks. You're welcome to join us. In fact, I'd like that. Sure. Listen, I have to be going. See you here next week. Doug wanted to hug him as they both rose from their seats, but didn't think his dad would have it in him. He was shocked when his dad took him by the hand, drew him in, and they shared a shoulder nudge. Then his dad kissed him on his forehead. Doug turned and set off to his car as if in a trance. Outside and settled in his car, he could no longer control his emotions. Not after what had just occurred, and fond memories of his time with his mom flashed through his mind. He'd sat there for 15 minutes before he felt able to drive home. His decision had been made. It was as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. Chapter 51. Traffic had been congested on the highway. Doug cursed when at last it cleared down to one lane and the traffic started to move. Flashing lights growing ever nearer indicated there'd been an incident. An overturned semi and trailer was on its side as he passed by. He thought about contacting Donna, but then he'd changed his mind, knowing she was aware he'd be late, and she'd be on the control chair surfing data. Besides, the serious questions he needed to ask her were best left for when he arrived there, so they'd be face to face. He decided she needed some home truths herself now he was thinking straight. Almost home, and he pulled into a rest area to gather his thoughts about what to say. He kept going over in his mind what Greg had said to him in the cafe. He took his phone from the dashboard cradle and pulled up Greg's number. He wasn't sure how Greg would respond or what he'd say, but he pressed the call icon anyway. "Who is it calling this number?" a woman's voice asked. Doug looked at the number on screen. It was Greg's number on there all right. No doubt about it. He wondered if he was on a date, and he'd given fishing a miss. "It's Doug. Can you pass the phone to Greg? This is Officer Hernandez. Can you describe him?" A tremble ran through him. "Is he okay?" "What's happened?" he asked in a state of shock and rubbing at his brow. "I need you to describe him and what your connection is to him." Doug feared the worst, his mind scrambled at the implications. He's my best friend." He went on to describe him, his fingers trembling to excess. "Sorry, but we found the phone next to his fishing poles on the bridge. From your description, he's the one someone pulled out of the river." Doug's mind froze for a moment, then he snapped out of the malaise with his heart racing. Is he dead?" "No. He was unconscious. They've taken him to the hospital. Not sure which one. I have your number. Detectives will likely want to contact you later. Give me your address. I also want his full name and address if you know it so we can contact his family." Doug rhymed off his own and Greg's address, together with Greg's home phone number and full name, leaving him still in a state of shock. "Is there anything else you need? Can you tell me how it happened?" he asked, not thinking Greg was the type to want to end it all. He'd fished there at night with him before, so he knew the rails were too high for him to have fallen in there. Thinking that, he could have decided to fish from the riverbank. "Sorry, there were no witnesses to how he got in there and he was unconscious, so he couldn't talk. He's lucky another fisherman saw him floating by and managed to get him to the bank. Like I said, detectives will likely contact you for background info," she said, and the call closed. He scrolled to his app, with the intention of asking Donna to see if she could access emergency admissions around the hospitals before he arrived home. "Damn, what's happened?" he said aloud. The app on his phone wasn't there. He did an app search thinking he might have moved it accidentally, but it came up with nothing. He fired up the ignition, and tires screeching, he left a cloud of burning rubber behind as he skidded onto the road to head home. When he turned into the parking lot at his apartment block, it was as though déjà vu had struck, only it was dark. There was a crowd of residents surrounding a white truck with police tape cordoning it off. 2 police cars were there with their rooftop lights flashing. Doug parked and climbed out, then rushed over there in a hurry. He pushed his way through the crowd. The rear door to the truck was open with the tail lift down. His mouth gaped. Inside he could make out Donna's control chair and his suitcase from the glow of headlights. To one side of the vehicle was the crate and trolley they'd used to deliver Donna. The coroner's van was parked at the opposite side of it with the back door open, and he saw a body bag in there. 2 guys wheeled another gurney carrying a body bag to the back of the van. "What the hell happened here?" he asked the woman next to him, while noticing suited-up forensic guys beyond the truck. Jeremy saw the bodies when he arrived home and parked. Glinda says the truck had been there for at least an hour before Jeremy saw the bodies. I heard the officer call on the plate number, then later tell his partner they'd discovered the number was cloned. Cloned? Doug pushed his way back through the crowd and headed for his apartment. Inside, he turned on the lights. "Donna, you here?" he called out as he made his way around the apartment. There was no sign of her. In the closet, her clothes and his suitcase had gone. Same with the control chair. Not only that, but his laptop had gone. He dropped his head in his hands and clawed at his face, trying to make sense as to what had happened. Maybe, he thought, she had a malfunction again and she'd asked them to retrieve her. But why take his laptop? Perhaps rivals had followed them to abduct her to steal the technology, and maybe the installers had been killed trying to stop them came to mind. But then he thought, why would they take all her clothes and the control chair if they intended to bring her back? It just didn't make sense. Doug rose from the couch and trudged over to the window to see outside broadcast vans arrive. 2 of the forensic guys were removing the screws from the crate. He held his hand to his mouth expecting them to reveal Donna. It was empty and it was looking more like she'd been abducted by the minute. A vehicle pulled up into the parking lot. His heart sank when he noticed Carruthers and his sidekick exit their car. That was all he needed when Carruthers looked over at his window and tipped him a salute in acknowledgement that he'd seen him. Doug turned, and then took a seat on the couch again. He clicked on the remote to catch the TV news to find out what the outside broadcasters could glean from interviews. As he sat there, he knew that as a resident, Carruthers would want to question him. But then he realized there would be little he could say. The NDA was obviously out of the window in the circumstances. But then he wondered how in hell's name he could explain Donna for them to believe him. There was no trace of her. Not even contact details for the site or his emails from them. The inevitable happened when his door entry phone buzzed. When he picked up the phone, there on the screen was Carruthers. "I'm here about the homicides outside." Doug hoped for more information than he was prepared to give, and he opened the door. He hoped he might know which hospital it was they'd taken Greg to. "You'd better come in and take a seat. Just watching it on the news now." They both took seats at the dining table opposite each other. "Have you heard about Greg?" Doug asked. "What about him?" Doug explained what he'd heard over the phone and that he needed to know which hospital. "Officer Hernandez, you say?" "No, it's not been assigned to me." "I'll make a call." He pulled out his cell and spoke to dispatch. Carruthers muted the call. "They're patching me through now." Doug couldn't make out what he was hearing, but he kept saying okay or got it, which raised his anxiety levels. "It's the General Hospital. They can't speak to him, but it's looking like he did it deliberately. From where he was found it looked as though he jumped off the bridge and the current took him downstream. They'll know more when he's out of the coma, if he owns up to it, that is." "He jumped." "No way. He's a strong person." "That may be, but I've seen it before in similar circumstances to what he's been through. He might have been proven innocent, but there are masses of internet posts before he was acquitted saying otherwise. Not everyone can take that if fingers are pointed when they've not seen the outcome." Doug looked over Carruthers' shoulder at seeing one of the forensic team dusting the suitcase for fingerprints. "I need to know if you saw or heard anything here," said Carruthers. "Pardon?" Carruthers repeated the question. Sorry, I was just thinking about Greg, he lied, his mind fixated on seeing them checking for fingerprints on the suitcase. No. The police were already here when I arrived home. I'd been at the golf club with my dad from 7:30. I only arrived here 15 minutes ago. There was a semi-wreck on the highway. Yeah, got stuck in that on my way here. Not making accusations, but don't you think it's strange this happened here after the homicide of your neighbor? Doug prayed inwardly this wasn't to go in the direction of the gap in his alibi. Yeah, it is strange, but beyond my reckoning. Hope you find the culprits. Oh, we will. You can bet on that. Incidentally, you can have your equipment back. There wasn't any third-party DNA at the scene of Ed Granger and his partner's homicide at the scene, so there was no chance of a match with yours. Your computer, phone, and the camera hard drive show nothing, and other than you wishing what we all hoped for, we've ruled you out. Huh, well I expected that, he said, relieved they must not have read his journal with the file name titled Code Blue. Is your girlfriend here? She might have seen something. He hesitated before answering, not wanting to discuss her. Sorry, we've split, so she wasn't here. Okay, then I'll see myself out. Doug walked with him to the door, closed it and locked it. He turned with his back to the door and slid down to sit with his head in his hands. Seeing them dusting his suitcase had him in panic mode while Carruthers was there, and it lingered. He took some deep breaths, then rose to his feet. He realized they didn't have his prints. All the same, when Carruthers said it was strange to have two homicide scenes at the same apartment block, it got him to thinking. He headed for the kitchen to make a strong coffee to clear his head. Chapter 52. Doug grabbed his notebook and a pen from his office and returned to the kitchen. He didn't think Greg or his dad would ever know just how much their intervention had brought him to his senses. Doug took a swig of his coffee and shrugged his shoulders to clear his mind. He sat there trying to get his thoughts into order, deciding to treat it like he would a programming problem, with a logical pathway of events. While he could understand the need for secrecy, cloning their delivery vehicle didn't make sense. He started by noting when the pen pal site contacted him. Doug put that down to his search algorithms alerting them to his interests. With his phone on the table, he entered his browser and searched for their site by name. Nothing came up even close. That in itself drew a red flag, never mind the clone plate. Chewing on his pen, he recalled giving access to his hard drive when he downloaded their app and made a note. From that he noted that virtual Donna had read his journals. She, or whoever they were behind her, they would know he was autistic and vulnerable after what he'd just gone through. As Greg had said, gullible, an easy mark for what they wanted. Doug sighed at the thought he'd been set up to be suckered and that Greg had been right. But that was taking him off track. Whatever, with what happened outside, it was clear they would never bring her back, and maybe that was their intention with taking her clothes and removing all digital trace of her. With that in mind, Doug stepped into the bedroom. He picked up the spherical resistor from the dresser he'd taken from her circuit board. Right there and then, that was all he had of her. Doug paused a moment, recalling something she had said, slipped the resistor into his pocket and rushed back to the kitchen. Recalling Donna saying she was programmed to serve and protect, he wrote that down, and under that, several headings, leaving spaces to fill in details. The headings included the assault on him, to his assailant's homicides, then to Kim's murder, followed by Greg being found in the river, then to finding the homicides of Donna's delivery guys outside his apartment. Under the last heading he wrote that there was no livery painted on their truck. That there had been no logo on their uniforms also rang bells, and he made a note. He sat back. They'd obviously taken their project secrecy to a high level. From the headings alone, he'd already grasped at what the outcome could be, but hoped he was wrong. He couldn't hide from the logic of what the path was telling him, or how it could be explained to Carruthers. It was just his scribblings with no proof. Protect and serve loomed large on the pad. Her rescuing Greg by hacking the messages had shown how she had protected him after seeing how distraught he was at Greg's situation. No doubt about that. He made a note of that, and how she had phoned the police during his assault that probably saved his life. The reverse of that was the control she wanted over him and to keep him isolated from contact with others. Under the heading of the homicides of his assailants, he wrote, "Power cut," then tapped his pen on the table. He slapped his forehead for not thinking of it before. If the power had been out, his Wi-Fi would also have been out. Her search of the energy supply station might not have been to check when the supply would be back on, but for her to hack into their system to cause it so she could leave the apartment without detection, or her triggering the alarm. The more he thought about it, he realized how he was so besotted with her and his mind screwed. It was he who had malfunctioned at not thinking logically. He knew it had gone over his head and he'd ignored that robots couldn't see as a human would. All they could picture would be through sensors and using facial recognition. The malfunction she claimed for her leg and torn dress might not have been that at all, but damaged in taking out Ed and his partner. It wasn't as though she could have left DNA behind. It came to mind that to get to them, she would likely have used the same info from their social media as the marshals had done in trying to find them, only for them to find their cabin empty. He conjectured that she'd probably used her superior predictive probability algorithms to determine they'd return there. She could have been the one who stole the vehicle a few blocks down on the night of his assailant's homicide. With her intelligence, he imagined that she wouldn't have needed driving lessons. With that in mind, he didn't need to complete the notes under the rest of the headings if that were the case. Kim would have been seen as a threat to his well-being. Same after the spat with Greg, which brought him full circle to her being programmed to protect and serve. If that were the case, that would mean she could be out there if she were responsible for what happened to Greg, and she'd not been abducted as he originally thought. Sat back in the chair, he pondered. Logic told him all he'd worked out could explain the homicides outside of her installers. It made sense that if they'd come to take her back, her overriding programming compelling her that she still had to protect and serve would have had her resist them. He let out a primeval roar, then threw the pen across the room, while imagining he was overthinking the situations. Doug poured more coffee, and then picked up his cell. When he looked out of the window, police were still there, but only a few residents and the news vans had gone. He took a seat on the couch, and then muted the TV. Going over the events, he wondered if he'd have managed to get the position at Genetico, then none of this would have happened. That thought sparked a light and he entered his browser on his phone. Doug searched his browser for Genetico Corp, but all it came up with was links to sites about genetics. A search for images with the same name and up popped images he'd seen on the PDF from Bianchi, but they related to a business in South Korea, and nothing to do with a corporation called Genetico. He entered his emails and searched for Joe Bianchi. His email wasn't there. As if his spine had deserted him, he sank into the cushions. Anyone could have created that PDF with the images and added their own narration. All the discovery did was to scramble his mind further as to the web that had been woven around him. Doug chewed on his fingernail while attempting to think straight. His mind had been so honed on the problem, he'd forgot about Greg's predicament. He searched for the number of the hospital on his phone. The triage answered when he made the call. "You had Gregory Butterworth brought in there as an emergency. Last I heard from the police, he was unconscious. Is it possible to visit him now?" "One moment," she said, leaving him listening to piped music. While he waited, he saw images on TV of an outside broadcast from earlier outside of his apartment. He released the mute to listen to what must have been a repeat broadcast. "I'm here with a resident at the apartment block where earlier the bodies of 2 delivery men were found murdered. Mr. Grimes here says he was asleep and has only just discovered that his car was stolen." Doug turned off the TV when the receptionist answered him. "Sorry, the doctor isn't allowing visitors, but he is stable." The call closed. Of more interest to him was the stolen car. It cemented his theory. Abductors would have had their own transport. If she was out there and gone rogue, he worried she might return. But then why hadn't she returned? If she was out there and gone rogue, then she likely had his laptop and could find out Greg was alive. At that thought, he realized she might just want to finish Greg off. He grabbed his car keys from the coffee table and looked at his watch, knowing it was a 15-minute drive to the hospital. The journey had been a blur of taillights and headlights when he arrived in the hospital parking lot. He charged over to the entrance and entered triage. He didn't think they would allow anyone other than family to see him. "Hi, I'm Gregory Butterworth's brother. Which ward is he in?" She checked her computer. "He's still in emergency in a side room. It says no visitors just now, but there's a waiting room. Your parents arrived here a short while ago. They're in there waiting with a police officer." Doug hurried on through to the emergency section. He stopped a nurse. "Greg Butterworth. Triage say he's in a side cubicle and there's a waiting area for visitors. Over there. He's in cubicle C. The waiting room is right opposite," she said and pointed. The cubicles had glass window partitions down a corridor. He stopped at cubicle C. A nurse was in there obscuring his view, filling in details on a clipboard. She moved to one side. Greg lay there as if asleep, wired up to a monitor showing his vital signs. The nurse exited the room and smiled briefly at Doug, before scurrying on and into the next cubicle. When he turned, he could see a female police officer through the waiting room window. Greg's mom sniveled into a handkerchief while sat next to the officer who had her arm around her shoulder. Doug entered to their heads turning. Greg's dad rounded on him, a sour expression on his face. He stepped up to Doug, nose to nose, then his finger jabbed at his chest. Doug reared, taking a step back. "Why didn't you go fishing with him? None of this would have happened if you'd have turned up." "Hey, sorry. My dad needed to see me," he said, raising his arms and showing Greg's dad his palms. The officer intervened and stepped in between them. "Calm down, you two." "Who are you?" she asked Doug. Greg's dad retreated and sat next to his wife, taking over consoling her. "Doug. Douglas Carter." "Oh, it's you? I spoke to you over the phone." "Officer Hernandez," she said. "What are you doing here?" asked Doug. "Waiting for the doctor to give the go-ahead to talk to him so I can take his statement." Doug was just relieved there was a police officer on hand. The officer leaned in and whispered, "Look, feelings are high here. Best you go. It's bad enough for his parents. No doubt you'll be able to visit him when he comes around." Doug glanced over to see Arthur glaring at him like he was some kind of demon. "You're right. I'll go." The officer turned and stood in front of his parents. Doug exited and glanced in on Greg to see him with his eyes open and moving his head from side to side. He looked over his shoulder to see the officer still with her back to him. A quick glance up and down the corridor and seeing no one, he opened the door to the cubicle and stepped over to Greg. "Can you hear me?" "What happened?" Greg lifted his arm and grabbed a hold of Doug's jacket, pulling him in close. Donna. What about her?" Too strong. She lifted me over the rails." "I'll get your parents," he said, and thinking the real Donna would be too slight to have the strength to lift him over the rail. Doug's mind entered panic mode. He hurried out of the cubicle and into the waiting room. "Greg's conscious," he said, then turned and hurried along the corridor to get to his car. With the officer and Greg's parents there, he knew Greg would be safe. It was who was in danger next that worried him. Chapter 53. With his phone on the dashboard cradle, Doug scrolled to the real Donna's number and pressed the call icon. In a panic, he inserted the key fob and pressed the button to fire up the engine. As he maneuvered out of his space, the call went to voicemail. "Donna, if you're there, call me right back. This is urgent." He closed the call and scrolled to her parents' landline, while almost reversing into the car behind him. The line was dead, leaving him flustered. Doug engaged the transmission, then set off to her house out of the lot. He wondered if maybe they'd changed the number, and he returned to her cell number. Same again. It went to voicemail. "Donna, this really is an emergency. Please, you have to phone me back." Doug's heart pounded as he entered the ramp to the highway and stabbed the accelerator pedal to the floor. Weaving in and out of traffic, a car horn blasted when he undertook a slower-moving vehicle in the fast lane. All that was on his mind was regretting telling the virtual Donna all about what had been said at the cafe with Greg and blind loyalty for them not to have secrets. If his deductions were right, then he'd put the real Donna's life in danger. Doug called Donna again, only to have his frustration heightened at it going to voicemail again. "Donna, please call me. I spoke to Greg, and he told me what you said. I desperately need you to call me back. I'll explain when you call." He closed the call and swerved over the lanes to more honking of horns to take the ramp off of the highway, having almost missed the turn. The dashboard clock showed it was 11:30 when he picked up the road to Donna's house. His cell rang to Donna's name appearing on screen. He stabbed at the call icon to accept the call. "What's the urgency?" "I was in bed. Just came down for a glass of milk when I saw the voicemails." "Are your parents there?" "No, they're at my aunt's. She's looking after Mom so Dad can work. Mom's in remission, but still needs help with the treatment knocking her out. I'm here alone. Why?" "I'm almost outside your house now. I'll explain when I get inside. Get dressed. You have to leave with me." Doug didn't give her a chance to answer as he screeched to a halt, grabbed his cell, and darted up the drive to Donna, who was stood there with the door open. "Thank God you're safe," he said, and put out his arms to hug her. She pushed him away. "Quick, get dressed. We have to leave." "Whoa, hold on there. Greg said you were in the middle of a psychotic episode. I'm not going anywhere unless you explain yourself. I've never been saner. Get inside and close and lock the door." "Hurry, get changed," he said, and pushed past her. "Come in, why don't you?" "Better come into the kitchen and explain before I go anywhere. Is it anything to do with the homicides I've seen next to your apartment that was on TV? How did you know where I lived?" "Greg told me." "Come on, I'm waiting for your explanation. It had better be good." Doug didn't know where to start, never mind for her to believe him. "Why are you blushing? Has it got anything to do with the virtual pen pal Greg mentioned?" He didn't think he could tell her that he was blushing at the delusional fool he'd been. "Greg? He's in hospital. They dragged him out of a river where he went night fishing. His mom and dad are at the hospital with him now. I've just come from there. He was unconscious, but he's talking now." "What? Thank God for that. Wait, I get it now. So, you want me to go to the hospital with you, is that it? Why not say so?" Doug put a hand over his face. He took a deep breath. "No, that's not why I want you to leave here. Look, I know my head's been screwed, but you have to believe what I have to say. The virtual pen pal trial was just the start of it. Greg doesn't know about the extended trial when they sent me an AI humanoid with the same image and features as the one I created through an app. It's gone rogue, and I think it was responsible for those murders you mentioned. From what Greg said at the hospital, she hauled him into the river over the bridge. I think it's coming for you now." Donna folded her arms and shook her head. "So, let's go through this logically. I know from Greg you created this online pen pal in my image. What you're saying is that there's a robot out there that looks just like me going around murdering people, and now she's coming for me. I think you'd better leave. See yourself out." "I didn't lock the door," she said, and picked up a carving knife, then pointed it right at him. "Greg was right, you are having a psychotic episode. Just go." The light bulb in the kitchen flickered and then died. Doug touched his cell phone screen to bring it to life. He froze with shock. Eyes widened, and with his mouth gaping, it was as if he was seeing double, with one Donna stood behind the other in the dimmed light from his cell phone. "What are you looking at?" asked Donna. She glanced over her shoulder, and then she screamed. She turned to face the other Donna full on. Doug reached over the table, grabbed a hold of the real Donna, and hauled her over the table, the both of them knocking over a chair and landing on the floor. "You should have left her here like she asked so I could terminate her. She's trying to drive a wedge between us, you have to see that. I have to protect you," she said, while stepping around the table, and she grabbed Donna by the hair, then dragged her to stand as if she were a lightweight rag doll. "Leave her alone," said Doug as he scrambled to his feet. Donna kicked and struggled to break free. She still had a hold of her by the hair, and now with an arm around her restricting Donna's arms. "Let go of me!" Donna screeched and thrust the knife backwards to no avail. Doug stood there, not knowing if he tried to release her grip if she'd use her superior strength and snap Donna's neck. He hoped reason would prevail. "Please, let go of her. She's not a threat to me." "Just leave," she snapped back. "It's not your problem. Let me deal with her like I did with the rest of them. You have to leave, now. I can find out who your real dad is when we're at home. All I'll have to do is search all the registers for a familial DNA match and we can track him down," she said. "I know who my dad is and don't need another. Now let go of her." With reason not working, Doug grasped at her hand trying to release it from her hair, but her fingers were locked solid. In the struggle that ensued, robotic Donna grabbed the knife from her and held the point of the knife to Donna's neck. Doug stepped back, at a loss what to do. "Please, I'm begging you. If you have feelings for me, don't kill her." "Feelings? I don't experience those myself, only to recognize them in others, but I don't want you to witness this. Leave and wait in the car to take me home." He now knew that everything about her had been a deception by her own admission. If you don't have feelings, that makes you psychopathic. You have to recognize that you're malfunctioning. Please stop this. Blood trickled from Donna's neck when the virtual Donna froze, and her eyes closed as if she'd entered sleep mode. Doug saw his opportunity. He charged over and released the knife and Donna from her grip. The real Donna went to ground, curled up and grasped at her knees, rocking back and forth while whimpering. Doug flinched at hearing a commotion. "Get her into the van," a voice said from behind the table. Two guys brushed past Doug as he got down beside Donna and put his arms around her. They picked up the frozen Donna and carried her towards the hallway, leaving Doug at a loss as to what was happening. "I'll be out shortly. Just have to deal with these two," said a guy, holding a gun and pointing it right at them, while putting what looked like a remote control in his jacket pocket. Doug sensed this wasn't a rescue. His eyes flitted around looking for something to defend the both of them. The knife was too far away if he had the guy's intentions right from what he'd said. He could have squeezed the trigger before he got anywhere near the knife. The guy stooped to put the chair upright. Behind Donna's back, Doug entered his mom's social media with just enough time for him to type, "Love you," then pressed send. "Get on your feet, the both of you, and stand apart." Neither of them moved as Doug held Donna tight, hoping to find a way out. "What do you mean when you said I'll deal with these two? Who are you?" He knew his intention with the guns still pointed at him, but hoped he was wrong. "You might as well know because no one else will when I leave here. I'm Joe Bianchi, head of security, and you two are loose ends." Doug gulped, holding Donna even tighter. "Donna doesn't know anything about this. Kill me if you have to, but let her go." He could now see he had been right in thinking there was a connection to Genetico. "I'd say I'm sorry, but you both have to go." Doug gulped once more. "Why did you choose me?" said Doug in trying to stall him while he desperately thought of a way out. He shuffled in front of Donna with the hope that if he shot him, she would manage to escape. "Simple. We recruit fresh out of university graduates and isolate them at our facility. When you downloaded the PDF, it gave us access to your journal. We couldn't take the risk recruiting you with you having autism, so we decided to use you as part of the trial. Especially as we could read from your journal that you were becoming isolated from family and friends. Unfortunately, we found among the data that she'd gone rogue and went to return her. We hadn't bargained her programming, giving her other ideas, and she escaped." Eyes flitting around the room, most of what he'd said had gone over Doug's head. He knew he couldn't physically take him down without they'd both be shot, but he did have an alternative. "Wait. I can help," said Doug. "It has nothing to do with just the programming. I can help you with that, we both can. Take us to your facility and isolate us on site and we'll show you. It's the architecture of the computer, together with the security protocol features on the files you have wrong." "How come?" "It's not difficult to understand. It's the complexity of putting it right we can help with," said Doug, hoping his plea would get through to him. "Explain." "I'm with security, not an expert in AGI, so it had better be in terms I can understand." Doug was relieved that Bianchi wasn't an expert for what he was about to say as a bluff, not knowing intimately how AGI functioned exactly. Neuromorphic computers are designed for the output to mimic the human brain, and that lies the problem. It only takes a misfiring neuroconnection for humans to, say, be a psychopath. Take me, I have autism. Think about it. What exactly is the norm when it comes to the human brain in the way it works with consciousness? As the algorithms with AI progress to create connections during the learning stage, only a slight deviation in what is the norm has consequences. Bianchi appeared to look right through him. He was obviously giving it some thought. Doug noticed a dark shadow stalking at the open front door. He imagined it was one of the guys checking on the delay. Bianchi racked the slide on his gun. Doug closed his eyes tight and clenched his teeth together. Nice try, but you're out of luck. We have enough engineers to put it right. Besides... Bianchi was interrupted with a voice booming out. Put the freaking gun down, or I'll blow your head off. Doug's heart attempted to exit his chest, it pounded so hard. He opened his eyes and could make out a rifle barrel prodding at Bianchi's head. Bianchi's grip on the pistol loosened. The pistol in his hand rolled upside down on his finger, and someone took the gun from behind. The next thing Doug knew was the kitchen was full of people. They dragged him to his feet and handcuffed him, as well as Donna. Sorry I didn't believe you. I do love you. Thanks for trying to save me, she said. It's me who should be sorry that I didn't forgive you earlier when I had the chance. I love you too. That was all they got to say to each other as they were bundled outside and separated. Doug looked left and right as he was guided down the drive. The road was blocked off in either direction. Out front the road was teeming with agents carrying some serious firepower. None of them were police cars, with the agents having FBI and HSI on the back of their jackets. He assumed they were Homeland Security investigators. The two guys who had taken the Donna android out were cuffed and sitting cross-legged on the concrete sidewalk. Two HSI guys were carrying the frozen Donna into the back of an armored vehicle. He was bundled into a car separate from Donna, with the roadblock opening up for them to drive through. The two agents squeezed in either side of him didn't speak but looked ahead devoid of expression as they drove through the roadblock. Doug wondered what would happen next and if it would involve a prison sentence. A short distance past the roadblock, Doug saw police cars ahead. As they drove on by, he recognized the guy with a mic in his hand with the curly lead hanging through the car window. Just what Carruthers' involvement in all this was, he didn't have a clue. Never mind that the FBI and Homeland Security agents had arrived in the nick of time to rescue them from certain death. Even more baffling to Doug was how Bianchi had tracked them down. Chapter 54. Anxiety level soared. Doug didn't have an idea where he was. All he knew was that the Homeland Security agents had bundled him into a small room with a desk and two chairs. Left alone, he didn't know how long he'd been there, but it seemed like hours. In the corner of the ceiling was a CCTV camera with a red LED that indicated someone could be watching. While pacing around the room like a caged animal, what he'd thought of as a rescue now appeared to him as though they had him down as been involved with Genetico, whatever their real name was. Scenarios of why he was locked up had raced through his mind, leaving his brain as if it were on fire. He wondered if they thought he could have been responsible for murdering the delivery guys and that he'd stolen the android, with Bianchi tracking him down to get her back. He took a seat, exhausted. With his arms on the table, he lay his head on his hands. His patience at his predicament wore thin, with his anxiety level off the scale. He raised his head, sat upright, and slapped the table, then rose to his feet. Doug stood in front of the camera. "Get me out of here, for God's sake. I need the bathroom." He didn't know if the camera would have audio, and if his plea would have gone unheard. Doug stepped over to the door and pounded it with the side of his balled fists. Boots clomping outside in the corridor grew louder and stopped outside the door. The door lock buzzed, and he stepped back to face someone he hadn't seen before. The two HSI guys who had escorted him there were on guard outside, cradling rifles. "Do you need the bathroom?" the guy said as he entered. "No, I just need to know what the hell is happening." When he turned to close the door, he noticed this guy didn't have any agency letters imprinted on his bomber jacket. "Take a seat and answer some questions and then you'll find out. I'm not saying anything without an attorney." I need to call my dad. He's an attorney. That's not possible. Yes, it is. I know my rights, he snapped back. The guy pointed to the camera with the camera LED now extinguished. We're not recording this interview. Right now, you have no rights. I can detain you for 72 hours, release you and pull you back in. Then rinse and repeat. Your choice. All I need are answers to questions. What you have to do is to tell your story about your connection to Bianchi from first contact with him to finding him with you earlier at gunpoint. Shocked at the indignity of what he said, he fired back. My dad will sue the pants off of you if you don't let me call him. The guy laughed. And just how will he prove I wouldn't grant your rights? It's just your word against mine. This meeting isn't taking place. It's all a question of national security. All you have to do is recite what I asked for, and you won't need him. If you've nothing to hide, I'll let you go. If not, I'll see to it you never see daylight again, trust me. Doug sulked. At that moment he felt like a rat caught in a trap. For all he thought ill of Carruthers and Rathbone, this guy was treating him on a whole different level. I'll leave you to think about it, and maybe resume this in the morning, he said. Doug's jaw dropped. Where will I sleep? Plenty of floor space. Of course, do as I ask, and maybe you can go home and curl up in bed. Tell you what. I'll wait outside for 10 minutes and see if you change your mind. The guy rose from his chair and exited, leaving Doug incredulous at how he'd treated him. Doug composed himself and put his mind to work on what to do. He knew that he couldn't prove half of what had occurred, apart from what Greg and Donna were witnesses to. He saw that as his way out. Thoughts of being stuck in there for an extended period wasn't an option, or it came to mind that he might lose his job and not be able to pay rent on his apartment. From his experience at his interview at the police station with Carruthers and Rathbone, he was aware he'd have to be careful. Most of Carruthers and Rathbone's questions they had already known the answers to after interviewing Greg. One small lie and he imagined he'd never get out of there. He rose from his chair and stepped over to the door and gave it a knock. I'm ready to talk, he called out. The door lock buzzed, and the guy entered. Good choice. Take a seat again. He took out a radiophone from his jacket pocket. Roll the camera. The guy turned to Doug. Bear in mind it's an offense to lie to a government agent. Doug skimmed through what he knew to get to what Greg had witnessed, to his encounter with Donna and Bianchi, in the hope that would be enough for his story to be corroborated. The guy shook his head. We know more than you think. We've had eyes on you. You're missing out detail. Tell me about the hacking she did? Doug gulped at him, saying they'd had him under surveillance. I wasn't any part of that, he said and sighed. The agent took his radiophone from his pocket. Stop the recording. He looked right at Doug. So, you want me to believe that she crawled out of the screen and posted the messages from Greg's accusers to Carruthers? Off the record, we won't hold it against you if we know everything. All I need to know is her capabilities, then we're done. You mean I can go? Yeah, we've already corroborated most of what you've said, just not what you and the AI construct were privy to. Just fill in more of the details as to her capabilities. Donna is waiting in reception. Doug kept his eye on the camera as he filled in the details to be sure it remained disengaged. That's everything. You did good. I can see you were well and truly bot-fished. Doug sighed and pushed back on his chair when the agent took out a dictaphone from his pocket and switched it off. So much for the interview not being recorded, he thought. Lesson learned. I can see just how my mind was screwed now. Can you tell me why it was a matter of national security? The guy appeared to ponder, then he answered. Why not? It'll be in the news anyway. Too big a deal to keep it all under wraps. We've been working with agencies around the world. Crime families and cartels set up a joint venture to invest in AI with the assistance of China. The criminal enterprises saw it as a way to launder their ill-gotten billions and to make trillions legitimately in the process once they released their androids to the world. The facility has been taken over by the government as we speak. By the way, it's not in Southern California, but I can't divulge the location. The revelation beggared belief he could have been involved. Which agency are you with? That I can't tell you. And like I said, this meeting never happened. Oh, wait, I have a resistor here she had me removed from a circuit board of hers she said had malfunctioned. Doug dipped in his pocket and handed it over. The agent inspected the object. He raised his eyebrows. That's not a resistor. We use those. It's a miniature GPS device. It's probably how Bianchi tracked you down thinking it was the humanoid they were following. Doug placed his elbow on the desk and rubbed at his brow. He now realized he'd been complicit in the humanoid avoiding tracking to murder his assailants. The agent leaned over the desk and tapped at Doug's shoulder. There's just one last thing. I understand that your favorite color is blue. Doug thought that a strange question. It is. What of it? Tell me about Code Blue as it relates to you hacking. The agent saying that couldn't have hit him harder if he'd have slapped his face. He recalled writing about using Code Blue as his handle in his journal, but he knew he hadn't mentioned the battle with security that led him to stop hacking. Cat got your tongue. We've read your journal. We've been looking for you ever since you broke through the firewall at CIA headquarters. Doug grasped at his forehead, knowing he'd been rumbled. It defied belief considering it had been so many years ago. He forgot he'd made reference to his hacking in his journal. Hell, I was only 13. I thought you said I could go. Does that mean you'll still detain me? Was that a lie saying I could go? The guy grinned. No, you can go, once you've signed this, he said and took out an envelope from his jacket pocket and retrieved a letter. Someone from the government will be contacting you with an offer to work for them. Providing you accept their offer, you won't be held accountable. It's not as though you used what you found. I'll have someone see you out to reception once you've signed the letter. What is this? He asked as the agent pushed over the letter and a pen. An NDA under the Official Secrets Act. Doug scribbled his signature, then stepped out of there in a trance at them finding out about his hacking prowess. When he arrived in reception, he was taken aback that Donna was sat talking to Carruthers. Her eyes lit up when she saw him. She rose from her seat and ran over to him and threw her arms around him. He held her tight, not wanting to let go of her. When you two lovebirds have finished, you left these in the kitchen, Carruthers said. They broke apart. He handed him his apartment keys, ignition fob, and cell phone. I've had your car brought here. Homeland Security have your laptop. They found it in the car the humanoid stole. I'm told you'll get it back once they've copied the files. Your car's in the parking lot. Let's hope we never cross paths again. He turned and walked out through the exit. Sorry that I doubted you, said Donna. She placed her hands on each side of his cheeks and leaned in for them to enjoy a lingering kiss. When they broke away, they faced each other, holding hands by the fingertips, her eyes dancing about his. Sorry I got suckered into the situation and it got you involved, said Doug. It's done now. Tomorrow is another day. We can see where it takes us. Problem is, I can't go home. Carruthers says my house is still cordoned off as a crime scene. Then stay with me at my apartment. We can collect your clothes when they're done if you decide to stay with me. Your choice. No pressure this time. Are you sure? We could give it a try, I guess. Have you really forgiven me? You betcha I have, thanks to Greg and Dad for verbally knocking some sense into me. It's me that you need to forgive for not doing so earlier. Same with Aunt Edna and Mom, he said. We'll need to contact Mom and the rest of my family and Greg when he's released from hospital for an apartment warming party. They put their arms around each other's waists, and as if joined at the hip, they headed outside to a future together and new adventures ahead. Dear listener, if you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like and to subscribe and to turn on notifications to be advised of new releases. There are already a good number of audiobooks uploaded to my channel. Your support is appreciated.